Good morning and welcome to the Queen's Park Oval for the start of the West Indies Championships 2022. My name is Vidya Ramphal. I'm pleased to be here with you for this match. It is the West Indies Championship game between Windward Islands Volcanoes and Guyana Harpy Eagles. First-class cricket is back in the West Indies, and we have a wonderful game here for you at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. It's one of three games on today. The other two, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Jamaica Scorpions at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And over in Barbados at the Kensington Oval, it is Barbados Pride versus Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But this match is a compelling fixture in itself. It's all about Windward Islands Volcanoes, a team that has not lost, that has not won against the Guyana team for quite a while, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And if you're wondering why, for the first time, it's not Guyana Jaguars. There has been a bit of a rebrand, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles is the new name of the Guyana franchise. As for the teams today, we're seeing that the Windward Islands, their captain, of course, this season is Kaveem Hodge, vice-captain Kieran Kotoy, and the rest of the team for today, Dennis Smith, Devon Smith, Kimani Melius, Alec Athenaeze, Ryan John, Larry Edwards, Kenneth Demba, Sherman Lewis, and Preston McSween. They have resisted the temptation today to give a first-class debut to Teddy Bishop, Daryl Cyrus, or Aki Mogis. The other player left out today is the fast bowler Josh Thomas, which should tell a picture in terms of what's happening in itself. As for Guyana, Leon Johnson is the captain. Kimo Paul, vice-captain. There's also in the squad today Chandrapal Hemraj, Tej Narayan Chandapal, that is, Vishal Singh, Anthony Bramble, Virasamy Pomal, who should play a big part in this game, Gurukesh Moti, Niall Smith, Clinton Pistano, and, of course, the big man himself, Shimron Hetmeyer. That is the team for Guyana today. The umpires, the third team out there today will be Joel Wilson and Nigel Duguid. And Joel Wilson is the presiding umpire. He will get us started here. And the news is that the Windward Islands Volcanoes have won the toss, and they have decided to bat first. So immediately we'll see some pace here, as we would expect at the Queen's Park Oval, and it's going to be Niall Smith to start off here. And Smith, coming man of Guyana cricket, he has played some 7 matches, the 26-year-old, and he has 20 wickets already, a best of 6 for 55. Here's the first ball. Kimani Melius and Devon Smith are the two batsmen for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And Melius there taking the first ball. Quite a young player, former West Indies under-19 captain the side back in 2020. 21-year-old out of St. Lucia. Still very early in his career, just the 5 first-class matches. And of course, at the other end, it is the colossus of Windward Islands cricket, Devon Smith, 40-year-old now, averaging just under 40. He's been a wonderful servant for Windward Islands cricket. Would expect the pitch to play very well here at the Queen's Park Oval. We saw quite a lot of bounce on offer. There was also some grip for the seamers. And for the spinners, there was some support here. That was during the Under-19 World Cup. And there's already a sign of some movement here off the seam for Niall Smith. First one just going away from the batsman, and the second one coming into him. So he's have to be very careful here to establish exactly where his off stump is. Another good delivery there by Smith, just coming in at Melius, and you have to say it's a good lead from the youngster. Just a 150 for Kimani Melius. Out of St. Lucia, as I mentioned, 16.7 runs per innings so far. Just a 150 in there. Promising young player from St. Lucia. Still the early days of this particular match here. Fuller delivery. Nicely driven out towards that short extra cover position. 3 slips in place for Niall Smith. There's also a backward point extra cover. Mid-on in place as well as a mid-off for Smith. Nice and easy action, Smith, as he starts off here. Good testing delivery again from Smith as he starts off in this first over. Guyana, of course, have won 11 titles in the regional first-class competition. First one back in 1973. They also shared one of the titles with the Leeward Islands back in 1998. And, of course, the last one in 2019. It was a run of 5 under the leadership of their coach, Eson Crandon. Lost the title in 2020 to Barbados in that truncated season due to COVID-19. Shaping away from the batsman at the end of the first over. No runs just yet. It is 0 without loss. Windward Islands Volcanoes batting first. So it's going to be Kemo Paul to bowl from the southern end for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And he will be bowling first up to the left-handed Devon Smith. Just gives us a chance to introduce these two players if we have never seen them before, which is highly unlikely. Kemo Paul has been an outstanding addition to the Guyana team. Of course, played for the West Indies under-19 team, part of that team that went on to win the Under-19 World Cup in 2016. Another one who's still young in his career, 88 wickets in 22 first-class matches already. That's a good return for him, 23-year-old. And he'll be bowling to Devon Smith. And tell you what a record for Devon Smith. 217 first-class matches, over 14,000 runs, 14,681 runs. So you would imagine with his record that he will go past 15,000 runs sometime in the season. 3,800s and 68 50s. What a record for Devon Smith. Here's Paul to him. First ball for Paul. Well, immediately gets off the mark. Wayward delivery, and that's going to be 4. Flicked away behind square. 3 slips in place. Short fine leg, and also there's the man at short mid wicket, but that one was flicked away very well by Smith. He's 40 years old. He's carrying on in terms of his age, but he's not going to miss out on that. A man of his experience easily put away, and a boundary there. Another one on the hip of Smith. There's a fine leg in place for him. Niall Smith coming off the boundary to make the stop. Chandrapal Hemraj is that short fine leg position. Very interesting field placing here. Perhaps there's a plan in place just to see if Smith will get one in the air in that region. First one, he got it down well enough for a boundary. That looks pretty close, but Paul was not interested in it. Maybe just going down the leg side again. Maybe keeping a touch low. We saw quite a few deliveries keep low here at the Queen's Park Oval during the Under-19 World Cup. Remember, the venue has hosted several matches in the Under-19 World Cup. The last match would have been last Monday. The United Arab Emirates defeating Ireland in the plate finals here. Didn't stop it cleanly. They will get one. They should get two here. Is that Pumal, it looked like, who made the attempted diving stop? Let's hope he hasn't done any damage to his bowling hand. He will play a big part in this game. I'm sure you must have seen a lot of deliveries turn here at the Queen's Park Oval. And he'll be looking to find some of that turn later on today. Virasamy Pumal, in fact, it was. Oh, good delivery. Just beating Smith outside the off stump there. Just shaping away from him slightly and taken by Anthony Bramble. Mentioned the three slips in place. There's a backward point. Pumal at that mid-off position. Pestano, Clinton Pestano, has had some time here in Trinidad and Tobago playing club cricket. He's at the mid-on position. Square leg in place. Just a short square leg. Down the leg side again from Kimo Paul. And that'll end off the second over. At the end of it, just a boundary in it and the 2 runs. 6 without loss, Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's going to be Smith to continue here. Very difficult to tell the difference in terms of the pace, but I think, of course, Paul would be the faster of the two. 3 slips in place and a gully waiting for an edge. Just getting some movement here. That one speared down the leg side. Just left alone by this youngster. Kimani Melius trying to build a career here. It's one that is highly thought of in St. Lucia, and a lot of talk about him perhaps going on to make the West Indies team. He hasn't produced the runs just yet, but I'm sure he'll be hoping that he will do so in this particular season. Nice stop there by the keeper. That was traveling. May have come off the hip, and that would have gone down towards the boundary, but well stopped there by Bramble. And the slips coming across and just giving their congratulations to him. Not a good start to this second over here from Smith. 2 balls already speared down the leg side. Also a lot of talk about Smith and his future. If he can make it at the highest level, this will be an important season for him to make those claims. Well taken again by the keeper, but that one again losing his radar down the leg side. 3 deliveries down the leg side already. So he's getting some movement here. Just has to start it outside the off stump if he is to trouble the youngster Melius, who's very, very cognizant of the fact that the bowler is getting some shape here off the seam. Mentioned Guyana's 11 titles. Also, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are the only team of the 6 original teams in this competition never to have won this title. However, there were some players of the Windward Islands team that would have won the title as part of the combined islands back in 1980-81. Not a good shot there by Melius outside the off stump this time from Smith. But he immediately rehearses what he should have done, which was to let it go outside the off stump. Wonder if you can remember some of the names of the players from that Windward Islands team, from the Windward Islands that is, to have won the title with the combined islands back in 1980-81. Give you a moment to remember. put some effort into that, but too far outside the leg stump to trouble the batsman. And Melius dealt with it very well, just stepping inside the line, allowed it to go. He initially had some thoughts about attacking it, and he may have gotten something out of it if he had gotten any sort of contact. There's a fine leg in place, but a lot of space on the leg side for him to exploit. Tell you after this ball who those players are, in case you don't remember. More movement at the end of the over. 6 without loss. Another maiden here from Smith. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 6 without loss. Second over coming up for Kimo Paul. Just looking around, he's bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Again down the leg side, and the Guyana bowlers just struggling there with their lines early here. Just to mention our conversation that we started in the last over, who are those players from the Windward Islands that would have won the title as part of that combined islands team? By my estimation, Lance John would have been one of them. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Irvin Shillingford from Dominica. Winston Davis from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course. And Ignatius Cadet from St. Lucia. That's the foursome that would have been part of that team. They want a change here. I think Kimo Paul wants to have a change here, and he's calling over Leon Johnson, the captain for the Guyana team. Just discussing a little bit of strategy here. Is there going to be a change in the field coming up? Devon Smith dealing well with the delivery, shaping down the leg side. They obviously have some sort of a plan here, because Chandapal, that's Tejanarayan Chandapal, is in front of square on the leg side. He's not quite all the way back to the umpire. And Pivirasamy Pamal, the left-hander, of course, he is at that short fine leg position, almost like a leg gully in a sense. Again, going down the leg side, and well taken by Bramble, who's been in the wars early here. His teammates might have to contribute to his cleaning bill. That's already about the 4th take he's had to make, sprawling away to his right down the leg side from these bowlers. And the Guyana team have gone with, of course, the 2 fast bowlers in Kimo Paul and Niall Smith. They also have in their ranks one of the best bowlers in the West Indies over the past few seasons. Nicely driven there by Smith, but Kimo Paul stopped well in his follow-through. Clinton Pestano picks up. There's Virasamy Pamal with the ball in his hand. And we'll see a lot of that in this game. Pamal, the outstanding bowler in the team. 544 first-class wickets for the 32-year-old. And also the young and upcoming Gudakesh Moti, who's played at 29 games already, and he's already gone past 100 wickets. Smith just leaves that one alone. 2 balls to go in the over, so they're definitely working on a plan here, Guyana. But for the moment, Devon Smith has been equal to it. His 2 fielders waiting for him on the leg side. It's only been 1 ball really outside the off stump, and now Smith is making an adjustment here. Senses that there is something of a trap, and looks like he's gone for a, at least from my vantage point, looks like a middle and leg. May have started out on middle, so just adjusting here. And the bowler also deciding to come over the wicket to him. Yeah, looks like middle and leg that he's shifted to in terms of his defense, Devon Smith. Again on the line of the leg stump. Nice stop there by Pamal. What a wonderful morning it is here at the Queen's Park Oval. Little rain in Trinidad and Tobago over the last few weeks, and it's been very good for the cricket during the Under-19 World Cup. Just one game, there were serious interruptions in Trinidad for the Under-19 World Cup, but largely untroubled by the elements. So we're very much into the dry season here. It's just going to get one here. Nice tumbling stop by Clinton Pestano. That'll bring our end to the fourth over. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 8 without loss after being asked to bat first. Now Smith is going to change his tack here. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Devon Smith for the first time today. So he's decided to come round the wicket to Devon Smith. And they stay with the 3 slips. And is there going to be a gully also? It looks like there is going to be a gully. Johnston at first slips. Slewett slip. There's a gully in place. Backward point here for Smith. Backward square leg and a fine leg as well, a mid-on and mid-off. Should get runs here, and he does. Slight misfield at the gully position. But diving stop there. It was a difficult take. Ball just dropping in front of him. And that is another run to Smith. He's up to 8. Melius is still not off the mark here. So perhaps a little bit of pressure building on the youngsters. Faced 12 deliveries already without scoring. Smith is going to score at will here. That's what he does. And Guyana will be cognizant that they need to get him early. No ball. So early no ball here for Niall Smith. Just has a quick word with the umpire. Umpire Joel Wilson operating at the northern end from Trinidad and Tobago. So he has umpired here many times, and he's done all sorts of games here. He's done, of course, matches at the test level. Change in the field here for young Melius, and actually maybe just a change in personnel. Fielder going down to that fine leg position, and Pestano, who is down at fine leg on the boundary, has now come up to mid-on. Another one down the leg side. Just a lot of shape here from Smith, but he's hasn't got the radar going outside the off stump and just sparing. That's where he wants to be, but he's just dropping it along the line of the leg stump and the movement taking it down the leg side here. Of course, 2 outstanding coaches in action here today. Eson Crandon for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and he has led his team to 5 consecutive titles between 2015 and 2019. And Shirley Clark, who is newly in for the Windwards. Good delivery there from Smith. That's more like what he wants to do. Melius equal to it. Shirley Clark, the former Barbadian cricketer, 12 first class and 5 list A games for Barbados. Also played for the combined campuses and colleges. Level 3 coach he is, and his son is Kyle Mayers. Of course, Kyle would have brought tears to his father's eyes last year when he scored that 210 not out against Bangladesh. Record-breaking performance for him in bringing that outstanding win for the West Indies. Overcompensating this time, Smith. And the anniversary of that outstanding win by the West Indies in the first test against Bangladesh in 2021, just 2 days ago, I believe. So he still has some good memories of it. Of course, Shirley Clark in here for the first time as the Windward Islands Volcanoes coach. And he was interviewed yesterday about it, and he said that it wouldn't be a difficult task for him to integrate a team which is composed of players from different countries, because he's done that as captain of different teams. Gets a touch on that. That's going to go to the boundary. The fielder is going to make up the ground well. And Melius was looking for 2 here, but he'll stay for 1. And he's finally off the mark. On his 17th ball, Kimani Melius finally off the mark. Devon Smith will face once again. And Shirley Clark, one of the upcoming coaches, he was the captain of the combined campuses and colleges at one time, and also was a West Indies under-19 captain. So he spoke about that as being, will work for him in terms of integrating a team which is made up of people from different countries and different backgrounds. Another good testing delivery to end off the over. That is the end of 3 overs for Niall Smith. None for 2 for him. Windward Islands Volcanoes are 10 without loss. Kimo Paul's going to continue now, his 3rd over of the morning. It's going to be very hot today again. Temperatures predicted just to about 32 degrees Celsius, so you would want to see these bowlers restricted to maybe about 5 over spells. Kimo Paul in his 3rd now. Just trying to spear it in at that leg stump line, and they're persisting with this plan here of bowling, attacking the leg stump here of Devon Smith. They do have, just to remind you, the protection on the leg side, that shortish fine leg, and Tej Chandapal at now is short at a mid-wicket position, almost like a catching position in one-day cricket. So those two waiting for that errant flick from the bat of Devon Smith. Oh, almost played that on. That was a good delivery. He hasn't brought too many on the off stump. He did that time, and Smith was a little uncertain there. A few of the Guyana players still have their hands on their heads. They obviously know the plan very well for Smith, and he's been equal to it so far. Isan Crandon, the Guyana Harpy Eagles coach, was talking about in December about getting his players to get into the mentality in tune with red ball cricket once again. Well left there by Smith. Several of these players, because there hasn't been much cricket domestically for them, and as well as internationally, several of these players have only been playing white ball cricket. And Crandon told one of the news agencies in Guyana that a lot of these guys have been playing cricket in the US, white ball cricket that is, and he was calling on them to get back in the groove, to tighten up their techniques, and to try to construct a very good game plan here for the red ball. He's gone for the big shot there this time, and coming off the pad here. So you can sense that Chemo Paul is getting under the skin of Devon Smith. He's vastly experienced, Smith, as we've told you already, 217 first-class matches, 3800s, 63 50s. But he's not getting the ball away as he can here. And this line of attack here from Guyana is troubling him at the moment. Hasn't borne fruit yet. Well, he's got that one away very well. He's very strong in that position and cuts that away for 4. Not a great ball by Chemo Paul, but Smith equal to it and cutting it away, getting an easy boundary. "14 without loss, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Devon Smith up to 12. Just a correction there. Doesn't seem as Melius is off the mark yet. Oh, is that close here? Big appeal, but nothing doing from umpire Nigel Duguid. He says it is not out. Over comes to an end. Excitement at the end of the over here. Smith is not 100% comfortable with this line of attack, but Windward Islands Volcanoes 14 without loss at the end of the over. Well, we're going to see a change in bowling here early for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Niall Smith is off the attack after those 3 overs. And they're going to bring in Clinton Pestano here, 29-year-old, who I mentioned has played some cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago at club level. And he's taken 23 wickets in his 29 matches. So 4 for 31 is best in an innings. Just averages around 30.26 or so in terms of his career. And Pestano, there or thereabouts in terms of his wickets. He takes a wicket just about 53 every 53 balls or so. Let's see what he has to offer. Told that he is a right-arm medium pacer. And they're still being very attacking here, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Leon Johnson, their captain. 3 slips and a gully in place here for the new bowler, Clinton Pestano. Well, he starts off with a bouncer here. That surprised Melius. And did that come off the helmet? I think he's taken the helmet off quickly here. And yes, they are calling on the medical staff to have a look at him. And the youngster has been hit on the helmet here. A surprise first delivery. Doesn't look like he has a lot of pace, Clinton Pestano. He just ambles in. But that one was short, and it really surprised Melius. And I think that's taken him on the side of the helmet here. And according to the new rules in international cricket, there must be the mandatory concussion test. And that's what they're doing right now. So they're just going to go through that right now. So there'll be a brief stay in play here. And they're just going to do the concussion check. And, of course, they at under 19 level, they changed the helmet. See if what happens here. It didn't seem that he took it full or flush on the helmet. Just a glancing blow. Seems to be okay, Kimani Melius. Let's see what happens here in terms of the concussion check. And the medical staff just having a quick look Just having a quick talk with him also, just to make sure that he's okay. Asking him all the questions. Yeah, so that's what's happening right now. They're just doing the concussion check just to make sure that Kimani Melius is fine and able to continue here. So, looks to be okay. He didn't drop his bat. He didn't fall to the ground. Nothing like that happened. So he looks to be fine. And physiotherapist for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, Mario Christopher. Looks like he will be continuing here. Well, he is walking off, so I'm not sure if he is going to continue. They're also taking the helmet off with him, so I think Kimani Melius is going to possibly retire hurt here. Yes, he is going to be replaced, so Kimani Melius is going to retire hurt here. A surprising delivery that really reared on the batsman and hit him on the helmet. And the 21-year-old is going to head off now. So, it's a change in the game here already. It's not a wicket down, but it's a change, and a new batsman is going to come out. So Melius, who labored a bit for those 19 deliveries, is going to be heading off the field here. 6.1 overs gone. And it's going to be a new batsman. We'll identify him for you in a moment. I was told, given the batting lineup here, so I'll tell you in a minute here who it is. But that is a big blow here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes as Melius is off the field. So it looks like it is going to be the captain, Hodge, who's come in. So it's Hodge who will continue here. I'm sure that he wasn't expecting to come in at this point, but when you're the number 3 batsman, you have to expect anything to be able to adjust to the conditions here. So he will be wary of that short delivery from Pestano, who doesn't look like the fastest bowler. Certainly did surprise Melius. Now Hodge has asked Pestano to head back. Sure, he wouldn't be too pleased with that. Now Hodge, one of appointed captain for the season, 40 matches for him. And he should go past 2,000 runs sometime in this season, 1,890, just averaging above 28. Another short delivery here, and Hodge sways out a line there. I think the surprise element, if anything, would have gotten Melius there. Hit him on the helmet, and they've decided to go the safe route here. Of course, when you're dealing with youngsters, they want to carry on. They don't want to come off. But I think the better decision has been made here that just to get off, get some perspective off the field. And the captain in here to join Devon Smith. That one shaping away from the batsman. Thought about playing at that, but 3 slips and a gully in place here for Pestano. And after that loss of Melius here to his retired hurt for the moment, it's an interesting time here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Another one going down the leg side. We've seen quite a few of those already today. The Guyana bowlers just struggling a bit to cope with the movement that's on offer here at the Queen's Park Oval. The ICC back in July 2019 allowed the use of concussion replacements. Again, down the leg side here from Pestano. And from 1st of August 2019, substitutes had to be a like-for-like replacement and approved by the match referee. And the first concussion substitute, of course, would have come in the Ashes series 2019. Steve Smith was substituted. He was batting on 80 at the time. And he was floored by a bouncer from the England paceman Jofra Archer. He was replaced by Marnus Labuschagne, and what a moment that was. Labuschagne has gone on from then. End of the over. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 14 without loss. So remind you that Kimani Melius is retired hurt without scoring. Hodge is in with Devon Smith. And it's a good time to say hello and welcome to our, shall I say, the seasoned commentator, Colin Murray. Colin, nice to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Vidya. Yes, we haven't, I think the last time I saw you with CPL.
2020.
Yeah, boy, time flies, doesn't it? Waits and no one to see.
It certainly doesn't.
Well, the Guyanese have, one would have to say, they've started well because they've been able to limit the scoring. And not only that, Melius is back in the pavilion. And Kimo Paul, who's had 3 overs, none for 12, he's back in the attack from that Brandlara pavilion end. Beautiful conditions for cricket. Nice sunny conditions. And the pitch is playing well. I think the ball is coming onto the bat nicely. And the ball from Pestano that hit Melius in the helmet, I think it was unexpected because Pestano looks very ordinary running up. And it came onto the batsman quicker than he anticipated. It's a good delivery from Paul. You can see the little bit of in-swing to Devon Smith as we talk about seasoned campaigners. Well, he's more seasoned than anyone else, Devon Smith. It's on 12. And every year you think, well, this is Devon Smith's last year. And he defies the odds and comes back and scores a lot of runs in regional cricket. Not a big attacking feel at the moment, just the 2 slips and a gully. And everybody else saving a single except for the man at fine leg. It's another good delivery from Kimo Paul. He's getting that ball to come back at the left-hander. And you could see Devon Smith looking maybe for that expansive drive to delivery pitched up to him, but it ducks back into him. And he covers up nicely, plays with bat and pad close together, pushes it back up along the track. So 14 without loss. So Devon Smith, they're going to come back for the second. No, in the end, Hodge decides against it. So single for Devon Smith, 15 for none now, and it takes him to 13. Windward Islands, of course, winning the toss and opting to take first strike. On good conditions, you would expect that. May have had a little bit of moisture in the pitch, but it doesn't seem to have that tinge of green that would suggest that there's moisture in it. It looks hard, flat, a good pitch for batting. And the ball is coming on nicely to the bat. Kimo Paul has come out of favour a little bit with the West Indies selectors. This delivery is turned nicely by Hodge, but is protection on that fine leg boundary. Pestano is the man down there. And Hodge is off the mark with that single. So 16 without loss. And it's so important, the right-hand, left-hand combination. Because you could see right away, Paul bowling to the right-handed Hodge lost his line slightly and angled it going down the leg side. And Hodge was able to just turn it fine. He was certainly looking for the boundary. But because of the protection at fine leg, he only got the single. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a wonderful shot from Devon Smith. A delivery this time, pitching maybe middle and leg and coming into him. He was able to whip that delivery past the mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely looking shot from Devon Smith. And Kimo Paul just losing his line. He's been bowling that in-swinger to Devon Smith, but he's been starting maybe just outside the line of the off stump. This one started middle and leg, and as it came into Devon Smith, gave him the opportunity to whip that one off the pads down to the boundary. A good looking shot from Devon Smith. He's on 17. He's looking comfortable. He's faced 25 deliveries. It's 20 for none. The Windward Islands Volcanoes having opted to take first strike. Clinton Pestano is going to continue. Bad line again outside the line of that leg stump. Not what Captain Leon Johnson would want. He would want, with 2 slips and a gully, he would want Pestano to be just on or around the off stump to Hodge. But it was short, and it was not a good delivery. And he's got away with it because Hodge was only able to get a single from that. So Hodge is on 2. It's 21 without loss. As Pestano opting to go around the wicket to the left-handed Devon Smith. The third slip comes out, and he's going to go to a point. So a 6-3 field, 6 men on the off, 3 on the on, 2 slips and a gully. And that gully is very, very square indeed. As Pestano. It's well played again by Devon Smith. Pestano is he's quicker than he looks. He's got almost a lazy type run-up, not showing much energy in terms of his approach to the wicket, but using all shoulders. Very muscular guy, not very tall, but pretty broad. Is Pestano, Clinton Pestano. First saw him a couple of years ago, and had a lot of promise. That's a good delivery angled into Smith. I think Smith was looking for this one, anticipating it to swing away from him, but came back in with the angle of Pestano's delivery. And in the end, luckily he got bat and pad very close together, the Devon Smith, and was able to pick up a single. So the field changes over for the right-hander. 3 slips this time for Hodge. Of course, Hodge just faced 7 deliveries thus far. Another good delivery, just back of a length, and Hodge can't do very much with it. But he's the captain of the Volcanoes, Kavim Hodge. He's had some 40 first-class matches before today, averaging just about 28.6, and he would be a little disappointed with that average. Would think he's a better player than a 28.6. That's a little too wide. A lot of movement from Pestano. Could see that ball swinging away from the right-hander. And obviously with 3 slips in position, he's looking for Hodge to maybe go after him, looking for that drive and possibly picking up an outside edge. But that was too wide of the off stump. Wayward delivery from Pestano. Again, this one, but now an appeal goes up. But to me, that seemed to flick the top of the pad from Hodge as he was getting out of the way. The delivery angled across the right-hander. But again, if you're going to do that, you need to start somewhere off stump. That one started maybe just about middle and leg. And had some pace in it. And again, Hodge was just letting it go down the leg side, and it clipped the top of the pad on the way through. An appeal went up only from the slip region, because they obviously were blinded by Hodge when he was trying to play, and they heard the noise, but that was all it was, a noise. 22 for none. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, having won the toss and decided to take first strike in really good conditions, as the relator would have sung many, many years ago, a lovely day for cricket. gentle breeze and blue skies. I think that's the words, but so long ago, I myself can't remember all the words to it. I just remember as well that the West Indies couldn't out Gavaskar at all. That was Sunil Gavaskar's introduction into international cricket, and what an introduction that was. The big question is, can the regional series find any Sunil Gavaskars and make themselves a hero for West Indies cricket, especially at the test match level, because this is where you're going to look for your budding test cricketers coming through the 4-day regional game. So it's a change in bowling. Kimo Paul has come out of the attack, and Nal Smith has now changed ends and is operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Oh, he doesn't start well at all. Just outside the line of the left-hander's leg stump, and Smith just tickled it very fine. And there is a man at fine leg, but he couldn't get around in time. And that's 4 good-looking runs for Devon Smith, but badly lined by Smith. If you're going to bowl to the left-hander, especially if you're going to look to bring that ball back into him, you've got to start it somewhere off stump. That one was lined on the leg stump. And Smith really had 4 easy runs. He's on 22. It's 26 for none. Another short delivery. And Smith getting up on one leg, a la Gordon Greenwich, and playing it down to the boundary for 4 runs. Another good shot from Devon Smith, but really and truly a poor ball from Niall Smith. Skipper Leon Johnson, standing at full slip, certainly would not be happy with that delivery. It was a poorly lined delivery. Not only was it lined badly, but it was somewhere halfway up the pitch, and it got the treatment it deserved. So Devon Smith looking very, very confident in this, his first innings in the 2022 CWI 4-day regional tournament. And yet again, he's looking comfortable. Ball is coming onto the bat nicely. The pitch is playing well. That's outside the line of the off stump. So he's really mixing it up. He's starting some wide of the off stump, some going down the leg side. Needs to be consistent. And I think if you look at a lot of the bowlers in the regional tournament, the captains, they're begging for that some sort of consistency in line and length more than anything else. I think when you and one does not want to go back in time, but when you think of the Kirtley, and it's unfair maybe to compare Niall Smith with Kirtley Ambrose and Courtney Walsh. This one leaving Devon Smith. You could see that ball pitching and just hitting the seam and cutting away from him. But the thing with the Ambroses and the Walshes of this world, what they had more than anything else was their consistent line and length. If you could have drawn a pitch map of the 6 deliveries, you would see the ball mostly in the same type of spot. And I think that is what the captains in the regional teams are crying out for, a little bit more consistency from their bowlers. That's a much better delivery, angled into the left hand. And you could see Devon Smith just covering her up, trying to get it behind the line of the delivery. And it just came off a thickish outside edge. Luckily for him, it was all along the ground. So he remains on 26. It's been a good start. Young Melius, Kimani Melius, was hit in the helmet from the very first delivery he faced from Pestano. They hadn't yet got off the mark and has been retired. Now, we're not too sure of his position. He had to come off the field because he was hit in the helmet. This is outside the line of the leg stump, and a wayward delivery again from Smith. So he's all over the place at this point in time. Some outside the line of the off stump, some outside the line of the leg stump. And he's just not being consistent. So the end of his over, he's now bowled 4 overs, none for 10. And it's 30 for none. The Volcanoes, as they continue to battle on here, A good start on their part, as Pestano is going to continue. Of course, we haven't seen any spinners yet. It's been Kimo Paul, Clinton Pestano, and Niall Smith have operated. I think the Ghanese Harpy Eagles, Ghana Harpy Eagles, they will be a little disappointed that they have not been able to actually pick up an early wicket. There is Hodge facing up to Pestano. Again, just getting on the front foot and angling that ball out towards a point position. There's still 3 slips in a gully. Little wider of that off stump from Pestano, tempting Kavim Hodge, the skipper, to maybe just go after him. But the idea was good from Pestano, maybe just a little too wide of the off stump. He needs to get closer to that off stump if he's going to tempt Hodge into the drive, because he is moving the ball slightly away from the right-hander. But his line is what is in question. Needs to get closer to that off stump. Again, shorter, quicker delivery, but well left by Hodge. So Kavim Hodge playing himself in, not perturbed at the moment. He seems very much very confident. He's very experienced, is Kavim Hodge. Of course, 28 years of age. 28 years of age, and continues to be a good servant for Windward Islands cricket. There goes Pestano again, wide of that off stump. So the Volcanoes 11, Kavim Hodge, Kieron Kotoy, Devon Smith, Preston McSween, Dennis Smith, Kimani Melius, Alec Athenaeze, Kenneth Temba, Larry Edwards, Shimon Lewis, and Ryan John. That's a much better delivery from Pestano, lined on the middle and off. And Hodge forward in defense, looking very, very comfortable. Of course, the head coach of the Ghana, let's see, the Ghana Harpy Eagles. This one is pulled. That's a wonderful shot. It was short, it stood up there, and it asked to be hit behind square, and Hodge obliged. A beautiful shot on his part. He hit it beautifully, and the ball went just backward of square. Wonderful looking shot, but not a good delivery. Again from Pestano, it was far too short, and it gave Hodge enough time to just get onto that back foot swivel, and he stroked it majestically behind square down to the boundary for 4. A good looking shot. He goes to 6, 34 for none. And yes, I was just saying about the team, the Volcanoes, the 11, with their coach Shirley Clark, assistant coach John Eugene. Remember John Eugene playing for many years for the Volcanoes. And whereas the Ghana Harpy Eagles, they will give you their team list in a minute. Here is Smith to Smith, but it's Niall Smith to Devon Smith. And Niall Smith, of course, playing with the Ghana Harpy Eagles. And they're led by Leon Johnson. There's Kimo Paul, who's been promoted to vice captain. Chandapol Hemraj, Tejnarain Chandapol, Vishwal Singh, Anthony Bramble, Vimsami Pomol, Gudakesh Moti, Niall Smith, Clinton Pestano, and Shimron Hetmyer. It's going to be interesting when Hetmyer gets his turn. I think we're all looking forward to Hetmyer. This one, a delivery angled into the left-handed Smith. He's just pushing it out towards that forward square leg position. So yes, Shimron Hetmyer back in the 4-day setup. One would have thought he would have been on the plane to India in the ODI series that is going on now. But unfortunately, the West Indies selectors had other ideas, and he's looking to maybe make a breakthrough into the Test arena. Another good delivery angled into the left-hander. Can't do very much with it. The ODI going on at the moment, India, in their 50 overs, 237 for 9. And one would have felt that the West Indies might have been comfortable in getting to that 237, but it's proving to be a huge problem. The West Indies now batting at 137 for 6. So still 101 runs to get in only 14.3 overs. So it doesn't look good. Now that delivery going the other way, but pitching just too wide of the off stump, not coming back into Devon Smith. This one pitched and left him, taken by the keeper. Yes, so Akil Hussain at the moment is at the wicket together with Fabian Alleyne. Akil Hussain on 20, Fabian Alleyne is on 5. But again, the batting didn't come off. Hope with 27, Brandon King 18, Darren Bravo 1, Shamar Brooks 44, Nicholas Puran 9, Jason Holder 2. Again, a delivery too wide of that off stump, and Devon Smith is allowing it to go through. So patience here being shown by both Smith and Hodge. I think that's what you want to see more of with the batsmen in the 4-day tournament, where that they will just bat and bat and bat and bat. No type of scoreboard pressure in terms of number of overs as opposed to number of runs. That final delivery from Smith is just played out on the onside by Smith, and we're going to have the first water break of the morning at 34 without loss. Devon Smith is on 26, Hodge is on 6, and just to let you know that Kimani Melius, he was struck on the helmet by Clinton Pestano and had to retire hurt. And well, not so much retire hurt because, of course, with the new law in place in terms of when a player is hitting his helmet, they've got to go off, at least if the doctor advises. And the medical staff had come onto the field at the time, and Melius was advised to take his leave. So they haven't lost a wicket, and that's how, in case you're now joining us, how Hodges didn't open, came in at number 3, but how he's joined Devon Smith. Devon Smith is on 26, and he's batted well. He's batted with the usual panache in terms of playing every ball on its merit. He's been very circumspect in his approach, and when he puts away the bad ball, he's got some loose deliveries from the bowlers. He's got 1 or 2 deliveries that were short angled going down the leg side, and he took full advantage of those deliveries. But he's going to, I'm sure the Volcanoes would want him to continue and get a big one, because Devon Smith is no longer a young man, but keeps himself fit. You can look at him and you can see that he's very fit indeed. And because I tell you, the sun is out in all its glory. Normally you say when you have cricket at the Queen's Park Oval, the rain falls. But I tell you, there's absolutely, it's a day where, it's just blue skies about and fantastic day for cricket, as I kept saying. So the players are just refreshing themselves at the moment, and they certainly will have to do that. But it's been a good start from the Windward Islands volcanoes. So just going back to that scorecard with the West Indies in the second ODI. As I said, it's not looking good. Akil Hossain is still there on 25 together with Fabian Allen. But it's 142 now for 6. So it means there's Odin Smith to come, Alzari Joseph and Kemar Roach. But you're talking some 90, let's just get that calculation right. The target is 238, so 95 runs are needed from 13.4 overs. Not impossible at all. And with Hossain and Allen batting and Odin Smith to come and Alzari Joseph, it can be achieved. But of course, the Indian bowling attack is a really good attack when you look at Mohammad Siraj, Thakur, Krishna, Chahal, the leg spinner. Then there's Warrington Sundar, the off spinner. So they've got a pretty good attack, and it will take some getting by the West Indies. But we're just ready to resume here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's going to be Pestano. Oh, an appeal going. Me, I've got a little bit of an inside edge because it was the hands went up as if to an allowed appeal, but then all of a sudden it was just a little bit of a murmur. So Hodge seemed a little circumspect coming onto that front foot. Didn't seem too very confident on this occasion, and just pushed at it. Seemed to have may have got a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad. That's why you didn't. There was no raucous appeal by the fieldsman. That's well left by Hodge. The umpire just having a word with Pestano, maybe just running in the danger part of the pitch. Needs to run off. So Leon Johnson still having those 3 slips and a gully, and it's good to see that he's looking for that outside edge, that big drive from Hodge, or maybe the forward defensive push with a ball that could leave him take the outside edge. So it's good captaincy on his part, but not the bowling of Pestano, because that's too wide of the off stump. And Pestano is in his 4th over, and you would have to say he should have more control than he's exhibiting here, because he's getting that ball to swing away from the right-handed Hodge, but he's got to start it maybe just outside the line of the off stump in that corridor of uncertainty. But at the moment, he's far too wide of that off stump, and he's giving Hodge deliveries just to look at. And now he goes wide of the leg stump. You could see the action of Pestano changing, where he was looking to bowl that in-swinger. He did get it to in-swing, but it started wide of the leg stump, went further down the leg side. So he's just not getting his line right at the moment. Very economical. He's just had 3.4 overs, none for 6. But too many deliveries the batsmen are not playing at. That's a little better. Coming into him, you could see Hodge, but he slower delivery as well from Pestano, because Hodge had to wait on it. So we've coming to the end of the 13th over of the morning. It's good to see the 4-day regional tournament up and running again. That's a good shot. That's a wonderful shot. It was short. It was outside the line of the off stump. Didn't have no pace behind it. And Hodge got across nicely and opened the face of the bat. And he steered it beautifully past point. That's a wonderful looking shot from Hodge. He goes into double figures with that. He's on 10. It's the end of the over from Pestano. And that last delivery was really poor. It was short. It stood up. And Hodge gave it the treatment it deserved. 38 without loss. Wonderful looking shot. And both these batsmen are looking very comfortable at the moment. And you'll have to say that they're on top of the Guyana attack. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. Smith is going to continue. So we've not seen any spin thus far. So skipper Leon Johnson has decided to continue with the pace attack. But for Smith, just 2 slips and a gully. Whereas for Pestano, he was employing the 3 slips. Wrong the wicket, Niall Smith. Oh, that's another bad delivery. My word. Skipper Johnson could not be happy with what is happening at the moment. Because that was too far wide of that off stump. Ken had some movement when it hit the seam. But that's not going to trouble any batsman with any sort of ability. It's just going to allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper. Johnson himself is at first slip. Hetmeyer is at second slip. Another short delivery, and this time it was closer to Devon Smith, and all he had to do was to steer this one past the point position. Another poor delivery. This is not good bowling at all from the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They're taking complete toll on this poor bowling at the moment. It's too short. It's too wide of the off stump. And again, that one was slightly closer to Devon Smith. So he was able to open his arms. And all he did really was to guide that ball past the point down to the boundary for another boundary. He's on to 30 and looking very comfortable indeed. Oh, no. What a poor ball again. This is not good bowling whatsoever from Niall Smith. It was short. It was slow. There was nothing to that delivery. And again, all Devon Smith did was to stand there and guide it past the point position. Really, really atrocious bowling by Smith. He's got to get his line. I'm surprised Leon Johnson hasn't come out of the slip and have gone up to have a chat with him. Maybe he should go back over the wicket and aim for a middle stump, middle and leg, put the man at forward square leg towards a mid-wicket. But at the moment, he's got the 2 slips and a gully, but he's bowling far too short. .46 for none. Devon Smith has gone on to 34. He's only faced 43 deliveries. So he's picking up the boundaries. But it's not been good bowling at all by Smith. It's been rather loose. Operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Delivery outside that, you could see that delivery hitting the seam, moving away from Devon Smith. And Smith knows exactly where his off stump is and is allowing it to go through. So you see, just too wide of that off stump he is. And once it's pitched up and that wide, Smith is going to leave it all day long. It's the short deliveries that are wide that he's taking a toll on. In the meantime, Kimo Paul is warming up at mid-on. Maybe he might be back into the attack. Smith. Oh, that's much better. A delivery, it pitched and it straightened on Devon Smith. Smith was anticipating that ball coming back into him. That's probably the best delivery Smith has bowled for the morning. It pitched and didn't angle into him. It just straightened on Devon Smith, and he had to play at it and beat the outside edge and went through to the keeper. That's a wonderful delivery. Probably the best delivery Smith, certainly the best delivery he's bowled in that over. He's just completed his 6 overs, none for 18. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 46 for none. And just as I anticipated, Kimo Paul is going to be back into the attack. He was doing some little warm-up exercises at mid-on. And this time he's going to be operating from the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. And doesn't have the kind of pace as Pestano, so you would expect one slip would come out. And just as I suggested, Leon Johnson has gone back to the 2 slips and a gully. He's taken out the 3rd slip. Skimo Paul. That's a good delivery. Pitching just wide of the off stump. Needs to get it a little closer because Hodge left it alone. Did angle back into him. But was started just too wide of the off stump. Not a bad delivery from Kimo Paul to start his new spell. He's had 4 overs, none for 18. And he's going to get some, even in these conditions, you would expect Kimo Paul, he's going to get a little bit of swing. It's not very pacey, but he does swing the ball. Oh, that's it. That's the end of Hodge. Kimo Paul has come back and done the trick. A delivery pitched up to him just outside the line of the off stump, and Hodge had to play at it. And in so doing, it just left him, took the outside edge, went straight into the hands of Leon Johnson at slip. And Hodge goes for 10. And the Volcanoes, they lose their first wicket to some wonderful bowling by Kimo Paul, as I suggested. He is going to swing the ball, and in so doing, if he starts it just outside the line of the off stump, Hodge and the other batsmen will have to play at it. Hodge played at it. It swung at the last moment. Beautiful delivery. It took the outside edge and went straight into the hands of Leon Johnson at first slip. And the Volcanoes are now 46 for 1. Kavim Hodge, caught Johnson, bowled Paul for 10. Wonderful delivery from Kimo Paul. You could see the movement, that away swing that he gets all the time. And some would argue that maybe Hodge didn't have to play at it. I think he certainly had to, because it was just outside the line of that off stump. And Hodge got the outside edge. Nice, healthy edge. And comfortably taken just head high by Leon Johnson, because Hodge was just playing a defensive push at it rather than a full-blooded drive. Had it been a full-blooded drive, it certainly would have peeled off. It would have peeled off the outside edge and would have gone quicker to the first slip. So the new batsman is, I don't think it's Melius, it's yeah, it is Athenaeze. Yes, it's Alec Athenaeze. He is come in, so we've not seen Melius, and who knows? We'll have to wait and wait. But Kimo Paul has gone around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, he's looking to square drive the first delivery. I'm not too sure if he got the edge. Bramble didn't take it. It's gone down towards third man. Let's see. Let's wait. And it's buys. But Athenaeze not having a look to see the bounce and the pace of this pitch. He went after Kimo Paul. The first delivery short. It was lifting. And there was Athenaeze looking to square drive. And luckily for him, it beat the outside edge. It also beat keeper Bramble because he wasn't able to hold on to it. And it's gone for 2 buys. So Devon Smith, he's gone down to have a word with Athenaeze, and so he should. Because it's not the type of shot you would expect from a batsman facing his first delivery. This delivery angled into Athenaeze. He handles it much better, plays it down towards the fine leg position. And they'll pick up a single. So Kimo Paul angling it into the left-hander. He would probably just want to maybe angle it into him and let it straighten after that, cut away from the left-hander. But that one, you could see it just angled into him, and all Athenaeze could have done was to just help it on its way towards the fine leg position. As Devon Smith on 34, back in strike. That's a good delivery again from Kimo Paul, angling it into the left-hander. And umpire has a word with him, maybe just trying to remove some loose turf. So 6 men on the offside for Kimo Paul. And as I was saying, Kimo Paul must have been disappointed that he was not part of the one-day setup for the West Indies. Another good delivery, good line, good length, and just not much swing, but angling the delivery into the left-handed Devon Smith. And again, he just covers up, pushes it back up along the track. What I like about Devon Smith thus far is the patience he's showing in his innings. You know, he's just waiting for the loose delivery, anything that is pitched up to him on a good line, good length. He's treating it with the respect it deserves. And anything that is short, he's not treating it with respect whatsoever, and he's putting it away to the boundary. It's been a good innings from him thus far, from the veteran, and well worth his 34 that he's on. Smith is going to continue, and I'm a little surprised at this, because Niall Smith has not bowled very well in the last couple of overs. And we see now 3 slips are being put in place, but of course for the new batsman, Alec Athenaeze. So they're certainly looking to attack him. But it means that Niall Smith has got to put that ball somewhere just on or around the off stump. That's much better. Delivery probably just hitting the seam and deviating away from the left-hander. I suppose, again, if you had to fault Niall Smith, you would think that he needs to start a little closer onto that off stump. Make the new batsman play. Because as a batsman, it's always good when you can get the pace and bounce of a pitch if a bowler is going to bowl you wide of that off stump. Athenaeze, the left-hander. So 2 left-handers now at the crease. Fuller length delivery there, and that gave Athenaeze no problem, because he was just pushing it out, getting the feel of the ball onto the bat. Ball coming off the middle of the bat. Couldn't beat the man at mid-off in Versamy Pumal. Yet to see him into the attack, and we would expect that both Pumal and Moti would have quite a lot of bowling to do on this track. It looks certainly batting friendly at the moment. And that's a delivery that Athenaeze seemed a little circumspect. Wasn't sure if it's going to pitch and leave him. And what he did well was to cover up, got bat and pad close together, and then just allow the ball to come on to him and opening the face of the bat. So yes, we would expect to see Versamy Pumal and Gudakesh Moti come into the attack, and they would have a lot of bowling to do. There's also Hemraj. He's going to bowl maybe some left-arm orthodox. So they've got a lot of left-arm orthodox spinners. Not seeing any off-spinners. Here is Smith again. Athenaeze allowing it to go through. So the variety, I think if you've got to look at one thing with the Guyana bowling attack, it's not much variety in the attack, because you've got Pumal, you've got Moti, you've got Hemraj, all left-arm orthodox spinners. So you've maybe they're just missing, and which West Indies cricket is crying out for, maybe some good leg spinners, maybe good back-of-the-arm spinners. Somebody was mentioning to me yesterday or day before, where is the Inchanali's of this world? They go through for an easy single in the end. That's a good running on the part of the two batsmen, good understanding. Not much calling, just a nod of the head. And they went through for it. So the 50 is up for the Volcanoes. They're now 50 for 1. Smith is on 34. He's going to take strike. So just going back to that, we have all the back of the hand spinners, left arm wrist spinners gone. Where are the leg spinners? You look throughout world cricket now, and there's a lot of leg spinners, and they're making their mark, not only at Test cricket level, but they're making their mark at the white ball version of the game, both in the ODIs and in the T20. So they've taken out the third slip for Smith. He's gone towards a cover. Too wide of the off stump. Smith is going to leave that all day long and goes through. It's the end of the over. It's the end of the over from Niall Smith. He's completed 7 overs, none for 19. I'm sure we're going to see Kimo Paul continuing from this, the media center end, the Jerry Gomez media center end, or Willie Rodriguez end. And Kimo Paul is going to continue. He's had 5 overs. He's taken the only wicket thus far to fall, that of the skipper, Kavim Hodge, who went caught by his opposite number, Leon Johnson, at full slip for 10. And the score at the time was 46 for 1. Remember, young Melius, Kimani Melius, had to go off after being struck on the helmet by Clinton Pestano. Short delivery that he was looking to hook, came on to him quicker than he anticipated, and the ball had struck the helmet before he was through with the shot. So he's in the pavilion. Let's hope that he's all right, and just the precautionary measure of concussion that now is worldwide. When somebody is hit, even at football level, that's a delivery angled in to Athenaeze. Looked comfortable playing that. Yes, even at football level now, when there's a clash of heads and a player is concussed, they can replace him, and it's with a substitute, and it's not counted as a no automatic substitution. So the team has an extra substitution because of the concussion. They go through for a quick single, and Pestano doesn't field it cleanly, but luckily for him, it doesn't go too far beyond him and limits the scoring just to that single. So Paul taking the ball up to the left-hander, just angling it into him more than swing. You can see you can see the angle of the delivery into the left-hander, and Athenaeze handled it well because he was on the front foot, and suppose the only fault with the shot is that he was trying to get it a little wider to the mid-on position, but he was still able to get a single. This has been a good knock from Devon Smith. There we see him again, leaving a delivery just outside the line of the off-stump. Excellent judgment on his part, because he could so easily be tempted, especially when you've got 34 behind your name. You've been batting for an hour and a half. You know the conditions in terms of the bounce of the pitch, in terms of the pace of the pitch. And sometimes you get a little bit overconfident and you go after those type of deliveries that are just outside the line of the off stump, and give him credit. He's allowing it to go through to the keeper. This one, he flicks it beautifully. That's a good shot because it was angled into him, and he just went with the angle of the delivery, and he just flicked it beautifully down to fine leg. Ball coming off the middle of the bat. And he picks up another single. So he is really batting well, Devon Smith. He's worth the 35 he runs. The 35 runs he has, certainly worth it. He's looking good. Looking ominous for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because when you think of Devon Smith in the past, when he gets to 30, 35, tends to go on. A little too wide of the off stump. That's well left by Athenaeze. So he seems to have settled now after the first delivery that he faced that was just short of a leg, that he went for the square cut. Luckily he didn't get the edge. But he's settled down nicely after that, and he's playing each ball on its merit. And I think that's what the West Indians fans want to see now from the West Indies cricketers, especially in the longer version of the game. Patience. Just bat for long. You've got no scoreboard pressure. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a beauty. It runs in it for him. It's not going to get to the boundary, but it was all timing on the part of Athenaeze. Didn't play that big drive. He was just on the front foot, and he pushed it beautifully to the right of mid-off, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. So he goes to 5. And Devon Smith is on 35. It's 54 for 1. Vidya Ramphal is getting all ready. He's got his water. He's got a flask. I'm not too sure what is in that flask. I hope it's coffee or something of that nature, and nothing else.
It certainly is, Colin. Thank you very much.
Well, Vidya, you're going to take over here now, maybe until lunch. It's 54 for 1. I was just commenting how great Devon Smith is batting at the moment. He's on 35 and looking pretty ominous for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, certainly Devon Smith, as we've seen 38 times already in this competition, has gotten hundreds, but he's looking for sure that he wants to pile up number 39 here. Let's hope we don't put the curse on him, the commentator's curse, as he's ready to face up to the new over. We'll get an easy single. Just a measure of how long Devon Smith has been playing. Back in 2008 here at the Queen's Park Oval, he brought home a match for the West Indies. That's a test match against Sri Lanka. The man batting at the other end was Shivnarine Chanderpaul, who was on 85 at the time. Chanderpaul's son is playing in this match. That just shows you how long he's been around in this game, Devon Smith. And I was here in the Oval, sitting in the Trini Posse stand, the only time I was ever in there. And it was a celebration, I'll tell you. Down the leg side again, Alec Athenaeze, young exciting batsman for the Windward Islands, top scorer for the West Indies at the 2018 ICC Under-19 World Cup, got 418 runs. He and Keegan Simmons, who is in the TNT squad for the first game. Simmons would have gotten 319 runs. So another one of the young, exciting players to graduate out of that West Indies Under-19 team. Bit of a mix-up. And tell you what, it would have been close if he had gotten in there. But Athenaeze was interested in the single, but well backed up by Tejnarine Chanderpaul. So quite a few of the players on display here today have been graduates of the West Indies Under-19 program. Windward Islands resisted the temptation to give debuts to 2 of them. Akeem Ogiste, who was the West Indies Under-19 captain at the recently concluded 2022 tournament. He is in the squad today. Nice on drive there by Athenaeze. We'll pick up 1, possibly 2 here. We'll get 2. Ogiste, who suffered COVID-19 during the Under-19 World Cup, just played the first game and the last game. And he is on the squad, but he's not playing in the playing 11 today. Teddy Bishop got 100 against Zimbabwe in that final game with Diego Martin just last Monday. He is, again, left out, but another very promising player for the West Indies. And for Guyana, Tevin Imlash, who's not playing today. He was left out of this one. And so quite a few of the Under-19 players from those past World Cups just about breaking through or just starting to emerge here. And certainly they have benefited greatly from playing in those Under-19 competitions. Pleasant looking on drive, but easily fielded. Over comes to an end. 18 overs gone in the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings, 57 for 1. Here at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 57 for 1. It's the opening day of the 2022 West Indies Championships. Tournament resumes after a 2-year break due to the COVID-19 pandemic. No tournament last year, so great to see the players back. And also for Trinidad and Tobago, it's been quite a while outside of the Under-19 World Cup. No cricket here in the islands since 2020, so great to see cricket back, and great to hear the sound of leather on willow, as they say. Kemo Paul's going to continue here. They could push for 2 here, Devon Smith, but he decides to go against it. And there's a big gap in that offside. There is a mid-off in place, but cover was out on the boundary. So now they've decided to put the cover position back in. So that's going to plug that gap at least, but still a big gap between cover point and mid-off for the left-handers to aim at. So encouraging them to drive here. Kemo Paul has gotten a few balls to swing away from the right-hander, but with the 2 left-handers on display, he's been operating round the wicket. Now he decides to go over the wicket here. Swinging in again, and that one going down the leg side. Stifled appeal from the bowler and from the fielder, but that one clearly heading down the leg side. So 2 good young batsmen, well, 1 good young batsman, 1 very good veteran batsman in Devon Smith, 37 of 52 he has already. Let's update you on some of the scores from around the region. Down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba here in Trinidad. Jamaica 53 for 1. 52 for 1 make that. Nice shot. That could run away here. Just go close to the boundary, and that's going to run over. So that is a good shot again for 4. And Devon Smith continues to motor along here. He's looking very good. Very, very ominous here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Actually, I think that was Athenaeze who hit that one. Athenaeze, the other left-hander out there right now. And hit that very well. Beautifully played indeed for him for 4. So 53 for 1, Jamaica, after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And their 2 not-out batsmen, Campbell 17 and Blackwood on 26. Another good delivery here from Paul. That one was steaming back in from outside the off stump, homing in on that off stump, but well handled by Alec Athenaeze. Across in Barbados at Kensington Oval, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were put into bat by Barbados, and they've made a good start, 64 for 1 in that. Kieran Powell on 39, Casey Carthy on 16, and the batsman to go already, Monson Hodge. He's been dismissed. Nice looking shot, but we'll get to the fielder. It's a nice tumbling stop there by Niall Smith. And curiously, the only 2 batsmen dismissed in the competition this morning both have the last name Hodge. So wouldn't advise any team send out any batsman named Hodge at the moment. Monson Hodge dismissed there. And here, it's Kavim Hodge, unrelated of course, and both of them have been dismissed. Hodge going caught at first slip by Johnson, off Paul for 10. Oh, that's gotten past the fielder at Gully. He's in a bit close there, and a very, very square indeed, and that just got past him in the end. Single to end off the over. Windward Islands Volcanoes are 61 for 3. Devon Smith on 37. So good start here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They have lost Hodge for 10. That's their captain. Melius went off in the 7th over. First ball of the 7th over. Hit in the helmet by Clinton Pestano. And management taking the right decision here. Taking the youngster off to just take a little break. Gain some perspective as he will come back off. And here is the man who hit him on the helmet. Pestano to continue from the southern end. Brian Lara Pavilion ends. You hear the effort from Clinton Pestano. Just a huge grunt out of the Maria Sharapova school of grunting, I'd say. Of course, this is the first round of the West Indies Championship, a return to first-class cricket in the West Indies, as we were mentioning earlier. Two matches being played here in Trinidad and Tobago. Windwards versus Guyana Harpy Eagles, Windward Island Volcanoes, that is. And at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, TNT versus Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Kensington Oval. Of course, next week there'll be two more matches here, February 16th to the 19th. Red Force TNT taking on Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Academy. Flicked away beautifully. That could go down to the boundary for 4. No, the fieldsman's going to catch up with it. Here he is coming into your picture now. And that is going to be 2 more to Alec Athenaeze. And if Smith has been conservative or fairly conservative in his approach, Athenaeze just looks that bit more adventurous here. He's going to go for his shots. He has defended well. But when the ball is slightly out of line, slightly missed, the pitch of the delivery has been a bit fuller. He's gotten to it very quickly and pushed it away for runs. So next round, TNT versus Windward Islands Volcanoes. Guyana will stay in TNT at this very ground. That's a pleasant on drive for 4. Brilliantly done. Pitched up, and it's beautifully played for 4. That is the best of the shots he's played so far, Alec Athenaeze. And he has speeded up here. Took his time to settle in, but that is one of the most difficult shots to play in cricket, and he made that look very, very easy. Nice and easy on the eye, Alec Athenaeze. Young man from Dominica, just 23 years old. And averaging about 25 with those 350s. He hasn't had 100 yet in this first-class competition, but he will certainly hope that he can do so in this match and in this innings. And, of course, in the second round, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, TNT Red Force, that's at the Brian Lara Academy, Cricket Academy. Guyana Harpy Eagles will play Leeward Islands Hurricanes here at the Queen's Park Oval. And at Kensington, Barbados Pride will host Jamaica Scorpions. So 3 matches on display there. There'll be a break for the England-West Indies series. And then the tournament will resume in May, I understand. It's going to be easily fielded there. And that'll end off the over. 20 overs gone in the innings. And it has been a good positive start here from the Windward Islands. They have lost 1 batsman and another to the concussion protocols, but they're 69 for 1. No sign of spin here for Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval, but we may see that happening very soon. 2 left-handers on here. Guyana not having much in the way of off-spinners. They have a team in which they have quite a few slow left-arm spinners. Chief of them all would be, of course, Virasamy Permaul. There's also Gudakesh Moti, who made his West Indies debut at T20 level. Vishal Singh certainly does bowl a little slow left arm, as does Chandapal Hemraj. But no off-spinners in the squad here. And the Guyana also have Anthony Adams, who bowls slow left-arm spin, but he's not in the picture today. And yes, here we are. Now we're seeing the man himself. We talked about Devon Smith being the colossus of batting in Windward Islands, but here's a colossus of us on a smaller scale, only in physical size. But in terms of wickets, this man has been magnificent for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, formerly called the Guyana Jaguars, and was a big part of their team that won those 5 titles. It is Veerasamy Permaul, the left-arm orthodox spinner. He's going to be taking up the attack from the Willie Rodriguez end. We mentioned his stats earlier, just in case you missed that. 544 first-class wickets. And he's averaging just about 20.61 per wicket here. Very economical during his long career, 2.42. And takes a wicket just about every 51 balls or so. So, dangerous campaigner here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I'm just trying to get his field right here. Tejanarayan Chandapal, who came on the field wearing the fielding pads, is now in that short leg position for Veerasamy Permaul. There's a slip in place, backward point, and also a extra cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on in place, a mid-wicket in fact. Fine leg, deep backward square leg, and a long on. First delivery is outside the off stump. That's a good bit of fielding there. Just got the hand on it and just stopped it. That would have run away for 4. And Kemo Paul retrieves from his own block, and the batsman have picked up 2. So Loosener outside the off stump, and Devon Smith puts it away for 2. But had it not been for that vital touch by Paul, it would have been 4. Comes down the track and lifts that over for 4. Well, he's taken the attack early here to Veerasamy Permaul. This is the battle that could decide this match here. Devon Smith, the main batsman for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and Veerasamy Permaul, their chief wicket taker over the years. It is going to be a battle, and Smith is setting out his stall here. He's going to take on Permaul. Oh, that's another 4. 3 great shots here by Smith. And Veerasamy Permaul has started very loosely, and Smith has packed that away for another boundary. All along the ground this time. What a battle we have here already. Of course, Permaul is very, very patient. You wouldn't mind Smith trying to take him on here. Another run here for Smith. This time he's going to get off the strike. Smith heading up just 2 runs away from another 50 for him. He's had 68 in all in first-class cricket, and on the verge of another one. Smith first played Test cricket for the West Indies in 2012. Has only played 7 matches since then. And returned to the Test side in 2021. Athenaeze comes down the track, and they're both batsmen. They're obviously working to a plan here. They're going to take on Permaul and knock his confidence early here. Windward Islands Volcanoes, their best over of the innings already. 80 for 1 at the end of that one. So back here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's going to be spin from either end. And now we saw the change with Permaul from the northern end. And now it's going to be Gudakesh Moti, who also is left-arm orthodox spin. He's going to be bowling from the southern end. That's the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And Gudakesh Moti, youngster in the side, has been around for a few seasons already, but has established himself as a force in this competition. First started playing for Guyana during the 2015-2016 season. 40 wickets in that tournament. 24 in the next season. 21, 14 in the next season after that. Just playing 4 games there. What's going to be the field at that time? Devon Smith. Just 2 runs away from a 50, remember. And Moti just played 1 game in the 2019-2020 season and took just 1 wicket. There's a fine leg in place for that shot. So, slip in place. Forward short leg also here for Moti. Similar field to that of Pumal. Quickish action, not as complicated as Pumal, who just seems to wriggle himself into contortions as he comes in. We first saw Pumal back here in 2008 for Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago. Appeal, but down the leg side perhaps. Smith and just looking to flick that away, not making contact. The keeper Bramble also heading towards the leg side, just indicating that it may have been speared down the leg side. So Moti just trying to work his way into the reckoning here for a test play. Hasn't just played for the West Indies in 1 game at T20 level. I'll bring an end to his first over. Nice and tidy as he starts off. Quicker through the air than Pumal. And they have decided not to attack him. A maiden to start off from Moti. Windward Islands Volcanoes 80 for 1. What a career this man has had, Veerasamy Pumal. Hasn't had the success in terms of being called up to the test side, but he will be hoping that he can change that. Was recalled to the test side in 2021, and he'll be hoping to put his name up against England. Alec Athenaeze and Devon Smith will try to make sure that doesn't happen. They're looking to get some runs here. Pumal started his test career in 2012-2013, played 2 matches there, then 2 matches the next season after that. Was out of the team for a while, played in 2015, 2 more matches there, and then returning to the side after a 6-year break. Easy single here for Athenaeze. He returned to the test side in 2021. And picked up a 5-wicket haul. 8 wickets in the match. But certainly was a difficult task in that second game against Sri Lanka. So Devon Smith has already signaled his intentions. And it's noticeable that already Veerasamy Pumal is bowling with a faster arm action. He's not looping it up anymore. That one turning in sharply to Smith, who's seeing the ball well already. And he's looking much more confident now, Smith. Had 1 or 2 iffy shots earlier, but he's hitting it sweetly now. End of the over. They're going to come thick and fast here with the 2 spinners in action. Veerasamy Pumal, after 12 runs in the first over. Just 1 in that one. 11 runs in the first over. Just 1 in that one. Windward Islands Volcanoes 81 for 1 at the end of the over. Moti is going to continue here. And for the Windward Islands, they certainly will know the value of the wicket of Devon Smith. He was their top performer in 2020. Stifled appeal there from the bowler and from the fielders, but nothing doing from the umpire. Devon Smith, in that shortened season, only 8 matches, did get 649 runs, 104 50s in that particular series. Did very well again. Athenaeze just using his feet. He's shown that tendency already. In terms of batting for the Windward Islands, their batting really depended on Smith, Kevim Hodge, who's already gone, Kieron Katoy. No run this time. Andrew Fletcher also had 300s. He did play a limited number of games in that tournament. And Emmanuel Stewart, who is not in the squad, he's not in the 15, he got 276 also during that season. Moti didn't feature much in that season. As you mentioned, just the one game and taking only 1 wicket. Went off the boil slightly in that particular year. It's going to be runs here, and it could be 4. The field is after it. May have to pull out the dive. He certainly didn't, but I think he just pulled it back. Good bit of fielding there, but he will pick up 3. Good cricket all round. Just flicked away by Alec Athenaeze. And picks up 3. So that'll bring Devon Smith back on strike. He's on 48. 65 deliveries faced. Not going to get the 50 off that one. End of the over. Another good over here by Gudakesh Moti. Windward Islands Volcanoes are 84 for 1. So a battle here between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're battling here at the Queen's Park Oval. Not a venue that these two teams have performed well at. Just have a winning percentage of about 20 or so in matches here. Nice pleasant looking drive here from Athenaeze. We'll pick up 1. That's all there's going to be. Well, a misfield, but they decided to go against it. It's a slight misfield by... Is that Smith? I think he's pulled something here. I seem to be checking out his hamstring after that. Looks like he's going to be okay now. Good delivery here from Pamal. Just back to bowling with a little bit of loop now. Good bit of fielding, just anticipated the bounce and the spin very well and made the stop. Guyana just rebranding their team this year. They're calling it now the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as you've been hearing. And in case, I'm sure you know this already, but the Harpy Eagle is a bird that can be found in the untouched canopies of the Kanuku Mountains and the Iwokrama rainforest. Hope I didn't butcher that second name. It's found in the pristine tropical rainforest. It's a perfect home for the bird, which is the largest eagle in the world and the most powerful raptor found in the rainforest, I'm told. And Guyana, previously known as the Jaguars, but their football side is known as the Guyana Golden Jaguars, so maybe a bit of a change there as a result. So the Harpy Eagles, the renamed Guyana Harpy Eagles, put in the Windward Island Volcanoes deciding to bat here 85 for 1 at the end of what is the 25th over bowled in the innings so far. Oti is going to continue. This is going to be his third over. So the over is starting to race by now. Already have 25. And I make it, we're very close to the break for lunch here. Forward short leg in place. Leg slip also. First slip. And Johnson applying some pressure here. Pamal at that mid-wicket position. And they've seen that tendency from Athenaeze to just trying to flick the ball away on the leg side. So they're tightening things up on him here. Backward square leg in place now. Coming down the track, on drives and picks up a single. Gets off the strike here, Athenaeze. Smith is still on 48. He's been stuck there for quite a while here. Sure, he'd love to bring up that 50 just before they go off for lunch here. Another good testing delivery here from Gudakesh Moti. Mentioned the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Well, of course, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. I guess that one's self-explanatory. Turned away. He's going to pick up one here and may get another as the fieldsman has to race around to make the pickup. Niall Smith again, and that is the 50 for Devon Smith. 50, number 69 for Devon Smith in his illustrious career. And the 40-year-old picks up another half-century. This is his first half-century since turning 40. So the evergreen Devon Smith continues here. And in his first innings since the resumption of the break here, Devon Smith has the first 50 for the new season. Congratulations to him. Certainly now that he's gotten a start here, he will have his eyes certainly on 100 number 39 in his career. And he's looking good for it here, looking very comfortable at the moment against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. More runs for him. There could be two more here as Smith is again having to chase this one down. Two more for Devon Smith. And that is going to be it here for him. And that's going to be it for play on the first session of the morning here. Just to tell you what's happened, it has been a good session for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They get to 90 for 1. They've only lost the wicket of Captain Kavim Hodge, caught at first slip of Johnson, by Johnson off Paul for 10. Kimani Melius went off in the 7th over, first ball of the 7th over. He was hit in the helmet by Clinton Pestano. He was yet to score at that point. He has come off. But since then, they've lost a wicket, a partnership of 40-odd from between Smith and Alec Athenaeze. Alec Athenaeze has looked good here. 24-40 deliveries. Devon Smith, 52 of 75 deliveries. And he's played a big part in the Windward Islands Volcanoes. A healthy start for them. They are 90 for 1. After the first session, we'll be back with you in just about 35 minutes or so for play after lunch here in this West Indies Championship match between Guyana Harpy Eagles and Windward Islands Volcanoes. Join us in 35 minutes' time for commentary in the post-lunch session.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval as we're getting set for the session after the luncheon interval. Lunch was taken with the Windward Island Volcanoes on 90 for 1, having won the toss and elected to bat. Devon Smith is still there. He's on 52 not out and looking very ominous. With him is Athenaeze. He's on 24. The batsman out, skipper Kevin Hodge. He went caught Johnson bowled Paul for 10. The score was then 46 as we look at the first ball after lunch. Wide of that off stump, and Athenaeze is allowing it to go through. And young Melius, he was struck on the helmet. A short delivery from Clinton Pestano. He was going to hook, but was very late in the shot. I think he was caught unawares of the pace of the delivery. And he got in position to hook, and the ball was onto him, struck him on the helmet, and he had to come off the field. Doctors came on the field and they advised that he come off. Yes, the doctors came on the field and advised that he should be taken off, as there are no chances taken these days with the concussion rule. We're not sure his position at this point in time, if he's going to come back onto the field, or I should say resume his innings, or if he's going to take any further part in the game. So we'll have to wait and see what comes of that. But Kimo Paul bowling round the wicket. He's into his 8th over. He's taken the only wicket to fall thus far, that of the skipper Kevin Hodge, a delivery that was pitched just outside the line of the off stump from Kimo Paul, and Kevin Hodge was looking to drive, and with just that late swing, the late movement from Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul does tend to swing the ball, doesn't rely on pace. He relies more on movement, both in the air and off the pitch. And the delivery that got Hodge was pitched up to him, and it moved, late swing, and got the outside edge. Angling it into the left-hander, leg by signal. So that ball pitching just maybe about middle and off, and cutting right into the left-hander. Athenaeze made some height as well, and were able to get a single. Nice conditions still for batting. Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss and opting to take first strike in good conditions. Very hot and sunny day. Ideal for batting, you would think. And the Volcanoes, they've started very well indeed. Oh, that's a good ball from Kimo Paul. It's a lot of movement in the air, but just a little bit too wide of the off stump. And the one thing with Devon Smith, he anticipates and knows where his off stump is, and anticipates these deliveries just wide of that off stump, and allows it to go through. But you could see some movement from Kimo Paul. The sun has left us here for the moment at the Queen's Park Oval, but certainly it's still good conditions. Again, lots of movement into Devon Smith, and had some bounce as well. And Smith, not a very tall man, had to get on top of it, and you could see him riding that delivery and getting right on top of it, pushing it out on the onside. So the end of the first over after lunch, the Volcanoes, they are 91 for 1. Smith is 52. Athenaeze, he is on 24. And is Leon Johnson going to decide on Moti? Gudakesh Moti. He's had 3 overs before lunch for 8 runs. And he's going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion Inn. So it's, as I said, he had 3 overs, none for 8 before the luncheon interval, and the Harpy Eagles, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, probably wish they had an off spinner in the ranks, because you have two left-handers, and it's always good with that ball turning away from the left-hander, can cause them problems. But in Moti, in Hemraj, and in Pamal, all left-arm orthodox spinners with the deliveries coming into the left-hander. And you could see as the field set, there are just 3 men on the offside and 6 on the on. Moti not giving it air, more or less pushing the ball through. Johnson is the man at slip. He's the lone man at slip. There's that forward short leg. Those are the 2 men in attacking positions. Other than that, they've got 3 men on the onside saving a single, 2 on the off, and then there are 2 men out in the deep. It's a wideish long on and a deep backward square leg. Field well set. There's that fine leg, well, one would say a short fine leg in Versami Pumal. So he's there to save that single, and so said, so done. Using his feet, Athenaeze was in the air for a while, but he kept it away from that man at that short mid-wicket who is there for that catch. There's in our picture, you're seeing the mid-on, and he is going across now to the offside. So a change in tactics for Devon Smith, whereas with Athenaeze, there's 6 men on the onside and 3 on the off. For Devon Smith, there are 4 men on the offside and 5 on the on. Moti not giving the ball any air, more or less just pushing it through. Don't expect he's going to get much turn at this point in time. Devon Smith opting to play from the crease at the moment, not really using his feet, simply because Moti is not giving it any type of air. You can see him just wringing that hand and pushing it through to Devon Smith. And Smith just opting there to get across and pushing it out on the offside. The end of the 4th over from Moti, he's got none for 9 from his 4. And the Volcanoes, they go up to 92 for 1. It's going to be Kimo Paul. He's going to continue. 1 for 29. 1 for 29 from his 8. So Paul. Round the wicket to the left half did Athenaeze. And that's runs for him. Good shot. Playing it. It didn't seem to time it all that well, but he still picks up a couple of runs. As Hemraj does the fielding, gives chase and limits them to the 2 runs. 94 for 1. Just those of you who did not get the news, West Indies lost the 2nd ODI, so they've now lost the series with 1 game still to play against India, having been dismissed for 193, chasing a victory target of 238. So it's not been going well for them in the ODIs. This delivery, Athenaeze more or less looking to push it through the offside, but again, the delivery angle back into him, coming off the inner part of the bat. So having lost the ODI series to Ireland, they've now lost the ODI series to India. So we'll just have to wait for the T20s when they start. And, it's always been my view that the T20 format is the best chance the West Indies have of pulling off victories. sun has left us for the while at the Queen's Park Oval. Guyana having their 2 games at the Oval because next week they take on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So the Oval is almost like their home, the Harpy Eagles. I'm going to ask Vidya Ramphal to tell me a little bit more about these Harpy Eagles when he comes on. I know the Ball Eagles. I visited, I was fortunate enough to visit Alaska a couple of years ago, and there were these bald eagles in the various trees when you're out journeying, and didn't get close enough to them, and I didn't want to get close enough to them. But they tell me the harpy angels out of Guyana are in abundance. So Kimo Paul at the top of his mark, and Athenaeze just doing a little bit of gamesmanship, walks away. Now he settles again. Too wide of the off stump, this time moving away from the left-hander, pitching. And you could see that ball deviating to Bramble having to go low down in front of first slip. That's to tell you the amount of movement Kimo Paul got from that previous delivery. He certainly swings the ball. You would want to hope that he has a little bit more control. But we've been talking about Kimo Paul for a few years now, being a wonderful prospect. Oh, that's another good delivery. Movement coming into the left-hander. Not much pace. And there is no run. It's the end of his 9th over. Kimo Paul, 9 overs, 1 for 31. And it's now 94 for 1 with Devon Smith on 52 from 80 deliveries faced. Athenaeze on 27 from 53. It's been a good partnership. A partnership with 48 runs thus far. Hodge was dismissed with the total on 46. And these two have added a further 48. And they've been comfortable, really. They've not been pressured, and certainly no real alarms for the two batsmen. So Moti is going to continue to Devon Smith. And Smith very comfortable. Just wondering if Moti is going to give it a little bit more air. Maybe want to tempt Devon Smith to use his feet. There's not much turn at this point in time from Moti. But he's wringing the hand. You can see him wringing that bowling hand when he delivers the ball, trying to extract some turn out of this very docile pitch. Ball is coming onto the bat, but certainly batsmen have enough time to get into position. But Moti at the moment not giving the ball any amount of air. Maybe just trying to give it some air and tempt Devon Smith into coming down the track and maybe go over the top. And if he miscues, well, who knows? But it's very comfortable at the moment for both Smith and Athenaeze, because he's pushing the ball through, and all Smith is doing is just getting on the back foot and waiting to see if there's any turn. And we see now the man from that forward short leg has gone to almost a leg gully position. And there he turns it straight into, along the ground, thankfully, not in the air, but straight towards that's young Chanda Paul at that leg gully position. Oh, that's give them some air, and appeal goes up, not out. I thought it might have been just outside the line of the off stump. But this time, as I've been suggested, he gave it a little bit of air. Devon Smith used his feet, came down the track. It struck him on the pad. The appeal went up. But certainly, it looked to me that it might have been just outside the line of the off stump. But we've been begging Moti, give the ball some air, tempt Devon Smith into using his feet. He did just that. And for once, Devon Smith looked in a little bit of trouble. Excellent final delivery from Moti. He's now completed his 5th over, none for 9. I think he was a little fortunate, in fact, that the ball did strike him on the pad, because had it gone through to the keeper, he would have been back in the pavilion, probably stumped. But the appeal went up for LBW. But not out, says the umpire. 94 for 1. The Harpy Angels looking for a breakthrough. That's a good delivery from Kimo Paul. That pitching just outside the line of the off stump. Again, darting back at the left-handed Athenaeze, who in the end had to cover up quickly. Could have so easily gone through bat and pad, but he was able to cover up and pushes the ball out on the offside. See, another change in the field. Now, because of the amount of movement Kimo Paul is getting when he's swinging that ball into the left-hander, Leon Johnson has opted to take the man out of cover, and he's put him at a shortish mid-wicket. And the man at mid-wicket, sent him all the way back, 3/4 way back to a deep square leg. And Kimo Paul is over the wicket now to the left-hander. That's badly lined. You can't line it up outside the line of the leg stump, because the batsman is just going to pick you off easily. And Athenaeze did just that. It was lined outside the leg stump. And all Athenaeze did was to turn the ball down to that deep fine leg position. And he was able to pick up a comfortable single. So if Kimo Paul is going to swing that ball into the left-hander, he's got to start it more middle and off. But he's come over the wicket. He's back over the wicket. So unless he's going to take that ball from swinging it back into the left-hander from middle and off, then he's going to find himself being picked off all the time. That's better. That's the ball. That's the ball. And the Devon Smith goes. He had to play at it. He's come over the wicket. Kimo Paul, he pitched this one just outside the line of the off stump. This time it didn't cut into the batsman. It straightened on Devon Smith. He had to play at it. And as he pushed at it, it straightened, took the outside edge, and Leon Johnson takes another fine catch. This time, not head high, but low down. The ball was dying on him, and he had to take it low down. It's a wonderful catch from Johnson, and Devon Smith goes back to the pavilion for a very well-played 52. Caught Johnson, bowled Kimo Paul, so he's got his second wicket. Johnson, he takes his second catch, and you just have to think that Devon Smith be very, very disappointed with himself. He got to his half century, 52 from 88 deliveries he faced, and you had to think that knowing the history and the temperament of Devon Smith, you would have thought he would have gone on here to get 3 figures, but no fault of his own. I thought it was an excellent piece of bowling from Kimo Paul. He was angling the delivery all the time into the left-handers. This time he just straightened it from outside, just outside the line of the off stump. Smith may have felt it was coming back at him. This one, as I said, straightened. He pushed at it, got the outside edge, and a low catch by Leon Johnson. Well, it looks like Kotoy, is it? Yeah, it is the vice-captain, Karen Kotoy, has made his way to the wicket. It's 95 for 2, and disappointment for Devon Smith. He's such a wonderful player. Devon Smith has, over the years, has certainly done his part in Windward Islands cricket. A true servant of the islands in terms of their cricket. He served them well. But it's going to be Kotoy, another left-hander, facing up to Paul, and this time outside the line of the off stump. A delivery that really had not much movement. May have just hit the seam and gone on straight to the keeper. And we see the umpires. Is that Joel Wilson? Yeah, Joel Wilson is the presiding umpire. And he's just going to have a word with Kimo Paul. And he's saying to him, hey, you're running straight down into the danger area. And you've got to run off. So Paul just nods his head and says, okay, I'm probably not going to be happy with it, but So another left-hander. So a string of left-handers, 3 out of the first 5 for the Windward Islands. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Hits him on the pad. I think it's a little too high. The Kimo Paul is disappointed. He walks away, hands on hips, and can't believe it. But Kimo, I think it's a little too high. Made some height. It cut back in on Kotoy, and let's say that. Yes, it did come back into him. There was movement into him, but I thought it hit him a little too high. May have got a little bit of an inside edge as well. I want to support Joel Wilson on this occasion. There will be others in a different view, but Kotoy, he survives. He's the most important man is said not out, and he's a test umpire. Come on, he should know what he's doing. 95 for 2 as Kotoy, the vice captain of there's a leg gully in place now. Very interesting. So the Guyana team on the attack, and Paul will have to reload in his 10th over, 2 for 32. It's really bowled very well indeed. Nice conditions now because the sun has left us a little bit, so he should be getting some movement. And he is, in fact, swinging the ball. That's another good delivery right up to the batsman and just angled into him. And Kotoy plays it out on the offside. So the end of an over from Kimo Paul, in which he picked up the wicket of Devon Smith. Devon Smith going for 52, 95 for 2. A partnership was actually worth 49 between himself and Athenaeze. Athenaeze there on 28, and he's looked comfortable. Remember the very first delivery he faced from Kimo Paul, he was looking to square drive, and the ball made a little bit more height than he anticipated, beat the outside edge. But since then, he's settled down nicely, and he's playing every ball on its merit. And the Volcanoes would be looking for him to carry on. Moti is going to continue. Real attacking feel here from Johnson. He himself is at slip. There's that forward short leg, and there is a leg gully in place now. That's a great shot. That's a beauty. Lovely shot. It's going to probably hit the boundary ropes. Yes, just about now. That's a lovely shot. Moti giving it a little bit of air, and it was a basic half volley. And Athenaeze put it away sweetly. Went into the drive, got it between the cover and mid-off, down to that extra cover boundary. A lovely shot from Athenaeze. If you're going to give it air, you don't want to give it air just outside that line of the off stump, especially half volley, because batsmen of this quality should put you away. The man at mid-off has gone a little bit wider. I think he would have stopped that anyway. This is another short delivery pulled by Athenaeze, but straight to Pomal, who is at that short fine leg position. Athenaeze would be disappointed. It was a bad delivery. It was short, and probably should have lifted it over the short fine leg. This time he uses his feet, but Ken, like Smith in the previous over, using his feet and then not getting to the pitch. The ball strikes him on the pad. So Moti now is starting to ask a few questions when he gives it a little bit of air, but when he gives it some air, not a wide half volley, but making the batsman use their feet. This time he's a quicker delivery, and the 100 is now up because Athenaeze is turning that one just in front of the man at that fine leg position, and they pick up a single. So Athenaeze goes to 33. It's 100 for 2, the Volcanoes. And they would be pretty happy with that score at 100 for 2, Athenaeze and 33. Kotoy yet to get off the mark. We're into the 32nd over of the innings. It's a good delivery from Moti, which Kotoy can't do very much with it but defend. Oh, that's another good delivery, where quicker delivery, not getting much turn, and Kotoy just had to defend. So an interesting, the Volcanoes setup with Hodge as captain, Kotoy as vice captain. They're trying to give some of the younger players, get them involved. Young Teddy Bishop, the West Indies under-19, who had the team itself didn't have a very successful tournament, but young Bishop didn't do badly. But he's a substitute here for the Volcanoes. Hopefully he will get his chance at some time to show his wares. But this tournament so important for the development of West Indies cricket, especially at test level. Because over the last 2 years, because there's been no 4-day tournament, there's been the squad of the test makeup, the team, has been very limited. This time outside the line of the off stump, swinging away from Athenaeze. So again, you could see these batsmen at this point in time, they're not sure if the ball is going to come into them or move away from them. So Kimo Paul is doing a wonderful job. He's moving the ball both ways. And the batsmen are a little bit unsure. Devon Smith was playing for that one to come into him. It went away from him, took the outside edge. Now here, Athenaeze, you could see him waiting for that delivery maybe to be angled back into him, pitched, had some bonks, and beat him outside the line of the off stump, leaving him. And good appeal, but that seems to be heading down the leg side, or did he get an inside edge? Let's just wait on umpire Wilson. Yes, no bat on it, but a delivery. So the first delivery moved away from him. This one, he's swinging it back into Athenaeze. He went for that on drive, trying to get it wide of mid-on. Didn't make connection, and in fact came off the pad. 101 for 2. So Paul has been excellent thus far. A little too wide of the off stump. Kotoy does the right thing, allows it to go through. So you could see when he's moving that ball, he's come over the wicket to move that ball away from the left-hander, across the body of the left-hander. But he would be disappointed with that delivery. He started it a little too wide of the off stump. Now he's gone back over the wicket, and I'm not too sure about that move. He's been bowling well over the wicket. Why would he want to go back around the wicket? So we see Johnson, is he going to make a change in the field? No. He was, at one moment, he was looking at the man at mid-wicket, decided against it. But yeah, I can't understand why he's come back around the wicket. But let's see. Good delivery again. Kotoy handled it well, angled into him. I always think if you're going to try to get the left-hander out, you're going to have to be bowling over the wicket and getting that ball to go across his body. Especially if you're swinging it both ways, then from the time you're able to pitch it in the right spot or in the right area, as one would say, make him play and let that ball drift away from him. But maybe Kimo Paul, he knows what he's doing. I'm just sitting in the commentary box. And this one angled down the leg side, and Kotoy looking to flick it away. Again, don't think he made contact. Nope. Leg by signal by umpire Wilson. So Kotoy yet to get off the mark. He's faced 8 deliveries, but he's in no hurry. As the Volcanoes must be thinking somewhere close to 300 at 102 for 2. Got to be thinking somewhere in the region 250 to 300. There's a little bit of a change in the field for Athenaeze, because the man at that leg gully position that we saw for Kotoy, he's moved out to a deep square leg. As Athenaeze on 33. And that's just outside that line of the off stump. It tempted him, And Athenaeze in the end handled it well. The end of the over from Kimo Paul. He's completed his 11th over. Continues to bowl well here at the Queen's Park Oval in this first round encounter between the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And after this over, you're going to be hearing the wonderful voice of Vidya Ramphal. As Moti is going to continue. He's had 6 overs, none for 14. And Kiran Kotoy is the man facing up. Oh, he's gone for a big one, and that's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. As Moti pushed it through, but again, his length was not good. Half volley length, and all Kotoy did was get under it, and he hit it high over mid-on. There's nobody at the long-on position, and that came out of the blue from Kotoy because he was on naught from 8 deliveries, and all of a sudden he said, I've had enough of this, and he's hit it over mid-on, and right away, Leon Johnson has let the man at mid-on stay right back on the fence at a long-on. Oh, in the air, not sure what Kotoy was trying there, because it was given a little bit of air, and he seemed to was wanting to go into a drive and then checked his shot, and it was in the air for a while down to mid-on, but there was no mid-on. The man has gone all the way back onto the boundary fence, or the boundary ropes, I should say. Good delivery from Moti. Athenaeze can't do much. He's on 33. 6 men on the onside, and just there's a slip and a cover and a mid-off. Moti in his 7th over. A lot of talk about Moti getting into the international setup, into the West Indies setup. Many left-armers are ahead of him at the moment. This is Athenaeze coming down the track nicely, using his feet. There's a lot of left-armers in the West Indies setup. Of course, there's Akil Hussain, who's commanding his place now, and there's Fabian Allain. And then you've still got, you've got Moti, you've got Pumal, and there's Carrie Pear. This is a delivery that Kotoy is pushing down to the long on. Good batting on the part of these two, because they've taken out the man at mid-on, and they're using the head and just pushing it out towards the long on position for a single. It's the end of the over. Moti has completed 7 overs, none for 21. The Volcanoes, they're 109 for 2. Athenaeze is on 34. Kotoy is 6. The men out Smith for 52. That's Devon Smith. And Kavim Hodge, the skipper, he's gone for 10. The Windward Islands winning the toss and opt into bat, and they're progressing quite nicely. Vidya?
Yes, they are, Colin. How are you? Hello to everyone. Yes, in response to your question about the Harpy Eagles, it's the largest eagle in the world, which is found in the rainforest in Guyana. And it's also the largest of the predatory birds that you'll find. So, good indeed.
It sounds as if you've got to keep away from them.
Definitely. Maybe they felt that the jaguars weren't fierce enough. They went for something that could attack you in the air also.
Well, I suppose it could attack you in the air and the ground. The jaguars can't fly. So maybe it's let's see if it will do them any good. And because Guyana cricket, I mean, you look at them in the CPL and in the 4-day, they've been knocking on the door. Yes, the 4-day team, they've won the tournament over the last few years. But of late, you can see them, and they've been talking a lot about rebuilding their cricket, and especially at the 4-day level.
Certainly are. Well, if they would have conceded the title to Barbados in 2020, and not just conceding, they finished way down the table also in that season, shortened by COVID-19. So Barbados defending their title today. They're in action at Kensington Oval against the Leeward Islands Volcanoes, and they will have Hurricanes, in fact, sorry. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are here in action at the Queen's Park Oval. Paul, who's bowled very well, continues. Yeah, just getting the ball to shape into the left-hander every now and again. And so it's testing these two left-handers, as Colin would have mentioned. Out of the first 5 batsmen, make it 3 of them, 4 in fact, right-handers. So, of course, the regional tournament itself, just coming back for the first time in 2 years. No tournament in 2021. And back here once again at the Queen's Park Oval. Good delivery by Paul. That one was homing in on the stumps there. And the batsman was equal to it, Kieran Kotoy. 32-year-old now is Kieran Kotoy, vice-captain this year. Just the 100 that he has in his time for the Windward Islands, but averages just under 37 per innings, so he's a good batsman. Will be looking to put in an innings of substance here for his team. Pulls that away beautifully, and that's going to be 4. Short delivery from Paul, and he was onto it in a flash and pulls it behind square for 4. Nice release shot there from Kotoy. And the score moves on to 113 for 2. And it's the first loose delivery we've seen from Kimo Paul in this spell from the northern end after the lunch break. Windward Islands Volcanoes went into lunch at 90 for 1. Athenaeze was 24. Smith was 52. They lost Smith very quickly. Athenaeze has now gone on to 34. And Kotoy is up to 10 already. Kimo Paul has been very testing in this early spell here. The two left-handers have adapted well. Hint of an appeal there, but there was clearly some bat involved. And tell you what, that one has gone all the way down towards the boundary. And they have, in the meantime, run 3. Good throw to hit the stumps at the bowler's end. But the batsmen have taken 3. And was that perhaps Paul suggesting pad and then bat? But it seemed that it was bat first all the same. 116 for 3 at the end of 35, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's going to be Moti, it looks like, to continue here. And Moti has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. Paul has taken the 2 wickets to fall so far. And just to update you on some of the scores on the other games going on, Barbados versus Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands now 72 for 2. That's out at Kensington Oval. In the other match on here in Trinidad, Jamaica on 92 for 4 against Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, there's a wicket has just gone down. Jermaine Blackwood out for 44. Leroy Lugg opening the batting for Jamaica. He was out for 1. So that's the scores around the Caribbean. Oh, he's pulled it straight into the body of the fielder. And I think young Tej Chandrapal has taken one for the team there. And he was taking evasive action. So luckily for him, it just hit him on perhaps the upper part of the legs, perhaps on the backside. So I think he's going to be okay. No complaints here from the fielder. That one just spits at him, doesn't it? Does well to control it and squirt it out onto the offside. And that is 1 more to Athenaeze. So the tournament resuming this year in 2022 after a 2-year break. And the last 3 rounds will be played in May, as we told you earlier. Oh, just flicks it past the fielder again. Chandrapal was taking some evasive action. Doubt he would have taken that. It was just pitching in front of him away to his left. There's been some changes in terms of the rulings for the squad compositions this year. I'll tell you about that after this ball. Almost a mix-up there between the batsmen. Each squad will consist of 15 players due to the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. And Cricket West Indies has implemented what is called a special player loan system to try to ensure that each team will be able to complete its fixtures. And I think that's a very sensible move born out of what we saw during the World Cup, because when the COVID-19 cases come, if they do come into a team setting, it's not just one player that goes down, but actually sometimes a group of players. Zimbabwe lost 5 players early, 4 players in fact, early in the Under-19 World Cup. India lost 5 with another player almost ruled out and almost decimated their team. It could have derailed the competition as the over comes to an end here. 117 for 2, Windward Islands Volcanoes. So Cricket West Indies introducing that player loan system, and if a team has a player or players ruled out to a positive COVID-19 result, they can request the use of player or players from another team and or from a pool of locally registered reserve players. So that is the special loan system, and that was brought in, I think, especially after what was witnessed during that Under-19 World Cup, where India lost those 6 players and basically had to field a bare 11 for that game against Uganda, which they won handsomely. All the same, it's great to see cricket back, and I'm sure that the fans around the Caribbean and around the world, wherever you're watching this, would be very happy to see the games back, especially in the Windward Islands and in Guyana, where we've been starved of cricket over the last few years. The COVID-19 pandemic has introduced so many new terms to us. Self-isolation, quarantine, which was around, but we know it in a different way now. And of course, managed environments is one of the new ones we've been hearing. These two teams have been, I'm sure all of these players would have been involved in a bubble at some point. It's proven to be very difficult for some players. Several tours have suffered losses of players due to what was called bubble fatigue. But we're still very early in this tournament yet, so no complaints of that just yet. It's first day of the tournament. Great to see cricket back. Nice square drive, but easily fielded. No more addition to the score. 117 for 2, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And we talked about the rebrand of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, named after that great predatory bird that is part of Guyana's rich natural heritage. As for the Windward Islands, the volcano's name coming as a result of the craters, hot springs, and sulfuric vents that are found in the mountainous central ribs of the islands. Another good defensive shot, and several of the islands in the Windward Islands have volcanoes, including the La Soufriere in St. Vincent, which erupted in a short time ago, Mount St. Catherine in Grenada, Mont Wat in Dominica, and of course one of the most famous ones was in Martinique. Mount Pilet erupted on May 8th, 1902. 30,000 people died in that re-eruption. In fact, I believe there's a story that the only person who survived that was actually a prisoner who had been locked up for the night. Certainly there's going to be no get out of jail free here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They have a lot of work to do here. They've lost their champion, Devon Smith, for 52. Kavim Hodge, their captain, has gone for 10. Kimani Melius is back in the pavilion. He's was retired hurt without scoring, but he should be back into bat later on. Again, some swing here. That may run away for 4, and it has. Clinton Pestano did not give much of a chase there. Looks like he's carrying something of an injury, but that one sped away towards the boundary and it's gone for 4. 121 for 2, the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the end of the over. So it's going to be the left-handed spinner Gurukesh Mukti to continue here, the man from Georgetown. Has played for Guyana, of course, before. Guyana Amazon Warriors also had a stint with them, as well as the West Indies A team. Played with the West Indies at T20 level and would have also represented West Indies at under 19 level. Just that one T20 game for the West Indies already. Turned away, and there will be a single here to Athenaeze, who moves up to 35 now. Katoy is out there also with him. Taller of the two batsmen. Athenaeze looks like he is a good stroke player. And we've seen some of his work already in the Under-19 World Cup a few years ago. As for Katoy, 103 his highest score, averaging just under 37. 101.50 for him. I think he'd want to improve upon that. Another single for him, and he's getting a start here. Should be up to 20 now. That's been the story of his career. A lot of starts, but few very big scores. Just a 101.50. Has taken some wickets also in his career, so a useful player to have in the team. But if he is to compete for higher honours, needs to get some bigger scores. Tevin Imlash, the Guyana emergency fielder on here. Wondering who he's on for. I'm still seeing Clinton Pestano on. It might be for Smith, who seemed to pick up an injury earlier. Oh, he's dropped it. Sharp chance. That's what he's there for. Got his hands to it and could not hold on. Athenaeze is going to survive here. And Tejan Ryan Chandapal unable to hold on to that one. It was a very, very sharp chance. Got his hands to it and just could not hold on. Athenaeze, who would have played in the 2018 World Cup for the West Indies. That's the Under-19 World Cup. Survives the chance there. End of the over. An exciting one. A chance there for Athenaeze, and he survives. Windward Islands Volcanoes 123 for 2. So a chance for Athenaeze in that last over, just reflecting on some of his work that we'd have seen from him. Got 100 for the West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup in 2018. 110 not out in the plate final. West Indies 254 for 5 in that game. But Sri Lanka, they got Hasid Boyagora got 116 to lead Sri Lanka to a 3-wicket win in that plate championship. And that was the end of Athenaeze in terms of his under-19 career. Kimani Melius, who we shall see, I'm sure we'll see him back batting later on, did talk about getting some advice from Athenaeze about his batting to improve in his run to the top here. It looks like Smith is going to continue here. Niall Smith 7 overs, none for 19. So he's going to continue here from the northern end. Good delivery to start off. The batsman just pulling his bat away from the line of the ball. He had one spell from the northern end, then was switched over to the southern end, but hasn't been able to maintain a line and length here that would have troubled the batsman for any period of time or to build up pressure. So he looked to correct that as he come out after lunch. Guyana going into lunch at 90 for the Windward Islands, in fact, 90 for 1. It's now 123 for 2. So they've continued to progress here. And that's just a snippet of what we saw from Niall Smith earlier today. One well-lined delivery and one or two down the leg side. The batsman not able to profit from it that time. Well, we have talked about the fielders who are here today. There's also been a lot of talk about the fielders who have not been selected among the 15. For Guyana, of course, some of the players missing from last year. I'll tell you about that in a moment. Oh, that's flicked away in the air, but it's going to run away to the boundary for 4 on the line of the leg stump and nicely put away by Keron Kotoy. That is a sweetly struck 4. He'll be happy with that, give him some confidence as he moves on to 23. Athenaeze has been stuck in the 30s for a while now. It's on 35. As for those omissions for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Christopher Barnwell missing from the 2020 season. Raymond Reefer has now been picked up by the Barbados Pride. That took a long time. Devendra Bishu, who's gone off the boil a little bit. He's not here for this one. Romario Shepherd, of course, is with the West Indies in India. And Kevin Sinclair is a reserve for the Guyana team. How useful would he have been against this line of left-handers in this Windward Islands Volcanoes team? Guyana have 2 fine young off-spinners. Sinclair mentioned, Ashmead Ned also, son of the former Guyana player. He's also in there, and another one who is in the lineup to make this Guyana team. Been fairly controversial in terms of the omissions from the Windward Islands Volcanoes team. Saw a few comments about why Sunil Ambrose is not here. Ambrose certainly struggled in that last season in 2020. Just played 4 matches and 83 runs, averaging 10.37. And with the COVID-19 and, of course, the no cricket in the last 2 years, not sure how much he has progressed to retain or get back his form. So he is not here. Shane Shillingford also played in 2020. Not selected. Ovid McCoy is still recovering from that shin injury suffered during the World Cup last year. Flicked away. Keeper got a hand to it, and he might slow it up here. Yeah, that was a good bit of keeping there. Didn't make the stop, but did enough to get his hands on it. Bramble to make the stop. It's leg byes, and it may have prevented 2 runs, saved 2 runs there. End of the over. 129 for 2. Windward Islands Volcanoes in Niall Smith's comeback over. Back here at the Queen's Park Oval, 129 for 2. Several omissions have been controversial for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, including Sunil Ambrose. I'm sure everybody would love to see Shane Shillingford back and get an explanation why he's not out. Andrew Fletcher was actually playing in the Bangladesh Premier League. 35 for Athenaeze here, and Kotoy is on 23. Good start here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. You would suspect that they would look for something in the region of 300 at this point, despite the loss of Devon Smith. Another over coming up from Gurukesh Moti. 9 overs, none for 24. That one hit straight to Chandapol. There was a chance for the man on strike now. That's Alec Athenaeze. Chandapol got his hands to it. Just dropped out of his hands at the last moment. Couldn't keep control of the ball. Athenaeze once again using his feet very well here. And will get 2 easily. 37 he is now. Andrew Fletcher did play a handful of games last year for the Windward Islands. In fact, he played 5 games, getting 300 runs, averaging 37.5. But he played in the Bangladesh Premier League and was actually hit in the neck by a bouncer about 2 weeks ago, so he hasn't played much since then. Desron Maloney, Emmanuel Stewart, Kirk Edwards also played for the Windward Islands in 2020, along with Rolando Cato, Bhaskar Yadram, the Guyana spinner, and Ray Jordan, all of these out of the team. Sweeps and sweeps well. That could run away for 4. In fact, the fielder gets across it well and cuts it off. Didn't quite get the contact on it, I would have thought. 132 for 2. Of course, quite a few very good players in there that the Windward Islands have missed out on. So they've gone for younger players this year. So far, it's working out well for them. Comes down the track and drives that elegantly for 4. Nice shot by Katoy. And it was tossed up there by Gurukesh Moti, discernibly slower through the air than several of the other deliveries before that. Used his feet well and drove it beautifully for 4. So these two starting to build up a nice little partnership here. It's up to 41 already. And the scoring rate has been good for the day. Just up to around 3.4 per over. Moti just a ball away from completing his 10th over. End of the over. At the end of it, Windward Islands Volcanoes, 136 for 2. So Windward Islands Volcanoes, 136 for 2. 40 overs gone in the innings. Has been a good start here, Colin Murray. And this partnership up to 41. And there may be a change being considered here by Leon Johnson here because they're looking very comfortable out there.
Oh, yeah. both went to Singapore. That's much better. He's actually getting it onto that middle and off, and losing Athenaeze, but probably a little too full, so Athenaeze is able to come onto the front foot. Got to take it a little bit wider of that off stump. Let him reach for it. He seemed to have settled a little bit better, Niall Smith, in this spell than his first spell. His first spell, he was all over the place. He was pitching outside the off stump, outside the line of the leg stump. A little bit more consistent here. That's a little too wide. That's the type of delivery you want to tempt Athenaeze in. But you've got to get closer to that off stump. He's getting some nice movement, there's no doubt about it, and he's certainly getting some carry off the pitch. I'm sure Leon Johnson, the sitter, would want him to take that ball a little closer to the off and make Athenaeze play. Make Athenaeze push at it. Runs for Athenaeze. We're probably going to come back for the second. Yes, they seem to be trotting at first. Athenaeze, he seemed to be comfortable just with the single. But in fact, they're taking the man out of that square leg position, and they've enforced the offside. So anytime that Athenaeze is playing that ball behind the square leg, he's going to be able to pick up a couple runs. He goes into the 40s now. He's on 40. 138 for 2. Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss, opting to take first strike. They've lost Devon Smith for 52 and Kevin Hodge for 10. Full toss, that's put away, lovely. That's a good shot. It got the treatment it deserved. A full toss, and Athenaeze just whipped it past him. Athenaeze just whipped it past the mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. That's a really good shot. And not a good delivery from Smith to end his 9th over and the 41st over of the innings. This was a full toss, and Athenaeze, he is looking in really good nick now. He's comfortable. He's playing each delivery on its merit. And when you bowl him the bad one, he's putting it away. And he certainly put that one away. So he's 44. Kotoy is 27. 142 for 2. The partnership with 47. And we have a drinks break. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are toiling here on a Queen's Park pitch that is relatively good for batting. It's got a little bit of bounce, a little bit of carry. But in general, there's no devils in the pitch. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes are settling down nicely at 142 for 2. And with this partnership now with 47, this is probably the danger area, because the first partnership between Smith and Hodge, they put on 46. Then between Smith and Athenaeze, they put on 49. So this one, between Kotoy and Athenaeze, so far with 47. So they've got to see this through. And I would think that with just about an hour to go before tea, these two would want to stick around until the tea interval. And if they can stick around for the next hour or so, the score should be close to 200. And if they can get it to 200 for 2, it lays a wonderful foundation for the rest of the batting. And as I suggested, if these two can stick around, Windward Islands could be well looking at a total in the vicinity of 300. It's a very hot day. Sun has left us at the moment. as the players are certainly getting themselves refreshed. Players getting themselves refreshed. The ground staff was on just doing a little bit of sweeping of the loose turf and remarking the respective creases. So it's all looking good at the moment. It's been a good day's play thus far, where the bat has dominated, you would think, the ball at 142 for 2. And the Volcanoes are winning the toss and doing the correct thing. It was up to the batsmen to produce, and so far they've done a good job. Skipper Kavim Hodge, he went for 10, caught by Leon Johnson at first slip. He would be disappointed. Was driving at a ball from Kimo Paul, pitched up to him outside the line of the off stump, and just leaving him, was driving at it, got the outside edge, and Leon Johnson held a good catch, head high. And that was after young Melius, Kimani Melius. He had to leave the field after being struck on the helmet by Pestano, by Clinton Pestano. So we're going to restart here. After the first water break after lunch. A little bit uppish towards Chandapol, who put down that sharp chance of Moti when Kotoy was on strike. Hemorrhage couldn't hold on to that one, and so they're able to go through for the single. That's a good shot. That's going to be run away for 4. It was a bad delivery from Moti. It was short. It was outside the line of the leg stump. And all Athenaeze did was to swivel onto the back foot, and he struck it for 4. So Athenaeze, he goes to 48 now, just 2 runs away from his half century. It's 147 for 2. Good delivery from Moti, just giving it that little bit of air, tempting Athenaeze to come down the track. And in so doing, realizing he wasn't to the pitch, just pushed it back up along the track to Moti. Another good delivery from Moti, this time not giving it the kind of air that he gave the previous delivery. Well, the Guyanese fieldsman felt that there must have been a little bit of an inside edge as he came down the track. Moti giving it, he's mixing up his deliveries well. Outside of that short pitch delivery that was hit behind backward square leg for 4, he's bowling not a bad line, not a bad length. He's given it some air as well, tempting the batsman to use the feet. So it's been a good over. .147 for 2, and I think we're going to see an all-spin attack now, because Versamy Pomal is going to operate from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, or the Willie Rodriguez end. So yes, it is Versamy Pomal just marking out his very short run. very similar to Moti. So seeing him for the first time as well after lunch. He had 3 overs, none for 13 before lunch. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed vice-captain of the Windward Island Volcanoes. That's Kenron Kotoy. A similar feel to that of Moti, to Kotoy, where the 3 men on the offside and then 6 on the on, and they still got that forward short leg in young Chanda Paul. Then 2 men in the deep, that's the square leg, and then they've got the long on. So Pamal over the wicket. Kotoy just pulling away as he wasn't ready. His 37 deliveries he's faced for his 28. That's a good start, but that's a good shot. He gave it a little bit of air outside the line of the off stump, and Kotoy was coming onto the front foot and realizing that it was pitched up to him. Just sort of he leant back and opened the face of the bat and guiding it past the lone slip, and he was able to pick up 2 runs. So that's a good shot in the end from Kotoy, as he was just opening the face of the bat. Pamal tends to be a little different from Moti. He tends to give the ball a little bit more air than Gudakesh Moti. Veerasammy Pamal bowling over the wicket to the left-handers. Oh, that's too short. That's a good shot from Kotoy. Was onto the back foot in a flash, and it hits the boundary ropes just about now. That's really a good shot. It was a delivery not given here by Pamal. He pushed it through, but in so doing, it was short, and Kotoy was onto the back foot in a flash, and he hammered it through the cover position. That's a wonderful shot. It brings up the 150. It's 153 now for 2. Kotoy, he is on 34 and batting very, very well indeed. We see a change in the field with that shot. The man from mid-on, or shortish mid-on, looks like Hetmeyer. It is Hetmeyer. He goes out to a cover position at 153 for 2. That's better, giving it some air, and he's getting a slight amount of turn, is Veerasammy Pamal. Giving it some air, and Kotoy not opting to use his feet, waiting on it, and it spun into him again, just opening the face of the bat. This time couldn't get it past the slip. Still good conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, the outfield having been relayed. Straight to Hetmeyer on this occasion. 1 delivery left in Pamal's 4th over. 153 for 2. That's a good delivery, giving a little bit of air outside the line of the off stump, and Kotoy has to be careful. He allowed that to go through. It spun back into him and could so easily have hit the off stump, but give him credit, he judged it well. But I would much prefer Kotoy coming onto the front foot to play Pamal. He tends to go onto that back foot, waits for the ball to either turn into him or straighten, and he's certainly playing it off the pitch. So yes, this Queen's Park Oval outfield having been relayed in time for the Under-19 World Cup. 15 years have passed since it was relayed last for the 2007 Cricket World Cup, which was held in the Caribbean. The outfield at that point in time was relayed, and not since then has the field been touched. And of course, a lot of activities are played here at the Queen's Park Oval in terms of the members. There's football, Athenaeze football, there's hockey. And I'm sure this new field that has been relayed, it's going to be a joy for the players and the batsmen because the ball is running off nicely. They're going to go, that says runs here, this could be Athenaeze 50. Is he going to come back? He's going to chance it. And that's his 50. Excellent bit of running and a well-played knock from Athenaeze. This delivery, short of a length, just coming into him, he turned it. Now, Pamal is at a short, fine leg. He got it to his right. And Niall Smith, who is at a deep backward square leg, had to run around to his left to prevent the ball from going into the boundary. And Athenaeze, you could see him right away looking for the second run. He got it comfortably in the end, and that's his half century. So Alec Athenaeze, 50 very well played runs from the young man. He is certainly just 24 years of age, or 23 years of age, sorry. And starting to be a permanent fixture. Here's a nice shot again, sweeping this delivery. He's going to pick up another couple of runs because Pamal has to give chase from that short, fine leg. It was hit to his left, and he was able to stop it from going into the boundary. But not before Athenaeze picks up another couple of runs. That's a good shot. So he's certainly starting to become a permanent fixture on this Volcano side. As Kimo Paul had come across there to have a word with Leon Johnson, vice captain to captain, but no change in the field, so thought it might have been a suggestion of a change in field, but there is no change in field. Again, Athenaeze is on 52 from 91 deliveries. Really batting very, very well indeed here. And looks comfortable. Remember, the very first ball, he played a very loose shot. Since then, he's really settled down. And I think that's what you want to see with West Indian batsmen at the 4-day game. They just need to bat for long. That's a nice shot. Doesn't get a run for it, but nice pleasant looking off drive from Athenaeze. So it's the end of the over. Moti, he's had 12 overs, none for 40. So he's been good. He's been on a good line. He's been on good length. I suppose, if I would like to see him give the ball a little bit more air. Get the batsmen to use their feet. Get the batsmen to come at you. Because in the 4-day game, the batsman can wait all day. If you're not going to give him the variety, he's just going to sit down and bat and bat and bat. Which is what we want to see from the batsmen in the region. Too many of them playing shots too early before they've settled, almost in a 1-day format. That's a nice looking push from Kotoy. This time he's getting onto that front foot. He's got to get onto the front foot to play Pamal, because he's giving it some air. Again, he goes onto the back foot. You can see Chandapol at forward shoulder leg holds his hands onto just above his head, as if to suggest, that could have crept through. And he's got to be careful. If you're going to play Pamal on the back foot, when he's giving that ball air, and it comes into Kotoy, he could find himself in problem. He goes again onto the back foot, but this was a quicker delivery. It was quicker, it was flatter. And he went onto the back foot, and I suppose that's okay. If it's going to be a flat delivery and push through, then you can make some room for yourself to try to get that ball through the offside. This is much better from Kotoy. Good delivery again from Pamal. This is a good battle here now between bat and ball. But you can see Kotoy. Kotoy gives me the impression that he wants to attack. but he tends to hit the ball in the air. And when you do that, you obviously give the fieldsman the opportunity. There's a long on in place, and there's a deep mid wicket, so he's got to be careful. It's another good delivery from Pumol, tempting, teasing Kotoy. It's a good battle, 157 for 2. This partnership now with 62, and how the Volcanoes would want these two to carry on. Oh, he gets the edge, and Johnson takes his third catch. Well, you could see him in two minds there, Kotoy, whether to go on the back foot, and then at the last moment, he came on the front foot. He reached for the ball. It was a lovely delivery from Pumol. It was one that was just angling away from the left-hander, a delivery that didn't turn into him, but more or less left him. Kotoy was looking to go on the back foot. He's been looking to do that all the time to Pumol. At the last minute, he pushed forward at it, realizing that it was a quicker delivery. It left him, took the outside edge, and Leon Johnson, well, it's Johnson's day. He's picked up his third catch. Kotoy goes, caught Johnson, bowled Pumol for 34. It's now 157 for 3, and boy, oh boy, how the Harpy Eagles, I nearly said Angels, how the Harpy Eagles needed that. And the Harpy Eagles, Vidya, they're certainly not angels, are they? Based on what you've read for me. Yes, so, but a wicket they certainly needed. So it's now 157 for 3. And making his way into the crease now is Dennis Smith. So still no Melius, and I'm just wondering if he's going to bat today. Or he may be very well ruled out for the rest of the game. Versamy Pumol picking up his first wicket. So Dennis Smith, he's at the non-striker's end because it was the final delivery of Pumol's over. And Moti is going to continue. So the spin twins here in action. And I expect the two of them will have quite a lot of bowling to do. A very loose looking shot there from Athenaeze. Just getting onto the back foot. And the Volcanoes would want him to carry on to get the 3 figures. Smith was unable to do that. I'm sure the Volcanoes would want Athenaeze to complete 100. Looking to sweep, then there was a little bit of a noise from one or two of the fieldsmen. See, Vishal Singh has gone into that forward short leg position. Not sure if Chanda Paul is on the field. Johnson just making, he's going to have a word with Versamy Pumol, who is down at that deep backward square leg position. Not too sure what that's all about. Maybe it's he's seen something that he may want Pumol to exploit in his next over. Here's Johnson coming back into the picture. He goes into full slip. 3 catches, all 3 dismissals. Caught Johnson. That's a good-looking push drive more than anything else from Athenaeze. Smith was looking for the single. So we're going to see a right-hander that we haven't seen for a little while at the crease. When Smith gets his chance, there's another drive there from Athenaeze. Seemed to have hit low down on the bat. And Hemraj doing the fielding there at that cover. Quick adjustment is being made to the field because Pumol, who was at that deep backward square leg, has come into a short, fine leg. Moti rushing through his over. Certainly would like to see him take a little bit more time and a little bit more variety in his bowling at the moment. Seems a little bit too much one-dimensional. Athenaeze giving himself room. I'm sure he was trying to hit that much squarer. In fact, it went out towards mid-off. And there is no run. So the end of the over, it's 157 for 3. Athenaeze is 52. Dennis Smith, yet to face a ball. He is on note. And to carry through for the next 20 minutes or so, it's going to be Vidya Ramphal.
Thanks very much, Colin. So what a catch by Johnson. That was the best of the lot. Not that the first two were easy catches by any means. They were flying along. Did very well to catch the first two off Paul. But that third one, that pass between him and the keeper, dived almost backwards to take that one. Excellent catch by Johnson. And pity we didn't see too much more of him at test level for the West Indies. Young man who was who idolized Brian Lara for many years. And you were asking about Chanderpaul, Colin. Well, he's putting on the leg guards once again. So he may be back in the wars once again. Took a few knocks earlier and was removed from that forward short leg position. And now it looks like he's going to be in a silly mid-off position. So out of the frying pan and into the fire now for Tejan Chanderpaul. And as we mentioned, the right-hander Dennis Smith is in. He's up to face his first ball. And he's facing the Guyana champion, the man himself, Virasamy Permaul, who's taken 1 wicket already. That is a wicket which has taken him now to 545 in his career. What a brilliant player he has been. Here he is, round the wicket now. Oh, well, how's that one to go? That one went on with the arm here. Remember, of course, he's turning it away from the right-hander. So there's a slip in place for him in Johnson. And based on what we've seen from Johnson today, don't edge anything within a mile of him. Yep, well, that time it got through, but it was along the ground, and that may run away for a boundary. No, good bit of fielding. Nice sliding stop in the deep, and that keeps it down to 2, so Johnson's off the mark immediately. And the fielding done by Gudakesh Moti. Slid in there to make the stop. So complimenting his fellow left-hander very well here, Virasamy Permaul. Good delivery there by Permaul once again. Guyana surrendered their title in 2020. That's after winning 5 straight first-class titles under the coaching of Eson Crandon. It was a season that started very well with a victory over the Leeward Islands at North Sound by 10 wickets. However, what tripped them up was the double losses to Barbados. They lost to Barbados in the second round by 7 wickets. Guyana would come back to beat Trinidad and Tobago by 219 runs, but then lost to Jamaica at Providence. They drew with the Windward Islands, beat Jamaica at Trelawney, drew with the Leeward Islands again, and then lost to Barbados at Providence, and that confirmed they had lost their crown. Sweeping of this one, maybe pad alone here. Yes, the umpire signaling it came off the pad. They've gone for 2, and they will get it pretty comfortably. That's Joel Wilson. Just giving, maybe I guess you could call that a soft signal. He showed that very early that it was off the pad. Over comes to an end. 161 for 3, the Windward Volcanoes. So you're going to see Moti continue here from the southern end. So Guyana losing the title after those 5 consecutive wins to Barbados. They just did not take care of business at home at Providence, which was a big part for their title defense, or the 5 titles they won. They were brilliant at Providence. They beat TNT at home, but lost to Jamaica, drew with the Leewards, and lost to Barbados at home. And that's why the title shifted hands in 2020. But they have a good side here. And the noises coming out of Guyana is that this side is good enough to take the title back. Moti will want to play a part in that victory. Didn't do too much in 2020, just played the one game. So he'll be raring for some success here. He has bowled a lot of overs already. But little success, just that one chance put down by Chandapal in that forward short leg position. Few overs are back. But as Colin was mentioning very correctly, that it's just about the lack of variety. He's played a lot of white ball cricket recently. Still pretty much stuck in that mode. Very quick through the air. None of the guile and loop that we see from Pamal. Oh, another chance there. But that was much more difficult. Coming off the bat and past Vishal Singh and went to ground. Difficult chance. It would have been stunning if he had taken it. But Athenaeze has survived again here. Just not a lot of turn here for Moti because of the speed that he's bowling. Just whipping the ball in as he comes in. Virasamy Pamal just loops it up a little bit more. More revolutions on the ball. In fact, when Pamal's bowling, you also see the ball curving from, let me describe it as left to right from your vantage point here. The so-called Magnus effect. Well, no Magnus effect there, as this one's driven out towards the boundary. Way not get there. And that's going to be 3 more runs here to the total. There's a little ridge in that area right around at the Queen's Park Oval, so the ball just sort of slows up whenever it gets there. But that brings an over to an end. 164 for 3, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. At the Queen's Park Oval, it is Virasamy Pamal that's going to continue here. And we mentioned the Guyana team falling down the table last year. They finished in 4th place, tied with Jamaica Scorpions. Actually, let's call that 3rd place. Tied with Jamaica Scorpions on 91.8 points. They were just 2.8 points adrift of Trinidad and Tobago in 2nd place. Trinidad and Tobago had 94.6 points. Barbados Pride 134.8, so they were comfortably ahead at that point, and it looked like Barbados were going to run away with the title even if the last 2 games would have been played. But for the Windward Islands, in fact, they finished on 78 points in 5th place. Oh, that one almost got through the defense, just trying to step away, make some room. Just not much profit in that shot. All the same, Leon Johnson's waiting at slip. There's a backward point and a cover point in place. So there's not much in the way if you can get the ball in that direction. Another big shot, and this time it's taken by the keeper. Signs here that Athenaeze is losing his patience. Pamal is looking on very interested indeed. I think he smells blood right now. He's just looping it up outside the off stump, hoping to get something from Pamal, from Athenaeze here. Yeah, he wouldn't be too unhappy with that, Pamal. Just looping it up once again, and Athenaeze going for the drive, coming out of the outer portion of the bat, going to backward point. He's licking his lips here, Pamal. There's blood in the water for him. And you could just see, just ripping the ball, and there's that bit of swerve in the air. What's called the Magnus effect. If you're into your physics, Just swerves from left to right, and then the ball hits the pitch and spins back into the batsman. So difficult conditions here for the batsman. He's trying to break free, Athenaeze, but no success yet. And he's an exciting stroke player, Alec Athenaeze. So a real challenge for him here. He's gone past 50, but there's still a lot of work to be done here to get the Windward Islands Volcanoes away to a score over 300 plus. Good looking defensive shot to end off the over. Windward's Volcanoes 164 for 3. So the Windward Islands have lost 3 batsmen today. Smith for 52. Before that, Hodge for 10. And the last man to go, Kotoy, off Permaul for 34. All 3 catches to Leon Johnson in that slip region. And still to come for the Windward Islands, Kimani Melius, who went off with a blow to the head, the helmet in fact. So he should come back later on. They still have Ryan John, Larry Edwards, Kenneth Dember, Sherman Lewis, Preston McSween. Those are the batsmen remaining. So they will understand that this pair is going to be very important for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They need to build a big partnership here if they are to get anywhere in the region of the score 300. Round the wicket for the first time is the left-handed bowler, Gurukesh Moti. Forward short leg in place. And that silly mid-off, Tejanarayan Chandapal to the left of your picture. That's the man close in. And Vishal Singh on the other side. And Johnson is that slip there. He's been brilliant today with a very nice, safe pair of hands. Took 3 very good catches. I think that last one where he caught Kotoy off Permaul was the best of them. Had to almost dive backwards to take that one. It had gone past the keeper and took it very well at first slip. Good pressure being applied here by these 2 batsmen. And you're seeing signs that these 2 batsmen are getting a little bit impatient here. They want to move the scoring rate along. They have not been able to do so. Accurate bowling from the Guyana bowlers. Not a bad idea to loop one up outside the off stump just to induce the batsman to go for the drive. Dennis Smith, the 30-year-old out of Grenada, is new to the crease. Should get some runs here. Might get 4. The fieldsman just coming around and makes the stop. That's the opening batsman for Guyana. That's Chandrapal Hemraj. Over comes to an end. 166 for 3, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So it's Permaul going to continue from the northern end just to focus on the Windward Islands in their 2020 season. Started off very well by beating Barbados by 3 wickets outside of TNT. The only team to do so. They drew with Jamaica and then lost to the Leeward Islands badly by an innings in 165 runs. Drew with TNT and then drew with the Windwards. Off the pad that time. And drew with Guyana, in fact. Lost to Barbados at Kensington in round 6. Turned around to beat Jamaica, but then lost to TNT by an innings and 84 runs in what turned out to be the last game. That's the 8th round. Coming out down the track and drives nicely. Got a hand to it, Hetmeyer, but that's not going to run to the boundary because Chandapal is across to it and makes the stop. Niall Smith, in fact, makes the stop, so good bit of fielding there. And there's a name that I'm sure we'll be hearing more from him later on in this game. Shimron Hetmyer. He'll be looking to turn in some good scores here. Might surprise you to know that Hetmyer only has 100 in first-class cricket. 12 50s to go with that. But hasn't played a ton of games. Just 25 games for Hetmyer at this level. Another one coming off the short fielder, and they were looking for a single there. Well, Athenaeze was interested in it, but Dennis Smith was having none of that. Continues to be a tense battle here. The batsman trying to break loose of the shackles here. Permaul just tempting them to come down the track to him. So it's a riveting battle here at the Queen's Park Oval. This is Guyana's real strength here. Their spinners have been outstanding for them. In a year, just about 5 years down, it was Bishu and Permaul. Permaul, to his credit, has stuck it out here and is still churning out the wickets. We still hope to see Bishu at some time. Outstanding bowler for the West Indies and for Guyana. Stifled appeal. They go through for the single. And it's missed at the non-striker's end. But it was close indeed. Niall Smith does the backing up. Leg byes is the call. And that is also the end of the over. The 51st of the innings. Windward Islands Volcanoes 169 for 3 here at the Oval. Windward Islands Volcanoes will be cognizant that the Guyana team are replete with batsmen who can go big in terms of their scores. Anthony Bramble, the wicketkeeper, scored 196 against the Leeward Islands at Providence 2017. Leon Johnson also had 189 against the Windwards at St. George's just in the last season, 2020. Bramble also had 168 against the Windward Islands. Johnson 165, Hemraj 144, so some big scores in there. And then Shimron Hetmyer, who is looking to make his way back into the reckoning to prove his fitness for the West Indies in the white ball formats, and I'm sure he would love to play Test cricket also. The fact that he's here playing first-class cricket should tell you a lot. So he will want to prove his worth here. He's hungry for some runs. Now we're seeing the return of Clinton Pestano. And that was the man in the 7th over of the day. First ball he bowled, a short delivery to Kimani Melius, hit him on the side of the helmet. The 21-year-old was withdrawn. He's retired hurt. We hope to see him back at some point. Here's Pestano, 6 overs, none for 19. The pick of the bowlers has been Paul, 2 for 43. It's a gentle loosener and went straight out towards the Chandrapal Hemraj, who is at a deep cover position. And straight to him, no runs resulting. Pestano hasn't bowled for some time, but it's a lot better conditions for the players now. With the heat earlier, we were expecting maybe 4 or 5 over spells. It's going to be an easy single. Chandrapal comes round and makes the stop, but the batsman already comfortably true. A lot of space on the leg side for the right-hander. Left-hander, in fact. Now the right-handed Dennis Smith in now. Just to focus on him a little bit. 30-year-old right-hander. 835 runs before this game. Just the 350, he's averaging just over 21, so he will certainly want to improve on that in this innings. And the Windward Islands would sense that if they are to get anything out of this game, they would need a first innings total in the region of 300. Smith not cleanly fielded by Kimo Paul, but they get the single all the same. The other fascinating thing about this encounter, it's the first time these two teams would have met here at the Queen's Park Oval in a first-class fixture. You have to go back all the way to February, or rather March 2013, when the Windward Islands last beat Guyana. Looking to play that through the offside and going back to the bowler. It was 1st of March 2013, the Windward Islands beat Guyana by 4 wickets at Arnesvale. But since then, 13 matches, Guyana have won 8. There was 1 win for the Windwards, of course, that one. So in those 12 matches, Guyana have won 8 of them. It's been dominance for Guyana over the Windward Islands. Not the line that his captain would have wanted. They're going to pick up 2 easily here. They could have 3 if they hustle for it. But it is a good bit of fielding by Chandapal to prevent them from going for the 3rd run. Got onto that very quickly. 2 slips in place here for Clinton Pestano, but he is erring on the side of the leg side. So the batsman just picking up the singles easily here. 2 for Athenaeze. He's up to 60 now. Won't be too unhappy with that, getting the batsman to drive with those 2 slips waiting, and the over comes to an end. The return over for Clinton Pestano. At the end of it, Windward Islands Volcanoes 173 for 3. So we saw in the last over the return of Clinton Pestano to replace Gudakesh Moti, who bowled quite a long spell there. Now we're going to see Veerasamy Permaul will continue here, and he'll be bowling from the northern end. Big smile on his face. He's having a conversation with Gudakesh Moti, his fellow left armour, who is fielding in that mid-off position. So it is the right-handed Dennis Smith on 5 of 13 deliveries facing up now. Dennis Smith, not one of the tallest men in the world. In fact, he wouldn't look out of place astride a thoroughbred somewhere in Caymanas Park or Santa Rosa Park. Small man, but low center of gravity. Nice looking defensive shot there. We will see a lot of them to Permaul. Well, outside of that first over where Smith, that's the other Smith, Devon Smith, attacked him, we haven't seen too many batsmen get on top of him in this contest so far. Two close-in fieldsmen, also the slip in Johnson waiting for an edge. And Permaul continues to toil away here. 1 for 23 so far inside his 9th over. So these two teams, Windward Islands, have not beaten Guyana since March 2013. Guyana have won 8 of the 12 matches since then. And there was also a tie in one game, remarkably, December 2017, between these two teams. Good delivery there, just one going on with the arm. Homing in at the stumps, the batsman equal to it. 10th December 2017. The game ended tied at Sabina Park. Sorry, let me just correct that. I was going to say something about Sabina Park after. I just crept in early. Forward to it, and there's no run. Yeah, when they finished in that tie, as the over comes to an end there, it was actually the first tie in the Caribbean since 1911. That's when a Jamaica team against the MCC tied at Sabina Park. So that was a remarkable effort. And it's the closest the Windward Islands have been to beating Guyana since 2013, 173 for 3 at the end of the over. And it's going to be Colin Murray to continue here. And Colin, no wickets falling in that segment there, but the Windward Islands, they're not exactly getting away to the getting past these two spinners here at all. They certainly have not been able to break the shackles just yet.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a very, very interesting game at this point in time, because it's a situation where the Windwards can go on to maybe 300 or be dismissed for less than 250. So it's a thing. Wasn't that a tied game many years ago with Tanty Merle? But that was the Combined Islands, wasn't it? Trinidad and Tobago Combined Islands.
Yeah, that may have been one of those. Was it a one-day game? I'll check it out.
No, I don't think it was a one-day game. I think it was a 4-day game. Oh, that's a good shot from Athenaeze. He's going to just get a single because didn't seem to time it all that well. Yeah, I thought that was a 4-day game. The very famous Tanty Merle, where it was, I think it was a tied game, but my memory is not as good as it used to be, say 20 years ago. And I'm being kind, obviously. Yeah, I thought that was a tie. That was the famous Tanty Merle tied game at the Combined Islands. Andy Roberts was playing, I think, for the Combined Islands at that stage, and Viv Richards, and a very powerful Combined Islands team before they went off on their own to the Windwards and the Leewards. Kemo Paul, he's picked up 2 wickets of the 3 to 4 thus far. This is a delivery that he's getting a more couple runs, but it's 176 for 3, not 176 for 4 that we have on your screens. It's 176 for 3 at the moment. Athenaeze going on well. He's on 61. Of course, maybe thinking the 4th wicket could be Melius, but we haven't heard any news on him at the moment. And we'll just wait and see what if he can bat today, if he may come back out. But certainly a good young, promising player is Kamani Melius. Single for Smith. Paul seems to be very upset because he was obviously, he's at no ball as well. But he seems very upset with himself that he's not getting the right line. He certainly was swinging the ball earlier. Not much movement here for him now. Of course, the ball is 53.2 overs old. So it means that he's going to have to work that little bit harder, maybe shine in on one side to get that movement. Runs for Athenaeze. This isn't badly lined. He's just going to pick up a single. He's coming back for the second. He's got to hurry. Oh, that's excellent running on the part of Athenaeze. I thought that for one moment he would have been struggling, but he's quick. He obviously made up his mind very early as well that he wanted 2. And he was playing that ball to the left of the man at that squarish mid-wicket. That is Chanda Paul out there. And from the time Chanda Paul, he was played he's more of at a deep squarish mid-wicket and had to run towards a forward square leg. And so they were able to pick up the 2 runs. Athenaeze on 63. He's looking good. Another good shot. That one is going to run away. That's the good bit of fielding. Excellent bit of fielding by Smith on that deep backward square leg boundary. Seemed to be running away for 4, and they only crossed for 1. So you have to say that no, they did the second. Yes, they did. So Athenaeze goes to 65, but I thought that for one moment was going to get into the boundary ropes. But Niall Smith had to run maybe about 15, 20 meters to his right, and then flung his body. So he was able to save 2 runs, but an excellent bit of fielding on his part. 182 for 3. Athenaeze now starting to play some more shots. Oh, the commentator's curse nearly came into play there. He was looking to drive a ball outside the line of the off stump, a delivery that just was leaving him. And Athenaeze, you want to think now he's starting to get a little bit too overconfident. He's on 63, he's on 65, sorry. He feels now it's time for him to up the tempo. But in doing so, you've got to pick the right ball to play those shots. This one was just outside the line of the off stump. He drove at it, and it was just to Athenaeze's right at second slip with number 2 on his back, and he should have taken it. He got both hands to it. Here is Paul. This is better from Athenaeze. And Paul not very happy with Athenaeze. And Athenaeze there, head down with number 2 on his back. And he's very upset as well. But he should have taken it. I think that's why he's so upset, because it was just his right. He got both hands to it. And it came out. So Windward Islands are able to fight on. Vidya.
Yeah, I found the tie. It actually ended as a draw because the scores were level, but not a tie, but a draw. What had actually happened is that the combined islands, they were in a position to win the title, and they needed a win in the game. But what had happened was they needed to get a certain number of runs. Mike Finley and Hugh Gore, they added 6 for the final wicket, but then time ran out with the scores level, so they were not able to get the run needed to win.
But it was not the last wicket either to fall. If Trinidad got
yes,
so it was actually
so ended in a draw.
A draw with the scores.
But you're right, the scores were level. You were right.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember something like that. I think that's how the Tanti Merle saga came up, because Tanti Merle was in the stand behaving very badly.
I could see why she was supporting the combined islands, apparently.
Right, yeah, she was supporting the combined islands and apparently behaving very badly in the stand. And then when they didn't win the game, as you said, time ran out. I think she behaved even worse. And Paul Keynes Douglas immortalized her in poetry, you call it. But here is runs for Dennis Smith. It's going to pick up a couple runs as Pumol delivery, give him some air, but badly lined outside the off stump. They're able to pick up 2 runs. So 184 for 3. But there's so many different stories throughout the various Caribbean grounds. I'm sure everybody has a story. Of course, there's in Antigua, Gravy. I remember Gravy. I mean, what a character. And then there was this gentleman in Barbados, always well dressed, top hat. Can't remember his name, but King Dal, that's right. They're always a character or something at all the grounds. I think that's what makes the Caribbean. And you hear people from outside the region talking so much about why they enjoy cricket in the Caribbean, because the atmosphere is so tremendous. Remember, the purists weren't too happy when Gravy started at Antigua. The purists just thought there was a lot of noise, and as they say, that's not cricket. But Gravy soon became a folklore hero. Well, that's the final delivery. It's tea time, and thought tea was at actually 10 to, but it's not. It's 2:45 is the tea interval. And the Windward Islands, they go off at 184 for 3. Athenaeze is on 65. Dennis Smith is on 10. They've already lost Devon Smith. He went Court Johnson, bowled Paul for 52. Kavim Hodge, he went Court Johnson, bowled Paul for 10. And Keron Courtois, he went Court Johnson, bowled Pumol for 34. The wickets fell at 46, 95 and 187. And the 2 not-out batsmen, Athenaeze, as I said, on 65. And Smith is on, actually, we have him on 9 at the moment. And there is 13 extras at 184 for 3. The Windward Islands, not a bad total at this point in time. You would think they would want to kick on from here, but they don't have a lot of batting to come. And if this partnership was to lose a wicket, they'd be in trouble. The bowling figures, Niall Smith, he's had 9 overs, none for 29. Kimo Paul, he's had 14 overs, 2 for 51. Then there is Clinton Pestano, 7 overs, none for 23. Versami Pamal, 10 overs, 1 for 25. And Gudesh Moti Kanai, he's at 15 overs, none for 45. So that's the situation here as the sun has come back out at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a lovely day today, a fine day for cricket, and we've had some good cricket thus far. A very keen battle between bat and ball. But it's tea time now, and at 184 for 3, we'll be right back after the tea interval.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval for continued play after tea in this West Indies Championship match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. At tea, Windward Islands Volcanoes going in with 184 for 3. Athenaeze 65 not out, and Dennis Smith on 10. Good session for the Windward Islands in that post-lunch period. They got 94 runs but lost the 2 wickets, and the 2 wickets to go down during that period. Devon Smith, who went for 52, caught by Leon Johnson off Kemo Paul, and the other wicket to fall at that time, Kieron Kotoy, caught by Johnson off Pumal 34. The highlight has been Johnson's catching at first slip. 2 catches at first slip from the fast bowler and 1 from the spinner. So it's going to be the left-handed Athenaeze, 65 of 127 deliveries. He's going to be facing up now, and it's the return of Paul. Plays that with a nice little flourish out to pick up his first run after the break. That's 1 more to him. He's up to 66. Just to remind you about his credentials, Athenaeze, he has 350s to his credit. He does not have a first-class 100, so I'm sure he would love to have that today. In terms of the Windward Islands, going with a very young team today, a lot of 20-year-olds in there. 2 19-year-olds didn't make the team, but a lot of players in their 20s. There's the 34-year-old Kenneth Demba, 40-year-old Devon Smith, who's gone already, Dennis Smith on 30, Kieron Kotoy on 32, but the rest are 25-year-old players with limited experience. And this youngster, Athenaeze, just playing in his 14th first-class match, has started well here. And can he carry on to make this 100? You suspect that Windward Islands, if they are to get something out of this game, they will need to get a total in the region of 300 or more to really challenge this Guyana Amazon Warriors and their powerful batting lineup. If anything, the bowling lineup may not be quite as powerful as it was during that run of 5 straight first-class titles. Just couldn't quite get the stop there. Past the field at third slip. And they get 1 to the total, 186 now for 3. And we were mentioning before the break that it's a string of 13 games that have gone by since the last win for the Windward Islands over Guyana, 2013, almost a decade without a win here. So Windward Islands will certainly want to break that. Also, the larger narrative is that the Windward Islands have never won this regional first-class title since this tournament started in the 1960s, so they will certainly want to break that duck this season. Not the most attractive shot you will see from Athenaeze, and he's played several of them today. And Colin was talking about that game, which did end in a draw, not a tie, but that happened in April 1975. You can check it on windiescricket.com. 1985, the last game of the season between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. That took place right here at the Queen's Park Oval. TNT 259 and 252. Combined Islands 229 and 282 for 9. Good delivery there by Paul, not making the batsman play though. Yeah, and what we were trying to describe to you earlier was that game ended in a draw because in the 4th innings, Combined Islands had 280, the target itself, 292 I believe it was. They got 282 in fact they needed to get. They got 281, they got to 282 for 9. And the last wicket pair of Mike Finley and Hugh Gore unable to get the last run before time was called. Scores level, game ending in a draw. And who won the title? Just to finish off the story, it was Guyana back in 1975. That was their 2nd regional first-class title to go with the first one in 73. Guyana have gone on to win 11 titles, that run of 5 in the last few years, 2015 to 2019, taking them up to 11. Of course, the most successful team in the region has been Barbados over the years. So it's a battle that this match means a lot to these two teams to get a result in the first game of the 2022 championships. And you would feel that with Devon Smith back in the pavilion and the captain Hodge also back there, it's going to be up to Athenaeze to put in a score of substance here. 187 for 3, Windward Islands Volcanoes. So still to come for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Up next is Kenneth Demba. They will also have the talents of Ryan John, Sherman Lewis, Preston McSween still to come in. And of course there's Kimani Melius, who went off in the 7th over of the game with a blow to the head, or rather to the helmet. So he should be coming back at some time. And I would suspect if a wicket goes down, we may see him in next. Virasamy Pamal is going to continue here. Partnership is 29th. Pamal has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 25, and must be refreshed after that little break. Forward short leg in place. They have removed the fielder at that silly mid-off position now. There's still a slip in place here. Is he? Oh, that was close. Tell you what, he didn't know too much about that one. The arm ball, the ball going on, and Smith staying back here. And it is to the detriment of many a batsman to stay back on this Queen's Park Oval pitch. You've got to get forward. There's some assistance from the spinners here. That's more what he needs to do here. Dennis Smith. Just to remind you, just for Dennis Smith, has a good average. Well, goodish average, 20.36. 350s for him. Hasn't been able to get the weight of runs to attract the attention of the selectors at the higher level. Has played some 24 matches, though. Sweeps away, not full contact, but Pestano's out there. Pamal continues. He was the outstanding player for Guyana in the 2020 season. Picked up 50 wickets and 12.98 his average. Outstanding stuff. And it was very economical, just conceding over 2 runs and over. And it was taking a wicket basically every 6 overs. Making room and gets it through. He should get 2 here. Another nice looking shot from Athenaeze. He's up to 68 now. It's best, in fact, that shot will take him to his best ever score at regional first class level. Previously, it was 66. So I'm sure he would make a mental note of that. He's now up to new territory for him in his first class career. Up to 68 not out now. Oh, and he could be out here. Yes, he's gone. Why would he do that at this point? He's just gone past his best score in first-class cricket and then goes for the reverse sweep and is caught LBW here, plumb in front, and unnecessary, a soft dismissal, you have to say. And the 4th wicket is down for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Athenaeze, LBW to Virasamy Pamal. He is gone for 68. And Pamal takes his 2nd wicket. And Athenaeze, I'm sure he was aware that he's now gone past his highest first-class score and has perished the next delivery. And, you know, you always talk about batsmen when they go past landmarks, what happens to them. And he has gone there for 68. So, the 4th wicket going down at 190. And Athenaeze has to go back to the pavilion. So, it's going to be a good wicket here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and it is a time for them that if they can apply some more pressure, they are very much into the lower middle order, or middle order to lower middle order now. And with the inexperience of this Windward Islands Volcanoes team, several players in that still to come who have not played that many first-class games, a good chance for them to perhaps knock over the Windward Islands Volcanoes for a low score. Commander Melius is back, and after copping that blow to the helmet, after 6.1 overs from Clinton Pestano. Strikes him on the pad, he's gone! 2 wickets and 2 balls here, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles are looking very dangerous now. And in 2 balls, the complexion of this match has totally changed. And Dennis Smith goes LBW for 12. That's a 3rd wicket for Kemo Paul. Wow, what a turnaround here. And the soft underbelly, perhaps we suspected, to this Windward Islands team. And it has been exposed here. 2 wickets and 2 deliveries. The first going to Paul off the last ball of the previous over. And that was Athenaeze LBW to Paul for 68, and now Dennis Smith trapped in front by Paul for 12. All happening here at the Oval, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles well and truly on top now. So 190 for 3 has suddenly become 190 for 5 in the space of 3 deliveries. And you really have to look back at that shot from Athenaeze. Pushed through the cover region, picked up 2, and then immediately after went for that audacious shot, got trapped in front LBW to Paul for 68. And now Dennis Smith, who was perhaps a little bit lucky to still be there, LBW to Paul for 12. Ryan John is a new batsman. That one down the leg side. You can see what he was trying to do there. Just attacking the stumps, looking for that Yorker length delivery. Just pushing it down the leg side, though. And blood is in the water here as Ryan John facing us up to Paul, who might be sensing that's a good chance for him to get a 5-wicket haul here. A young man who is trying to rebuild his career. Went off the boil a little bit in 2020, lost his place in the West Indies teams. Now looking to get himself back. He's looking in good form here with the ball already. Another good delivery. They go for a quick single, and it's well judged. Get there pretty comfortably. Ryan John, so he's off the mark on 1. Melius is still yet to score. He's faced 19 deliveries. In fact, the 19th delivery was the one that struck him on the helmet. And 6.1 overs it was. Struck on the helmet. And after doing the concussion check, the physio deciding that he should go to the pavilion. So he went off at that point. So now here he is. 5 wickets later, he's back in now. And I have a feeling that Paul is not going to pitch this one up here. So let's see the change in the field. 2 slips and a gully in place. And there is also a fielder who's gone out to that forward square leg position. And he's pitched it up, perhaps expecting the bouncer. Didn't look too confident in playing that stroke. But he gets a single all the same. He's off the mark on 1. Ryan John is on 1. And all of a sudden, the complexion of this game has totally changed. What looked like a total that could be in the region of 300 Now it looks like they might be lucky to get past 250 here. Stranger things have happened in this game. Interesting leave there by John. For Guyana in that 2020 season, Permaul was the outstanding bowler, 50 wickets for him. Niall Smith did get 20 in that campaign. Raymond Reifer, who is no longer with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, he's back with his native country Barbados and the Pride. He took 16 wickets in that season. We also had the off-spinner Kevin Sinclair take 12 wickets and Keon Joseph take 12. Both of those are not in the squad this time around. So a chance for Gudakesh Moti. They've looked at him as another one of those wicket takers. He hasn't been able to take any wickets today. Another good delivery from Paul. Just attacking the stumps here. And that'll bring an end to a successful over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Windward Islands Volcanoes 192 for 5 at the end of the over. Back here at the Queen's Park Oval, it is the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 192 for 5. Well, in Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's absolute mayhem down there because Jamaica bowled out for 141 and Trinidad and Tobago already batting 12 without loss. And the chief destroyer there was Brian Charles, 6 for 48 he took. Brian Charles at the stadium named after Brian Charles Lara. 2 for Jaden Seals in that destruction of Jamaica. You'll have to pull out of that one Virasamy Permaul. So Jamaica bowled out for 141 in case you missed it. Brian Charles, 6 for 48 for Trinidad and Tobago. Squirting off the edge there. Will get one easily. Not a confident looking stroke at all. Across at Kensington Oval in Barbados. That one, Leeward Islands, 163 for 6 now. Top scorer there has been Kieran Powell for 43. Well, actually, second top scorer. Devon Thomas got 58. So 3 good battles developing here in this first round of the West Indies Championships, back after in 2 years. First time in 2 years. And Permaul, who has been a real champion for Guyana over the years, he continues here. 50 wickets, as we mentioned, in his last stint in 2020. And he's already picked up 2 here. Permaul actually had some outstanding figures. In fact, one game against Jamaica at Florence Hall, he took 8 for 18 in the first innings and then returned and took 7 for 59 in the second innings. Really wrecked Jamaica in that game. That was his best game ever in the history in terms of his career. Well, almost played that on. Didn't know too much about that one. Stayed on the back foot and just got a touch on it. I think it just chopped it down past the off stump. Permaul very, very close to his 3rd wicket there. And Ryan John looks all at sea here. He may be 2 kilometers inland, but tell you what, he might have been in the Dragon's Mouth, the Bocas here in Trinidad. Another good delivery here from Virasamy Pamal. You tell he's starting to feel it now. His body language is looking very different. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles looking very confident here. They've gotten rid of the two big batsmen, Devon Smith and Alec Athenaeze, for small damage. Dug out there at that time. Could go for two. They decide against it. I tell you what, wisely so. John would have been run out by miles. End of the over. At the end of it, Windward Islands Volcanoes 194 for 5. So the two most dangerous bowlers for this Guyana Harpy Eagles team continuing to operate here. Virasamy Pamal from the northern end and Kemo Paul, who's taken 3 wickets so far. He is at the southern end. And tell you what, he's gone head hunting here, not in the boxing sense of trying to knock out the batsman, but he is homing in on that batsman's crease to get the LBW bowled. And that again, just trying to attack the stumps. Well, he's well taken there by Anthony Bramble, diving across and taking that one way down the leg side. Big smile on his face. And that was a good take, but down the leg side from Kemo Paul. And Ryan John certainly is not settled here at all. He didn't look to know too much about Virasamy Pamal. And now against Kemo Paul, again, he's struggling. And don't forget, at the other end, Melius has 2 of 21 deliveries. He had a blow to the head earlier, and he is just back on. So, very good time here for Guyana Harpy Eagles. Can they push through and get another couple of wickets here? Good attacking delivery from Kemo Paul. Maybe he has a quick word with the batsman and then heads back to the top of his mark. Sun is out with us once again. And after a period in which it looked like there might be some rain about, we're back to the hot sun here at the Queen's Park Oval. And as Colin was telling you earlier, it's been relayed. First time in 15 years that the outfield has been relayed. Another good delivery outside the off stump. And Paul just having a look at his calves here. Tell you what, has he done something? Just checking out his left calf. I think that's where the problem is for him. Yep, he's having some problems here. First of all, having a look at that left calf, and now pulling out of that one. Looks like maybe just feeling something in that left calf. So let's see how he progresses throughout this over. Are they going to make a change? He's bowling quite well and actually forming a good partnership with Virasamy Pamal. With the change in the weather, there might be some shorter spells too for the faster bowlers. And again, he's pulled out of it. Yeah, he's definitely having some problems here. Leon Johnson looking on, very interested. The rhythm's gone for him at the moment. Maybe not quite feeling it in that
I'm wondering, Vidya, sorry, just to come in here quickly, I'm wondering if he's feeling a little slight pull. If he is, he should just go off. Because, you don't want to stretch it. And next thing, it's actually, if he pulls it, then he could be in serious problems.
That one he seemed to be okay.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah. I'm wondering if it's just that his rhythm wasn't right, you know. But if your rhythm is not right, you know, he kept holding the calf and looking at it and pulling up the trouser. So you're not. I'm not too sure if it was just his rhythm. He wasn't comfortable running in on the two occasions, because that one he ran flat out. So maybe it's just his rhythm wasn't right.
My 20 minutes is up, so it's just about my time to leave you here. So, Colin, I'll let you describe what just happened here, because Chemo Paul might be suffering from a little bit of a strain here, and this could be him for a little while here.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay, because after he delivered, he went down, and we see he's stretching that left calf, and they've brought something. One of the 12th man has brought something on. I don't know if it's a tablet, because he's got some water, and maybe it's a tablet. And we see the physio is going to come onto the field as well. And let's see what is going to be the situation there, because it's the physio doctor Mario Christopher, and she's come onto the field to see what the problem is with Chemo Paul. But let's hope he's okay, because what you would not want is for him to carry on and do more damage to the leg. You know, you would want him to come off, get some treatment, and make sure he's okay, because this is the first day of a game. You're into the third session of a game on the first day, and you've got one of your main bowlers. You don't want to see him back in the pavilion laid up. But it's going to be Versamy Pomal. He's had 12 overs, 2 for 30. He's going to continue. And Melius is on 2. If you now join us, you're wondering how Melius, who opened the batting, is on 2. It was because in the 6th over of the innings, he was struck in the helmet and had to come off the field. And only came back on at the fall of the 4th wicket, when Athenaeze, who played an awful shot, just got his highest score in first class cricket in 68, and then for some unknown reason was playing the reverse sweep at Pomal and was out LBW. Didn't seem to like the decision. He felt the ball may have struck him on the glove, but that could have well have been after it hit the pad. At the end of the day, he had absolutely no right in playing that shot. It's a 4-day game. Just sit down and bat. This is a good shot from Melius, using his feet and on driving just to the right of the man at that Moti, who is at mid-on, but it went to his right. He is left-handed, so it was a safe run in the end. 194 for 5, as John faces up to Pomal. Good line, good length. You look at the field, pretty attacking. Johnson looking to pick up wickets, because from 190 for 3, the Volcanoes are 195 for 5. That's well played by John, because it was given some air just outside the line of the off stump and turning ever so slightly away from the batsman. He allowed it to go through. So Pomal picked up 2 wickets so far, 2 for 31. continues to bowl well. And there's probably going to be a change in bowling. I don't think they will continue with Chemo Paul. The way he is feeling that left calf muscle. There's the scorecard. Smith 52, Hodge 10, Athenaeze 68, Cotoy 34, Smith. This is Dennis Smith 11, Devon Smith at the top of the order 52. Melius is on 3 not out, but as you can see, he's only faced 25 deliveries. John is on 2 not out, and the two of them, they've got to do some consolidation here. Having lost those 2 wickets from 190 for 3 to 190 for 5, it's a period where these two will now have to start to rebuild this innings if they want to get up to maybe 300. So Moti has replaced Chemo Paul, and Moti is going to be bowling round the wicket. First time he's gone round the wicket. And it's going to be bowling to young Kimani Melius. So the sun is back out with us. Really a wonderful day. It's been a great day all morning and afternoon. We've had sunshine, had some cloud cover after lunch, but other than that, it's been really a super day. Windward Islands winning the toss, Windward Islands Volcanoes. Moti, not yet picking up a wicket, none for 45. Oh, that's a day. Oh, he's bowled him. Well, well, well. I was about to say that delivery was too close for the cut shot. And he was looking to make some room, Melius, to try to cut that delivery. It didn't spin. It seemed to be one that just drifted in with the arm. And Melius looking to cut and lost his top of his off stump. The bail has been dislodged, and Melius makes his long trek back to the pavilion, bowled by Moti. So Moti has picked up his first wicket. Was a bad shot indeed from Melius. He was looking to cut that delivery, and it was far too close to him to play that shot. He should have been playing with a straight bat, maybe pushing it out towards a mid-off position, but for some unknown reason he was looking for runs and went for the cut, and the shot just was not on. So Melius goes bowled by Moti for 3, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they slip more into trouble. It's now 195 for 6. So the new batsman is making his way out. Let's see who this could be. We're trying to just, could be Larry Edward, the left arm spinner. Just having a look at him to see, of course, he is walking towards the southern end of the pitch. And it is Larry Edward. Yep, it is Larry Edward. It always amazes me with that name, Larry Edward. Somehow I think it's missing an S to be Edwards. But then again, I'm not the father or the grandfather, so I've just got to go with Larry Edward. He's left-handed, also bowls slow left arm orthodox. But what a slump here from the Volcanoes, cruising at 190 for 3 with Athenaeze on 68, looking good. And all of a sudden, played that atrocious shot. Went back to the pavilion. The next ball, Dennis Smith was back in the pavilion, and from 190 for 3, they went to 190 for 5. They're now 195 for 6. As Edwards faces his first delivery. As Moti not giving the ball here, he's concentrated on just pushing it through, good line, good length, and saying to the batsman, well, if you want runs, you got to come after me. Every now and again, he just tosses it up. But this one comes off. Well, let's wait and see if there's a signal, because he was on the front foot. You could see him looking to try to whip it through the onside. It took the top of the pad, went high over the man at short, the fine leg position, and they're able to pick up a leg by. So that's the end of a successful over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and in particular, Gudakesh Moti. So he's picked up his first wicket in the game, so he'll be very happy. 16 overs, 1 for 45. 4 of those have been maidens. So the enforced change has picked up the wicket, because I think if Kimo Paul was fit, and certainly was feeling not so much fit, but if he was feeling okay with that leg, he would have probably continued to bowl. So sometimes things work out best for you through just a stroke of luck, because Moti would not have been on the ball had Kimo Paul been feeling okay. So 196 for 6. The question is, can the lower order of the Volcanoes propel them to at least a respectable score of 240, 250? It looks tough getting there now. So Purmal continuing, he's in his 14th over. Picked up 2 wickets, the wickets of Athenaeze and Kotoy. 2 very important wickets, because both of them were well set. Athenaeze on 68, Kotoy on 34. And you would have thought that these 2 would have gone on. They certainly had put on a good partnership of some 62 runs before Kotoy went for 34. That one coming off the edge. Only going to get a single, because Pestano is doing the fielding. You look at Purmal, he gets very close to the stumps. We're going to have a look at him. But he's going wrong the wicket now to the right-hander. But it was interesting bowling to the left-hander. He gets very close to the stumps. He runs straight and then gets close to the stumps to deliver. I would think to the right-hander, he's going to move away from the stumps to deliver. But we're going to have a look at him. 197 for 6. Yes, he gets to the stumps, and then that's exaggerating runoff. And they're going to pick up 2 runs as Ryan John plays a nice looking shot. That delivery just angled into him, and he was working it past where there's no mid-wicket. So the man at mid-on had to just run to his right. So 199 for 6. 1 run to get to that 200 landmark. And you have to think that in the last half an hour, it's been a struggle for them. Last 20 minutes to get to the 200, when at one stage it looked very easy that they would go way past that. Let's give him some air. And John, having a go at him, didn't time it all that well. Came off the inner part of the bat more than anything else. But this one, give him some air from Purmal. That's a good delivery, because he tossed it up to Ryan John as if to say, well, you want runs? Here you are. And John's head was in the air, didn't really get over that ball, and it came off the inner bat. He gets 2 runs, and more importantly, the 200 is now up for the Volcanoes. 201 for 6. John is on 6 at the moment. That one, little bit of turn from Purmal, not an exaggerated amount, but gave it a little bit of air, but this time wide of the off stump. And because he gave it some air, it had some turn in it. And John did the right thing, allowed it to go through, didn't go after it. The ball was taken nicely by Bramble. So Pomolis completed his 14 overs, 2 for 36. 201 for 6. This is news coming out of the Brian Lara Academy. That Jamaica were bowled out for 141. At one stage, I understand they were 50 for 1. So they certainly collapsed in the end. Brian Charles, the off spinner, 6 for 48. And he's been doing well in the trials as well for Trinidad and Tobago, picking up wickets in the trials. So he seems to be on song. Young Jaden Seals, who really and truly has a bright future ahead of him. He picked up 2 wickets, but he is certainly one for the future. Not sure what Edwards was trying there. Seemed to want to lift it. But at this point, you need to just consolidate. You need to push the ball around. You certainly don't need to be trying to go for the big shots. So this is he gone? Yes, he is. Well, a nothing shot this time because it was a delivery from Moti. He pushed it through, and Edwards just stood there and he dabbed at it. There was no he didn't look to play a big expansive shot. He stood there at a delivery pushed through by Moti, and all he did was to dab at the ball, took the outside edge, and Bramwell took a comfortable catch in the end. So they continue to slide here. The Volcanoes, they've now added 11 runs, and 4 wickets have gone down as Edward goes, caught Bramwell off the bowling of Moti. I think he got 1? Yes, he got 1. So a solitary single for Edward. And 201 for 7. And I tell you, 250 looks a long way now for the Volcanoes. Unless we see some lower order hitting by maybe the likes of McSween or Demba or Sherman Lewis. Other than that, and then of course Ryan John is still there, so one is hoping that he will be able to hold on and more or less maneuver the lower order to get some runs with him. So Moti is picking up his second wicket, picked up the wicket of Melius in the previous over. So the new batsman is in fact Kenneth Demba. Very tall figure. A very big, burly character is Demba. Well, no, I wouldn't say burly, but he's a very tall man. Faces up to Moti. Oh, that pitched and turned, and Moti, you could see him thinking that may have taken the top of the off stump, but it spun, had some bounce in it as well, and beat that off stump. This is good bowling. $201 for 7. So Demba going long forward. I'm not too sure. Ryan John, I was about to say, I'm not too sure if he knows what's going on out there. And as soon as I was about to say that, I see Ryan John is coming down to have a word with him. Not too sure what the conversation could be. Maybe just play long forward and hope for the best. Certainly doesn't seem to be Okura with what Gudakesh Moti is doing with the ball. Well, he looks more comfortable with that one, but it was just short. Gave him a lot of time in which to just get across and push it out on the offside. I think the problem arises is when it's given some air and more in his half. That looks comfortable as well. So the end of a successful over from Moti, an over in which he picked up the wicket of Larry Edward, who went caught by wicketkeeper Bramble for 1. And it's 201 for 7. Ryan John is going to be back in strike, and he is going to have a lot of work to do if the Windward Islands are to progress from 201 to 7 to close to maybe 230 at this point in time. Pamal, I'm sure it's going to continue. The right-handed Ryan John is going to take strike, and they've now sent a man right back and long on, and then there's one at deep mid-wicket. But John looks pretty comfortable. I think the problem arises when he tries to go for the big shots. His head goes into the air. He's really looking to see where he's going to hit the ball. But because he tried a big hit the last over, they've pushed that man down back to long on. That's well played. Give him some air outside the off stump by Pamal, and obviously saying to Ryan John, listen, I'm going to give it some air. I'm going to throw it outside the line of the off stump. How are you going to handle that? And John decided just to pat it off. That's well played. He's going to get an easy single because, as I said, the man from mid-on has gone all the way back to the boundary rope at long on. In fact, that's Moti, and they pick up an easy single. That's well played by John. No need to chance it at this point in time. You've got to consolidate. You've got a partner at the next end, and both of you have got to ensure that you keep the scoreboard ticking over without losing wickets. Two slips now, so they've gone on the attack for Denver, because you're seeing two slips of silly point and a forward short leg. So 4 men around the bat for Denver. Oh, that's a good shot, but he's not going to get runs because he picks out Pestano. But Pamal giving it a little bit of air, tempting the right-hander. And thankfully for the Volcanoes, he kept it along the ground. Pamal getting some turn, but starting just outside the line of the off stump. Denver looks a little bit, certainly it looks not a little bit, a lot better than when he first came in. He was struggling, didn't seem to get onto the front foot or get on the back foot. He just stood there and was stretching the bat out at the ball and basically hoping that the ball hits the bat. Now, after a little chat with Ryan John, you could see his feet moving, getting onto the back foot, coming onto the front foot, which certainly augurs well, not only for him, but for his team. If he can stay with Ryan John, maybe they can add another 25 runs. Don't think it's going to be enough to challenge the Guyana Harpy Eagles. You've got to get closer to 300, but I can't see that happening now with the Volcanoes. Well, they've brought in the man at mid-on, so they've got a man at long off. So they're obviously saying to Ryan John, if you're going to lift the ball, most likely you're going to lift it towards long off rather than long on. There's a deep mid-wicket. So Moti gives me the impression Moti's going to pitch this ball wide of the off stump. But as soon as I say that, he bowls it flat towards middle and leg. But if you've got a long off, give it some air. Tempt him outside the line of the off stump. Let him go after it. If he hits it for 6, then good shot. It's a little too short. That's a good bit of fielding there. Limits the score in just to 1. That's Kimo Paul diving to his left. Partially stopped it. And was able to pick up that single. $203 for 7. Last we heard the Leewards, they were 163 for 6. That's not a good score. Again, they're playing against the champions, the Barbados Pride, so they would have been looking to get to closer to 250 as a challenging type of total. But again, from a West Indian perspective, these teams got to get up to 300. In the air, got the leading edge. There was Demba looking to play this one through mid-wicket, got the leading edge. 168 for 7. I understand the Leewards are now 168 for 7, so they're going to struggle to get to 200. And I think that's the problem. We keep talking about the batsmanship in the region, and when you get into a 4-day game, you've got to score in the vicinity of 300. So far, we're hoping from a West Indian perspective. This is long forward goes Ryan John. We're hoping from a West Indian. It's the end of the over from Moti. He's now completed 18 overs, 2 for 47. Hoping from a West Indian perspective that 1 or 2 stars emerge from this 4-day West Indies championship. Because as I said a little earlier, the test team has been stagnated over the last year simply because there have been no 4-day cricket. So how can players address the selectors, or new players I should say, address the selectors when they have no cricket? But thankfully we're back up and running, and it's going to be Pumal, long forward, that's Demba, looking good. $204 for 7. Demba is on 1. Dangerously going on to the back foot, but a quicker delivery from Pumal, and wasn't full in length, so Demba was safe, getting just on deep in his crease. And that's some turn runs here. Not too sure if that went straight through for buys. Let's see a signal from umpire Wilson. Well, no signal, so he must have got some bat onto it. Yep. So as he probably cut that ball on into the ground, and then it went over, bounced over the head of Leon Johnson, who's already taken 3 catches for this innings. But that one didn't carry. 205 for 7. It's well played by John. John has looked comfortable, I must admit. Hasn't been in any trouble. Just once or twice he tried to take on the bowlers, and that's when he seems to be in trouble, because his head is in the air and all sorts of things happen. That's another good delivery. So these 2 left-arm spinners, they've got good control. They're turning the ball. They're mixing up the deliveries. It's been a good spell from both Pumal and Moti. Pumal, I think, is in his 16th over. Ooh, quicker delivery. And John had to come down on it, and did it well in the end. Had to come down on that, and it took the inner part of the bat, and he was able to pick up a single. And more importantly for the Volcanoes, he retains the strike. As Moti is going to continue, and after this over, we're going to turn you back over to Vidya Ramphal. And as per usual, he will give you all the facts and the figures and keep you right up to date. 206.47. And how the Volcanoes would want these 2 to carry on. Not much left. It's just Preston McSween and Shimon Lewis to come. The 2 quickies. Of course, Preston McSween, left arm pacer, had a very much talked about in the last couple of years, but hasn't progressed as he should. And then Shimon Lewis, very quick. Moti continues. That's a chancy run here. In the end, well judged. It's good cricket on the part of Ryan John, because as he played it, he immediately called for the single. I thought at one point it would have been risky, but I think Clinton Pestano, who is at that mid-on, was very late in taking off. And so he didn't even have a shy at the stumps because he realized that John was well home. At 207 for 7, let's immediately say to our viewers, there's certainly no devil in the pitch. I think the pitch is played well, it's docile, the ball is coming onto the bat, very little turn. It's certainly a good batting pitch, and really and truly 207 for 7 doesn't tell the story for the Volcanoes. They should really be 207 for about 3 or 4. But they lost some wickets to some poor shots and 1 or 2 good deliveries. Moti in his 19th over, he's got 2 for 48. Well, that's a lovely shot. That is a really super shot for somebody coming in at number 9. It was a delivery given a little bit of air by Moti, and there was Demba coming down the track and on driving sweetly. That was a lovely shot. It hit the middle of the bat, and the man at mid-on, Pestano, he moved to his left, but he had absolutely no chance. It was a super shot from Demba. I don't know where he got it from, because he didn't look as if he had that type of ability, to be very honest, to play those shots. But that was a super shot from the young man. So he is on 6 not out. John is on 10 not out. It's 211 for 7. And Pomal, he's got 2 for 39. Moti, 2 for 52. Vidya, these two are trying their best to at least get the Volcanoes up to some kind of respectable, maybe 235 if they can.
If they can, that's the operative's phrase there. Thanks, Colin. Yeah, 211 for 7, and you have to reflect on that shot played by Alec Athenaeze. Pushed it through, got his highest first-class score, went up to 68, and then went for the reverse sweep, and that was it for this innings, pretty much. Pomal is continuing. That one's going to be cut away. It will go for 2, so that's another good 2 here by Ryan John. And that was a nice shot there by Kenneth Demba, last ball of the previous over. So these two have some batting in them. 213 for 7. And from 190 for 3, it went to 201 for 7. Since then, the partnership has gone on to 12 between these two. Driven straight back to the bowler that time. And in the other matches, if you think that this batting effort has not been great, it's actually not. It's not much better. Against Barbados, Leewards are 171 for 8. And then at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, as Colin would have told you also, Jamaica bowled out for 141, and Trinidad and Tobago 34 for 2 already. And they've lost both their openers, Keegan Simmons for 11 and Imran Khan for 9. Swept, appeal, turned down. That one maybe heading down the leg side. Veerasamy Pomal looked very convinced, but that one going down the leg side. Thought he had his 3rd wicket there, Veerasamy Pomal. But it goes the way. And just having a quick word with Joel Wilson. Joel Wilson, one of those umpires who is inclined to tell the bowler, yeah, it did go down the leg side. In the meantime, just a little hold up here because the non-striker just doing some running repairs. I think the laces have become untied. Interesting to see Imran Khan going back up to open for Trinidad and Tobago, and he is the captain, of course, so he selects the lineup. And that's where he actually batted in his first 5 first-class games for Trinidad and Tobago before reinventing himself as a leg spinner. And that brings an end to the over. 213 for 7 at the end of it, Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just the story is that he was bowling against Brian Lara in, I think it was at Kensington Oval in a practice setting. And Lara told him, why don't you pick up leg spin? You're good at it. Well, he followed on. And some 300-400 wickets later, here he is, opening the batting once again. Meanwhile, here at the Queen's Park Oval, 213 for 7. Denver on 6, 12 for Ryan John. And we're going to see Gudakesh Moti continue here. Moti, as we mentioned, with a lot of these players played at the under-19 level for the West Indies. And that 2014 team was quite a good team. Lost out to India in the 5th place playoff in that series. It was captained by Ramal Lewis. Nicholas Puran, who captained the West Indies today in India, was the vice-captain. That team also included the likes of Tejnarayan Chandapal, who's on the field today, Shimron Hetmeyer, Ray Jordan, who was left out of this Windward Islands team, and Preston McSween was also there, as well as Gudakesh Moti. So quite a few of the graduates of the 2014 World Cup team for the West Indies here on display in this first round. Sparing it outside the off stump here, and he's not making the batsman play. Kenneth Demba just leaving anything outside the off stump. He knows it's gonna be turning away from his bat. And Demba is still not ready, and Gudakesh Moti was almost in the process of delivering the ball when he just had to pull out of it. Of course, these first 2 rounds of the West Indies Championship provide the ideal opportunity for players to put their hands up for a place in the West Indies team for the upcoming series against England. And England, they would have named their team yesterday for the Test series, and a big surprise to many that James Anderson and Stuart Broad left out of that England squad for the West Indies. Nice looking on drive here, no run. Anderson, 640 wickets in 169 matches. Broad, 537 in 152. Almost got him. Yes, has he gone through there? Yes, he has. It's taken the leg stump, went for the big drive, and passed under the bat and took the leg stump, and Demba is gone. He's been out. He's not too happy with the way he played that, but it was a poor shot. And Gudakesh Moti has taken his 3rd wicket, and it is the wicket of Demba, who is bowled by Moti. And Demba is gone for 6. So 213 now for 8, and the slide continues here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And really, it just shows you how dynamic this game of cricket is. Cruising at 190 for 3, and now 213 for 8. And it is a situation where the Windward Islands, who are looking at a target perhaps in the region of 300, will now be lucky to get to 250, if that much. 225 certainly will be on the cards for them. 213 for 8 with the fall of that wicket. So the new batsman is Preston McSween. He's going to be at the non-striker's end because that wicket coming off the last ball. The last ball of that 20th over for Gudakesh Moti was bowled. So his figures now 3 for 52. Preston McSween, we just mentioned him, part of that 2014 ICC World Cup side for the West Indies. And the man he'll be facing in the next over, if he lasts that long, will be Gudakesh Moti, one of his teammates, so you'll know all about him. Brian John, meanwhile, has continued to soldier on here for the Windward Islands. 12 of 36 deliveries. And just not much to go after this. Last man to come in is Sherman Lewis, the 26-year-old Grenadian. But for the new batsman, Preston McSween, also 26. 9 first-class matches for him. Goes for the sweep. There's an appeal. Turned down by the umpire. McSween, who is coming on strike now. Just 89 runs for him. 47 is his highest score. Most of them coming in that innings. And an average of 8.90. So Guyana sensing a chance here to knock over the Windward Islands for less than 225. And if you had given them that at the start of the day, I'm sure they would have been very happy with that. Yeah, so England coming to the Caribbean, 3 test matches. And without Broad and Anderson, 8 players in all from that Ashes series in which England were trashed 4-0, lost their places in the England team. Going for a big hit. We'll get a single at least, and that's all there's going to be here. England also making several changes. Head coach Chris Silverwood is gone. Director of Cricket Ashley Giles is gone. Assistant coach Graham Thorpe also has left his role with the England team. Paul Collingwood, former England all-rounder, is the interim head coach for the West Indies tour. Not a great time for coaches, you have to say. Situation where Chris Silverwood let go but for being too easy with the England players. And on the other side, Justin Langer losing his job for being too intense. Who wants to be a coach these days? 2:15 for 8 at the end of the over. Here at the Queen's Park Oval, we have 2 men who certainly do want to coach. Shirley Clark, the Windward Islands coach, the Barbadian, of course, former Barbados and combined campuses and colleges player, and is now the head coach of the Windward Islands Volcanoes team. And on the other side, the established Eson Crandon, Guyana Harpy Eagles coach. Both of these certainly would be in contention for higher honors. A lot of talk about coaching in the Caribbean and, of course, the need for more indigenous coaches to occupy the highest level at the West Indies level. These 2 will certainly put their hands up for that. It's not just about making places on the West Indies team as a player. These tournaments do provide the opportunity for officials and coaches. Of course, Gudakesh Moti is not going to be an official just yet, or perhaps a coach. He's intent on making it into this West Indies test squad. 3 wickets for him already today. A little bit of turn on offer for him. It hasn't used much the variations in terms of flight just yet. Just the 2 batsmen to knock off here for the Harpy Eagles. Still, it's a name we're trying to get used to, the Harpy Eagles. There's also a new logo also for the Guyana team, and it features, as you might see on the bottom of your screens, on the pad, stifled appeal, and a map of Guyana with the Harpy Eagle, which is a white bird on just superimposed onto the Guyana map. Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's a good move if you're environmentally sound to at least conscious to name teams in this way. So it does bring that sense of prominence to environmental issues. Very much consideration in Guyana. There was a team called the Antigua Hawksbills, which would have highlighted one of the endangered species in Antigua earlier. That was in the CPL. Over comes to an end here, 215 for 8 at the end of it. What a sight it is. The Queen's Park Cricket Club, established 1891, and of course would have come to this area here in St. Clair. The square was called the St. Clair Oval at one point, but what a facility it is. One of the top clubs here in Trinidad and Tobago, if not the top club. Colin might just remind me it is the top club in terms of titles won. Very few clubs have been able to prize the highest the cricket competition, the Premier League here, away from Queen's Park over the years, but a few have done it. It's gone for the big hit. Is the fielder coming around? He might take the catch. He's getting there, and he takes it well. Gudakesh Moti Kanhai takes the catch. And Ryan John is gone for 12. So the fall of the 9th wicket, 215 for 9.
That was a really good catch from Moti. He had to judge it well because he had to move to his left. He was at a straightish mid-on, a long on. And he had to move about 10 meters or 12 meters to his right. And Moti is, in fact, left-handed. But he judged it well, got both hands to the ball. And in the end, he took a comfortable catch. So it was really an excellent catch on the part of Moti. Pomal has now joined both Paul and Moti by taking 3 wickets. And 215 for 9. You remember one time, Vidya, they were 190 for 3?
Yeah, that seemed like not too long ago, but it's just how dynamic this game is and in the way the game can turn. And Athenaeze will certainly look back at that particular reverse sweep and think back to why would he have exactly gone and done that at that point. And since then, from 190 for 3, 215 for 9. So 25 runs have been added, and they have lost now 6 wickets. So just shows you how this game can turn very, very quickly. And Alec Athenaeze will look back on that shot, not with fondness here. So the last 2 at the wicket, Preston Maxwell and Sherman Lewis. And Guyana sensing a chance here for them to run through and knock over this team for a low score. So, water break on. We'll be back in a few moments with you for the remainder of commentary. We still have about 50 minutes in the game still to go here for at least for the first day, but it has been a very, very interesting one. Score is 215 for 9, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where the Windward Islands Volcanoes have just lost their 9th wicket, and we're making the point 25 runs, and they've lost 6 wickets. So the slide as they've collapsed here from 190 for 3 to 215 for 9. 3 wickets for Gudakesh Moti, 3 for Pumal, and 3 for Kemo Paul also. It will be Pumal to continue. Got the wicket off the first ball of his new over, his 19th over. And he continues to be impressive here, Virasamy Pumal. That one turned viciously there past the bat. New man in is Sherman Lewis. He's at the non-striker's end. Preston McSween is facing up to Pumal now. And we first saw Pumal in 2007. Just played 5 games in that particular season. But we got a chance to see him here at the Oval in 2008. I'll give you a little fact about Virasamy Pumal back in 2008. He was the last man to dismiss Brian Lara in first-class cricket. Lara got 100 here against Guyana at the Oval in 2008. Of course, he would have gone on, Lara, to play in the next match against the Leeward Islands and got his arm broken and never played first-class cricket again. So Pumal will remember that fondly, I'm sure, getting the great Brian Lara out here at the Queen's Park Oval in his what turned out to be his last complete innings. Tugged away onto the onside here by McSween, and suddenly realized that there was 2 on offer. Good call by Lewis to hustle him up, and he gets 2. 217 for 9 at the end of the 73rd over. So this has been a good, patient fight here by Guyana to take those 6 wickets, aided and abetted by some poor strokes by some of the Windward Islands Volcanoes batsmen. Now the Queen's Park Oval, Gudakesh Moti is going to continue. 21 overs, 3 for 52. At the other end, Pumal, 3 for 44 in 19 overs for Pumal. Moti has been very tight in terms of his bowling. Just seven maidens he has already achieved in this innings. And he's going to continue here with the Brian Lara Pavilion to his back. So Guyana's batsmen will certainly be relishing the chance to bat here at the Oval. There have not been too many demons in this pitch. You can play your shots at the Oval, and certainly they will be looking to pile on a big score here. Guyana, I'm sure, now that they look like they're going to knock over the Windward Islands Volcanoes for a moderate score, will be looking to bat maybe a day and a half to 2 days, and bat only once in this game. That'll certainly be on the cards now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as they have done the business with the ball already. Still the small matter, though, of 1 more wicket. Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis, the 2 fast bowlers to deal with now, and Lewis is looking like he is ready and up for the fight here. Well, he's blocked the first 3 or 4 deliveries. Let's see if he's going to go for a big hit now. 2 more balls to go in this over. Of course, their new coach, Shirley Clark, will have some work to do here. Just to try to work on his batsmen to prevent those loss of wickets in groups here. Lost quite a few wickets very quickly here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, as another over comes to an end. At the end of 74 overs in the innings, Windward Islands Volcanoes, 217 for 9. Virasamy Pumal is going to continue here at the northern end. I think anyone can prize the ball out of his fingers at the moment. He's enjoying his work. 19 overs, 3 for 44. And Shirley Clark's going to have to do some work here with this young team that he has, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, in terms of getting them to play those long innings. And he's a coach on the rise here. He coached Carlton Club to victory in the Barbados Cricket Association T20 competition back in 2019, part of his rise. Of course, his work with his son, Kyle Mayers, has certainly won him plaudits all across the region. But it's much more than one player. It's his work with all of the teams that he's been working with. Big shot here. And that could go all the way, has it? Well, they're waiting for the signal for the fielder, and that is 4 runs. Big sweep shot being played there, and that flashed very, very close to the shoulder of Tejnarayan Chandapal, who has been struck more than once today. Luckily, he wasn't hit that time. And that has gone for 4. Well, Clinton Pestano, who has played here at the Oval several times, had to climb over the wall to get the ball. That's why there's a brief hold up here. There is this is where the old Dos Santos stand used to be. Away, that's where the ball went. Just out of your picture. Virasamy Pumal has now retrieved the ball. That stand was torn down some years ago here at the Queen's Park Oval. I remember in my days as a spectator here seeing Shivnarayan Chandapal's father here to watch his son play. Grandfather, of course, of Tejnarayan, who is fielding on the right of your picture. So he continues to bowl well here. Virasamy Pumal. Mentioned his career started in 2007. So he's been at it for quite a long time. 17 seasons or so. And he continues to impress. And the thing about his action, yes, it doesn't look like the simplest of actions. A lot of moving parts to it. He just wriggles his body before he gets into, as he gets into the gather, just wriggles his body before releasing the ball, and then it sort of smooths out. That's why he's stayed free of injuries also. And just on cue, he just pulls out of it. Batsman just stepping away, 2 slips in place, 2 fielders close in. They are applying the pressure here, waiting for a mistake that will take Guyana Harpy Eagles back into the pavilion and ready to bat. Gets some good contact on that. It's another 4. 2 4s in the over here. And Sherman Lewis picks up 1. Preston McSween picked up another earlier. So the 2 fast bowlers are feasting on anything down the leg side. And once again, Clinton Pestano has to do the long run down towards the boundary to pick it up. So just the last ball remaining. And Colin Murray is going to join you in a minute there. And I see that Queen's Park, really credit to them, keeping the old Dos Santos sign up there for a long time. How long has it been since that stand has been torn down?
Oh, a few years. Well, I can't recall the date. Could be about 6 years ago. And there's been a lot of discussion as to what to do with that open space.
Certainly has. There have been temporary stands. Good defensive shot as the over comes to an end. But whatever happens, certainly have fond memories of that stand. I watched the famous fight between Curtly Ambrose and Steve Waugh from that stand. I had some good memories. But Colin, it's going to be you for the next 20 minutes or so as Guyana try to wrap up this Windward Islands Volcanoes with innings itself.
Well, 226 for 9, and I think that represents a slight recovery with this last pair because they've added 11 so far. And at one stage you were thinking, well, could they get to 230? But you look through that scorecard, Melius 3, Smith, as Devon Smith 52, Hodge 10, Athenaeze 68, 34 from Kotoy, Dennis Smith 11, John 12, Larry Edward, he got 1. Demba, 6. So some of the batsmen got starts. I think Smith, Athenaeze, and Kotoy in particular would be a little disappointed that they didn't carry on. But here's Moti. That is a hit away again. That's going to run into the boundary. So these two guys are having some fun here. McSween and Shimon Lewis. They're certainly having quite a lot of fun. Let's see. That was a shot played by McSween. So he's into double figures. He's on 12. So this last pair making some of the other batsmen maybe not wanting to watch at this point in time, because they're making things look relatively comfortable. As a matter of fact, the Eagles, they've now put out a long on and a deep mid wicket. And here is McSween using his feet again. This time he keeps it along the ground down to mid on. And all of a sudden it's 231 for 9. So from 215 for 9, when you're thinking, well, could they get to at least 220, 225? It's now 231. Well, the attacking field has come back for Lewis. And he's a little bit more circumspect, and he's going to look to play each ball on its merit, not really trying to go after the bowling, leaving that to McSween. And who says to me to talk that quickly? Because the next delivery, he's looking to pull at a delivery. No, that's a safe shot because it was outside the line of the off stump, and he was looking to pull it the backward square leg because that's an open area. So he was looking to hit it into that open area. I suppose the only thing he had to worry about was if he got a top edge. But went straight back into his defense. So this last pair, they continue to battle on here as the end of the over from Moti. He's now had 3 for 57 from his 23 overs to 231 for 9. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the top bowlers, Paul 3 for 56, Pumal 3 for 53, and Moti 3 for 57. Pestano went wicketless as well as Niall Smith. But the bulk of the bowling done by Paul, Pumal, and Moti. Well, let's see what McSween will do to Pumal. Oh, he's cutting, runs here for him again. Is it going to run away to the boundary rope? He's going to get it? No. That's another good shot from McSween. Why did you come into bat at number 10, Mr. McSween? You should have been at number 6. Because a short delivery from Pumal, and he was onto the back foot very quickly. What was more important with that shot is he found the gap between extra cover, the short extra cover, and cover. That was an excellent shot. Pumal is asking that man at the cover just to go back slightly. Or down the track he comes. Preston McSween, what are you doing to Versamy Pumal? He's a test bowler. What a good shot though. He used his feet and he lifted it high over a wideish long on position. What a good shot. The important thing there, he used his feet. And he got to the pitch of it. And once he got to the pitch, he was able to lift it right high over long on. 241 for 9. We're only 9 runs away from 250. He comes down the track, and this time his head is in the air. And he never looked at that ball. Bramble, the wicketkeeper Bramble, in the meantime, was looking at McSween. He wasn't looking at the ball either. And it went straight through, and they're able to go for 2 byes. Now, the only problem with McSween, he's getting carried away. He came down the track, but his head was all over the place. His head was high in the air. And he could have been so easily stumped. And Bramble, I don't know what happened to Bramble there. We see that there's a long on now. There's a long on. There's a deep mid wicket, and there's a deep backward square leg. And that's a good shot. So he decided he would not come down the track at Pumol, but instead he punched it all along the ground to long off. So one more to the total. So 244 for 9, and all of a sudden, Preston McSween is on 26 from 21 balls. So here comes the close-in fieldsman for Lewis. There's the man with the helmet now. He goes at forward short leg, and then there's that silly point. And there's the one slip. Pumol now has 3 for 66. And that's well played by Lewis. He's doing the correct thing. Your partner at one end, he's in McSween is looking to attack every ball. So Lewis would do well just to stay there with him. Allow McSween to go after the bowling. That's well played again. He's looking for the single, but McSween says, not off the last ball, my son. And it's the end of the over. So Pumol has completed his 21 overs, 3 for 66. At 244 for 9, is Leon Johnson going to continue with Moti, or may he go back to Chemo Paul? I think he's going back to Chemo Paul. At 244 for 9, Chemo Paul is back into the attack. So the two batsmen just adjusting and putting on the helmets because of the imminent return of Chemo Paul. Paul, who has already picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 57 from his 17 overs, has come back to try to break this partnership, a partnership that have added 29 runs. And of those 29 runs, Preston McSween has got 23 of them. And McSween is facing up to Paul. Immediately a ball just short of a length. And McSween indicating that he should have pulled that somewhere over mid-wicket, but it was a good delivery from Chemo Paul. It crammed McSween for room, and you could see him in the end. Couldn't do very much, but just defend it. They're going to pick up an easy single as Pestano is out at that mid-on position, but pretty deep for McSween because of the hitting power of McSween. They had pushed the man at mid-on in Pestano maybe about halfway to the boundary. So on McSween just pushing that ball gently to mid-on, they were able to go through for the single. So Shimon Lewis is going to have to face the music from Chemo Paul, who has bowled well today. He's swung the ball and is good value for his 3 wickets. They go through for a quick single. He'll have to hurry, and Pestano doesn't hit the stumps, but was a good run from Lewis. He immediately saw that the ball was going to Pestano's left when he pushed it, and he called for that single. It was a good bit of running on the part of Lewis, and he got him comfortably because when Pestano realized that they were going through for the single, it was a little too late at that point in time. He had an underarm throw at the wickets, but didn't hit, and they were able to get home for that single. 246 for 9. 31-run partnership for the last wicket. McSween looks very comfortable now at this point in time. Picks up another single. So 3 balls from Kimo Paul thus far in this over, and 3 singles. 32-run partnership from 33 balls. So they're probably going to get to the 250, or even if they don't get to 250, 247 is a respectable score. But I think they would still be disappointed after they were 190 for 3. At 190 for 3, they certainly were, the Windward Islands Volcanoes were looking at in the vicinity, in the region of maybe 280, 290. And then lost the 3-4 wickets for the addition of just 15 runs. Oh, that's a good delivery. One that straightened on Lewis. And he was just playing bat and pad very close together. And that ball just straightened on him and went through. I tell you what, I would prefer Kimo Paul bowling from the media center end. Tends to swing it much more than operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion. Tends to get more movement, get more swing from this, the Willie Rodriguez end. But at this point in time, Leon Johnson just wants to get a wicket. Doesn't care from which end he gets the wicket. So he must be just pleading with his bowlers, please get me the wicket. They need to break this partnership. So the boundary on the leg side, laden with fieldsmen. It's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and a long on. Oh, he's having a go again, and he's connected with that one. You could have a deep mid wicket, you could have a long on, you can have a deep backward square. It doesn't matter. When you connect with something like that, and Preston McSween is a big man, he's a strong man, and he hits that ball with almighty power when he connects, and that's the end of the forward short leg. He's also moving out. He's probably going towards a mid wicket, and McSween picks up another 6. All of a sudden, he races to 34, and they've gone past 250. 253 for 9. And he's gone after him again, gets the top edge, and it eludes the man at a backward point in Kimo Paul. Fortune favors the brave. And McSween going after Pomal again, gets a top edge, and the ball ballooned high in the air to the left of Kimo Paul at backward point, and he picks up a single. 35 from 26 balls. But this has been a very valuable knock for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 254 for 9. Who would have thought that 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago? Well. So the attacking field comes back for Lewis, he's done well, 5 from 18 balls, but he's stuck around with McSween. And there he goes again, forward defensive. That's good, intelligent cricket on the part of Shimon Lewis. Still got 3 deliveries from Pomal for him to negotiate. Well, he's even leaving alone now, I tell you. He's opting for McSween to do the hitting, and he's just sticking around. Quicker delivery there from Pomal. Well, there was Lewis having a go at that, and he could have so easily have been run out. Having a go at Pomal, because that delivery was pushed through. was a little bit short as well in length, and it came off the bottom of the bat. I think it was a good shot from Lewis, because he saw it short and he went for that pull. The only problem is it came off the bottom part of the bat. Didn't get it in the middle of the bat. Had he got it in the middle, it could certainly would have run away for 4. But picks up that single, and unfortunately for the Volcanoes, he's pinched the strike. But you look at McSween, he's not really going after Kimo Paul. He's looking to go after the spinners, and Kimo Paul is actually coming off the attack, out of the attack, and again seems to be having problems with that left leg of his. He's stretching just out of the picture. He's stretching his calves, and he seems to be having problems. But I tell you what, I would have continued with Moti, because McSween is gonna go after him, and he's may hit a 6 or 2, but he's also giving the bowlers the chance. So Moti is back into the attack, because with Paul being withdrawn, Moti has been given the duty to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. A 40-run last wicket partnership thus far. Will Moti be brave enough and give it some air to Shaman Lewis? Still very flat, not getting much turn, but pitching it good line, good length, ensuring that Lewis is in defense. Oh, that's just going past the man at forward short leg. Came off the bat quickly. And Singh is the man at that forward short leg. Now, they're keeping this forward short leg. No, Singh says, hey, I need to get out of here. So he's going towards mid-wicket. And also, the man at that silly point is also making his way out with big number 5 on his back. Chandapal, young Tejnarine Chandapal. So again, the field set deep in a mid-wicket, and the long on is also a long off. Comes down the track, and he actually flicks this one over the head of mid-wicket. It's going to run into the boundary for 4. Nope, I think it's just stopped in front of the boundary rope, and the batsman crossed for 2. So he came down the track, did McSween, realizing he was not really to the pitch, and he just flicked it over the head of mid-wicket. That was actually good batting on his part, because realizing he's not to the pitch, never carried through with the shot. But he's on 37 now, 258 for 9. Flatter delivery from Moti. And there was McSween, couldn't really get under it. Plays it down towards the long on, picks up a single. McSween on 38. This has been a truly wonderful partnership, dominated by McSween. He's taken the opportunity to go after the bowlers, and he's been lucky on occasions. But I tell you, when it came off the middle of the bat, well, certainly went a long way. It's good batting again by Lewis. Final delivery of the over. He wants McSween to get back into the mold of trying to get this partnership flourishing even more. 80 overs have now been bowled. 259 for 9. And the question is, are they going to continue with Purmall? Looks as if Niall Smith is going to be brought into the attack. And I think the new ball has also come out. Whether they're going to take it, it's another story. But who would have thought this last wicket partnership, not only scoring 44, would have still been there for the new ball to be taken? Well, well. Cricket is a funny old game. Makes us commentators look stupid at times when you predict things. 215 for 9, 259 for 9. Preston McSween, coming in at number 10, is now on 38, the third top score. Pius just showing the new ball to the scorers. And it's going to be Niall Smith. Will he pick up his first wicket, which will be the last wicket for the Islands? See the batsmen just getting the headgear. Been a good day for the Volcanoes, and you would have to think at 259 for 9, it's a good recovery, because at 190 for 3, they looked good. They looked close to 300. And then all of a sudden, they lost a spate of wickets. 190 for 3, 190 for 4, 190 for 5, 195 for 6, 201 for 7, 213 for 8, and 215 for 9. So they lost 6 wickets and adding just 25 runs. And then up comes Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis to add 44 for the last wicket. Well, well. I think Leon Johnson would be very disappointed at the outcome of this partnership. But let's see if Smith can break it with the second new ball. You can see the difference there in the pace and the ball coming off the pitch rather quickly. And I'm not too sure what sort of shot that was from Preston McSween. Almost like a late dab. And still nice sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a great day for cricket. So a good knock from Athenaeze with 68 and the veteran Devon Smith with 52. Both look set to go on to bigger things and got out at the most inopportune time. Ooh, that was quick. And Preston McSween did well to get out of the way. Not only was it quick, it was angled back into the right-hander. So it was coming back at Preston McSween. Had to get out of the way quickly. He did well in the end. Played it well. So we've got 9 overs left in the day's play after this. And with the fast bowlers on, seems that we're going to do some overtime here, Vidya. This one is short and McSween is looking to cut. I think the ball was into the gloves of Bramble before he played the shot. But still looking to play. And Sherman Lewis is coming down to have a word with him. Now, that should be an interesting conversation. Maybe he's saying, listen, we've got to continue going. Don't play any rash shots. How can you say that to Preston McSween? Especially when he's in mood. He's taking his chances and he's got away with it. That's another one of his famous late dabs. Don't think he's adjusted, frankly, to the pace of Niall Smith. You look at Niall Smith. He's got some pace. You're bowling to number 10 and to number 11. Needs to get that Yorker in. That's the kind of delivery you've got to bowl to a number 9 or a number 10. But he's bowling short, getting that ball to lift, but outside the line of the off stump. Got to get the Yorker in, son. Again, a short delivery. And really and truly, Preston McSween is playing them well. He's just getting out of the way. Except for those outside the line of the off stump, where he's trying this almost late cut, late dab. hoping to get bat onto it, and it goes over, flies over the head of the slips. There are 2 slips in place. And one would think, based on the kind of shot that McSween is playing, he's just trying to guide it with the new ball, that it flies off the face of the bat and goes down to the 3rd-man boundary. Smith with his final delivery. And again McSween is playing that fancy late cut of his, doesn't make a contact. It goes through to be taken by the keeper. So it's the end of the over. Smith has now completed his 10 overs, none for 29. It's 2:59 for 9. And after, well, it's going to be who? It's probably Kimo Paul, or yes, maybe Kimo Paul or Pestano is going to continue. And while they continue, Vidya Ramphal is getting all set and all ready to carry on this partnership for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, because it's been a truly good partnership. When you look at that scorecard, the man down at number 10, Preston McSween, with 38 not out, and 3 wickets apiece for Kimo Paul, Versami Pamal, and Gudakesh Moti. But it is going to be Clinton Pestano. He's going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end with that second new ball. It's going to be the second over of the second new ball. And to tell you all about it, here's Vidya Ramphal.
Thanks very much, Colin. This last partnership has gone along at breakneck pace. And that last over was a very interesting one from Niall Smith. Not a single Yorker. We would have expected at least one in there. Pestano just starting short of a good length and played away behind square. So a lot of support for the bowler, as there has been throughout the day, from Leon Johnson. He's kept up the pressure on the batsman. He's had the fielders close in. He's kept the slips in all the way through. So credit to him. But this partnership has just taken the momentum away from the Guyana Harpy Eagles here. And Preston McSween, 38 of 35 deliveries, has been the man to engineer it. Good ball by Clinton Pestano. And this is to Sherman Lewis, who has 7 of 28 deliveries. Pestano hasn't taken a wicket for the day. And just to update you on some of the other games around, well, Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared. How would you feel if you are Jeremiah Lewis, who is coming in at 11, and the captain decides to declare on 172? Barbados 13 without loss in that game. Yes, you would think that he doesn't have much confidence in your batting, does he? And at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Trinidad and Tobago 75 for 3 in reply to Jamaica's 141 all out. As we would have mentioned to you earlier, Brian Charles taking 6 wickets, 6 for 48. Brilliant performance from him. And TNT losing Keegan Simmons, Imran Khan, and Jason Mohammed already. Here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's been a very interesting day of first-class cricket. 52 from Devon Smith, his 39th first-class 50. 68 from Alec Athenaeze, lit up with some brilliant shots, and then one very poor one that led to his downfall. Windward Islands then lost 6 wickets for 25 runs, and they have been rescued here slightly by this last wicket partnership. Pulled away, that's just going to be 1. Smith is out there on the boundary. It has changed the momentum slightly, but is it going to change the way that the Guyana Volcanoes, let me get that right, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will approach their innings, because they do have some outstanding batsmen. You would think that the axis in that Guyana Harpy Eagles team would revolve, the batting axis at least, would revolve around the talents of Shimron Hetmeyer, Leon Johnson, Chandrapal Hemraj, Tejanrayan Chandapal, Vishal Singh. They have some very good batsmen who have done the business at this level for them. Well, he's gone for a big hit here, Preston McSween, and doesn't contact it. So, with 8 overs to go in the day, Windward Islands Volcanoes 260 for 9. What a good response it would be if these two can stay out towards the end of the day. Great shot there off the Queen's Park Cricket Club, Brian Lara Pavilion. And the Oval have done well to name some of these stands after their famous players. Joey Carew members balcony, as you can see there, named after the Trinidad and Tobago captain who won those consecutive titles back in 1970 and 71 at first class level. Jeffrey Stolmeyer stand, the former West Indies captain and Trinidad and Tobago captain and administrator. And, of course, the Dos Santos stand away to the right has been torn down. The Constantine stand. Of course, the Willie Rodriguez end. And the Jerry Gomez Media Center. Certainly, these names would bring back a lot of memories of cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. Dos Santos, of course, was not a cricketer, I would imagine, but he was a senior administrator in the colonial government during his time. Smith just pulls out of that one. And something, yeah, it just seemed to slip there as he was into his delivery stride rather than slide. Just getting a firm grip on things. Niall Smith, 20 wickets in 2020. He'll be looking to improve on that. He hasn't had a wicket for the day yet. Guyana started with Smith and Kemo Paul. Clinton Pestano came in after that. And we saw the two left-handers doing the business. Easy single there for Sherman Lewis. And Preston McSween is going to pick up the battle here as he's now in. And we saw some interesting shots from him in the last one. We also saw some bouncers from Niall Smith towards him. The days of the fast bowlers union are long gone, it seems. And as Niall Smith was walking back to the start of his run-up, the non-striker Sherman Lewis was actually reminding him that we can do that too. So Niall Smith might be in for some delicate treatment later on. Another well-directed bouncer there. And Preston McSween continues to play them well. Just backing away. 2 slips in place for him. So for a moment it looked as though the Windward Islands Volcanoes would not last into the second day. Now it could be very much on the cards here. It's about 7 overs and 4 balls still to remain in the day, however. So there's also the trend of thought also that Guyana may also have just about 3 overs or so to bat. A comfortable little period here to bat at the end of the first day if they are to get the wicket here. That's the other consideration, but they're showing signs they just want to get it over it. Well, he was backing away to the offside well before the bowler delivered, it seems. McSween, 38 of 39. And for the first time in his innings, he's actually gone under a strike rate of 100. That's how fast he was going earlier. In fact, one of the shots he hit, the 6 that he hit off Veerasamy Permaul, he actually rolled on the turf after. I'm sure that Guyana cricket fans of a certain vintage would remember one Rohan Kanhai playing sweep shots, the famous falling sweep shot, almost resembling that one. Lining up another big hit. And they get the single pretty comfortably here. May have gotten a touch on that. Yeah, it was definitely off the bat and into the pads. McSween and Smith just exchanging a few polite words. They're both smiling at it, though. Nothing malicious about it at all. So what a first day it has been here at the Queen's Park Oval. Over comes to an end at the end of the 83rd over of the day. Windward Islands Volcanoes 262 for 9. So it looks like they will continue here with the pace bowlers, at least for the faster stuff. Clinton Pestano from the southern end. And we will see, I'm sure, Niall Smith continue from the northern end. Since Kimo Paul finished his last spell, we haven't seen anything of him. He did seem to have a little bit of a strain at the end of that spell. Should be an easy single, and is. Let's see if they bring the field in here for the new batsman, Sherman Lewis. Yeah, the field is coming in. Shimron Hetmeyer just coming off the third man boundary and into, looks like he's going to go to gully. Maybe it's just going to go to gully here. And Sherman Lewis has now moved into double figures. So the partnership is up to 50 of 67 deliveries. So a ripple of applause around the Queen's Park Oval as the Windward Islands Volcanoes team applaud what their two teammates have done out here. We would have been expecting a total in the region of around 215, 220 for the most. Now here we are, 265 for 9. What a funny old game. Certainly we've seen it all today. 52 from Devon Smith, his 68th, make that 69th at this level. Alec Athenaeze went past his highest first-class score here. He got to 68. Nice and pleasant 34 from Keron Kotoy. Seen some good batting and also some very good bowling from Guyana. Went for the expansive drive there. 3 wickets for Moti, 3 wickets for Kimo Paul, and 3 wickets for Virasamy Pomal. But no one seems to be able to break this partnership, which is already 50 of 69 deliveries. Preston McSween, 40 of 41. I'll tell you when he came in that his highest score in first-class cricket is 47. So he can bat. And now Sherman Lewis is looking pretty comfortable now. He's just showing the full face of the bat to that delivery from Clinton Pestano. Yeah, so they're looking pretty comfortable, and I think that they would be happy with the score, a little bit happier with the score now. They're pushing it a bit closer to 300. And just ebbing away here, the motivation of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And just to add insult to injury, the batsman steps away as Pestano is almost up to the wicket. It's been the best batting performance of all 6 of the teams we've seen so far on the first day of the return of the West Indies Championship. Good delivery there from Pestano. Yeah, of all the teams that have batted already in this competition, Jamaica out for 141 as the over comes to an end here. 265 for 9. Also, the Leeward Islands getting 172 for 9 in their first innings. So this effort by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, the best on the first day. So it's a good start for them. But they will be wary of that Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup, which features the world-class batsman in Shimron Hetmeyer. And just a bit of talk here. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to break this partnership here. Do they return to spin? Or do they, if Paul is available, I think he would be the one that would be bowling. But Kemo Paul suffering with a little bit of an injury, which will be a concern for Guyana because he will play a big part in their tactics towards winning this match. So I think they were looking to knock over the Windward Islands Volcanoes for a low score. Bat maybe 2 days, bat once in this match, and then knock them over to get the innings victory. That would have been certainly on the cards. But now this partnership here for the 10th wicket of 50 has certainly given them something to think about. It's going to be Smith to continue from the northern end. And it's going to be some fun here because Preston McSween is facing up. Down the leg side. Well, they're claiming the catch here. But Joel Wilson is unmoved. If it did flick anything, it looked like it may have flicked a pad on the way. Good take, though, you have to say, from the keeper. I was heading down the leg side. I don't think the fielder, who is 3/4 way to the boundary at that fine leg position, would have caught up with that. So good take by Bramble, but he heard something. May have been pad that time. Another big hit here, essayed by Preston McSween, looking at that big wide area in that towards the extra cover boundary. So places up for grabs in the West Indies Test team to face England in those 3 matches coming up. Of course, one of the bowlers involved in this game, certainly some of those who would be looking to put their names up. Preston McSween would certainly be one of them. As for the Guyana team, Kemo Paul, he would be eyeing a return to the West Indies team. And he has done his claim certainly some favors here with his 3 wickets today, but that injury will be a concern to all. That is a great straight hit, and that is dropped just inside of the ropes and gone for 4. Another good shot here by Preston McSween, and if the West Indies are looking for an all-rounder, well, he's saying, I'm your man. 44, 45 deliveries. Wow, that was a nice hit. Did that very cleanly, and it just dropped in front of the boundary and went for 4. So he's telling Smith very clearly here, if you pitch it up, I'm going to hit it away. And he's also dealt very well with the short deliveries. So Preston McSween now, this is his very close to his best ever in first-class cricket, which is 47. And he would be eyeing his maiden first-class 50 here. Well, he didn't have to really duck at that one. Just as soon as he saw the ball dug in, he was already squatting under it. Has been entertaining in the later stages of the day here. Windward Islands Volcanoes 269 for 9. The partnership is now up to 54. So still just 5 overs and 1 ball to go in the day. Another big shot essayed, but no contact this time, and he's still on 44. Windward Islands Volcanoes 269 for 9. 5 overs remaining in the first day's play here, the Queen's Park Oval. These two teams meeting at a neutral venue, first time here at the Oval. The shadows are starting to lengthen across the Queen's Park Oval. And that's because we're very close to the end of the first day's play. All of these teams, 6 teams involved in the competition. First day of the West Indies Championships almost up to an end. And some places to play for in the test team. Clinton Pestano just starting outside the off stump. Of course, the England tour will take place the 8th to the 12th of March. That's the first test in Antigua. 16th to the 20th, second test in Barbados. 24th to the 28th of March, third test in Grenada. Pushed away, and this could be 2 here. Might be a little bit more. That's a nice looking shot again by Lewis, who also started to look very comfortable there. There's also a tour match on between England and perhaps a President's 11. And maybe it might be opportunities for 1 or 2 of the players here to get a chance, a look in, perhaps at making a place for themselves in that first test match in Antigua. No ball. Pestano overstepping. So it's all gone against Guyana Harpy Eagles in the late stages of this match here. Perhaps they've just run out of gas a little bit here at the end. But credit to the 2 batsmen, McSween 44 and Lewis 12. In their contrasting ways, they have fashioned a very good partnership here. Well, that's a good strike there. Hit it direct on Chanderpaul, but the batsman was already in. Joe Solomon would have been proud of that. Hitting from side on. Of course, remembering the famous throw by Joe Solomon in that 1960-61 series where West Indies and Australia played to a tie. Talked about these two teams playing to a tie back in 2017. Still very much on the cards here. It's been very rare. It's the only one that exists in first-class cricket in the West Indies, at least in the Shell Shield era. Very agricultural, but no contact. Stepping away. Takes a long walk towards the umpire at square leg. Preston McSween. I'm sure he'll love to get that 50. So his partner at the other end, Lewis, just telling him we no need for that right now. Almost got him with the slow one. Not the best disguised slow delivery you'll ever see, but if he had that on the stumps, he could have gotten him there. Played all over it. Shades of the delivery that Curtly Ambrose would have gotten Healy with in Australia many years ago. Very, very slow delivery indeed from Pestano. Oh, what a shot that was. Hits straight into the ankle of Pestano and he almost took it off. What a shot by Preston McSween. He stays on 44 at the end of the over. 273 for 9, Colin. What a shot that was.
I thought you were going to say what a stop because Pestano was trying his best to get out of the way. But it came back to him like a rocket. And once you pitch up to McSween, he's going to go after you. But that was a good shot. He kept it along the ground. It was a straight hit. I think he was unlucky because had that ball gone past Pestano, Midoff had no chance. He would have not got around in time. But once you pitch it up to him, he's going to go after you. But this has been a tremendous partnership on the part of these two. You look at Preston McSween on 44 not out, Sherman Lewis, he's not out on 12, but he's faced 42 deliveries. So it tells me that he sticked around, he knew what his role was. McSween was going after the bowling. He decided he would stick around with McSween. Early on he played one or two rash shots, but after that he's batted well. And you just have to say that this partnership has been an absolutely brilliant one. A partnership that has added some 57 runs, or 58 runs, sorry, this partnership has added. And McSween is actually down for the count because he's probably done, let's hope he's all right, but he may have done some damage to, or is it cramp? Maybe it's just cramp. He's not accustomed to batting so long, Vidya.
He's batted this long only once before. In his career, but it seems that there's some strapping on that left leg, so it could be carrying an injury also, maybe, because you never expect these guys to be playing at full fitness all the time anyway. Yeah, well, let's hope not. Let's hope it's just some sort of cramp. He's back up there, as you can see. The physio came in, did his job, so he's got his day's pay, and McSween is back up. Let's hope from Volcano's perspective that he'll be able to carry on, because at 273 for 9 with 4 overs left in the day's play, I would think they would be happy if they can get up to maybe 285, 290 and end the day on maybe 285 for 9. It will be a good day's work and a splendid recovery. And talking about injuries to fast bowlers, Kemo Paul's going to come back on here. My word, yeah. So, Colin, I'm going to let you take it through to the end here. I'm a little concerned with Kemo Paul because he does not look 100%. But obviously they reach a stage where they'll need this last wicket. And they've turned to Pestano, they've turned to Niall Smith, and neither of them have produced the ball to dismiss this last pair. So they've turned back to Kemo Paul to see what he can do. But we're getting up to, just about 20 past 5. Still nice, bright conditions at the Queen's Park Oval. And you're looking at Kemo Paul, and I'm just not convinced that he's fully 100%. He's walking back okay to his mark, but certainly in his run-up, he's not looking as if he's striding out. There's 3 slips and a gully in place, so he does swing the ball. There's no doubt about that with Kemo Paul. He doesn't seem to be really striding all that quickly in to bowl his deliveries, and he seems to be just feeling that left leg. Doesn't seem to come down hard on it. Now, that wasn't a bad delivery. He needs to get a little closer to the off stump. When you're bowling to tail-enders, you've got to pitch that ball wicket to wicket, because tail-enders tend to see a ball pitched up to them and they tend to go after it. Head goes in the air. And certainly if it's directed on the stumps, as they say, if they miss, you hit. A no ball now from Kemo Paul.
Even his delivery doesn't seem, that one was a slower one. But he seemed to have come down slightly on pace. And when you come down on pace, you then look for accuracy. And that's what he should be doing. He's just got to get that ball closer to the off stump. Make Lewis play at it. That's a little better. Didn't get the swing that he anticipated. But that's not a bad looking shot from Lewis. He was getting onto the front foot, getting over the delivery and pushed it out to that cover position. 59 runs this last wicket partnership is worth. From 215 for 9 to 274 for 9. Again, too wide of the off stump. Kimo Paul. Suppose if you've got to look at Kimo Paul, he swings the ball both ways. He was obviously trying to get that in swinger back to the right-hander, but it just straightened. Got to start that delivery fuller, maybe on the off stump, moving away from the right-hander. That's well played by McSween. Sorry, by Sherman Lewis. Because he's lining up the delivery nicely and then just leaving it as it's outside the line of the off stump. And that's excellent batting on his part. Because there are the 3 slips in place. And so easy he can just push forward at that delivery and get the outside edge. But you can see him lining up the delivery. A little bit of gamesmanship here. He's saying to Kimo Paul, I'm not ready. You got to wait. It's a much better delivery, but he still needs to come closer to the off stump. So Kimo Paul, still, he can't break the partnership. 3 overs left in the day's play. And it's going to be the shotgun McSween back on strike. He's on 44 from 49 deliveries. And when you compare it to Lewis, who is on 12 from 49 deliveries, just shows you who was doing most of the attacking in this partnership. So they're going to turn to the left arm spin now of Versamy Pomal, which is not a bad move because he's got the newer ball. See some activity there just in front of the pavilion. That's the third umpire with one of the ground staff, Andy Alexander, one of the supervisors here at the Queen's Park Oval ground staff. Not too sure what that discussion is. But so let's look at Versamy Pomal trying to break this partnership. He was not successful early on, but he's got a much harder ball, much newer than the one he had before. So who knows? It can either go a long way or it can go straight up in the air. So a flat delivery, not giving it here. It's going to be interesting when he does toss it up. Will Preston McSween's eyes light up? I'm sure they will. Another delivery, flatter. It's not going to get much spin with the new ball, the newer ball. Because it's only, 7.2 overs old. Immediately a change in the field. Because he's angling the delivery into Preston McSween. So they've now put Chanda Paul in that forward short leg position. So I would not expect Pomal to give it some air. And McSween is flicking this one more than anything else. And he seems to have damaged himself because he's obviously suffering from cramp because he's just hobbling down to the non-striker's end. He picks up a single. So he goes to 45. 275 for 9. 6-run partnership now. So 2 deliveries left in over number 88. 2 overs left after this. Unless the Harpy Eagles can dismiss these batsmen now, we'll have to go through the 90 overs in the day's play. And it really, these two are looking so comfortable now, both McSween and Lewis, that you have to think that the only way they can be dismissed is if they do something rash. So the end of the over from Pomal. No alarms for McSween or Lewis. They continue to battle on here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes at 275 for 9. Is it going to be Moti or are they going to continue with Chemo Paul? I would think the Leon Johnson would just one more over for Chemo Paul because this is the 89th over. So he's probably saying to Chemo Paul, let's do it now in the 89th over of the innings. And let's get back into the dressing room, put our feet up, and get ready to chase down these runs tomorrow. So the field opens up for McSween, just 2 slips and a gully. For Lewis, there were 3 slips. There's a third man. There's a deep backward square leg. They're going to get a single. And McSween hobbles up. That's not good news for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. If, in fact, let's hope it's not a muscle injury for McSween and it's just maybe he's suffering from cramp. Because he's got a lot of bowling to do and he is one of the key men for the Volcanoes. Left arm seamer. He swings the ball quite a lot. Just too wide of the off stump. You could see good movement from Chemo Paul, swinging that ball, getting it to leave the right-hander, but it's starting too far outside that off stump. And Lewis, give him credit. He's picking up the line early. And he's allowing it to go through to the keeper. Once it's not on the stumps, it's almost like if he's playing for tomorrow. Well, getting the outside edge, much closer to the off stump, and he had to play at it. Got the outside edge, but I don't think it went. It dropped just short of the man at second slip. And they were able to pick up 2 runs. So that's the kind of delivery you want. Pitched up to him on the off stump where he has to play at it. And if he's going to get late movement, he's going to find the outside edge. But Lewis wasn't driving at the ball. He was just pushing at it. And so it didn't come off the bat as quickly and made the height towards the slip cordon as he was anticipating. That's a good ball. Lovely delivery. Quicker. Again, short of a length, making some height. And just holding its own in terms of the line. And Lewis was too good for number 11. Couldn't get the edge. But that's a much better delivery from Chemo Paul. Mixing it up now. Because he was bowling full wide of the off stump. This time shortened it and brought it back to the batsman. Peel goes up. Umpire Wilson is unmoved. Seemed to be heading down the leg side anyway. Would have been surprised if umpire Wilson raised that dreaded finger. One delivery left in the 89th over. Can Lewis survive this delivery? Again takes the outer part of the bat. But a good delivery again from Kimo Paul. But it's the end of the over. He's yet to break the partnership. And the umpires have called it a day here in the 89th over with just 1 over left. They've decided at 5:30, just after 5:30, players come to an end. It was 90 overs or 5:30, whatever came sooner. And I think the Harpy Angels, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, I'm saying Harpy Angels, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles, quite happy to come off the field and come back tomorrow and try and break this partnership. But with 62 runs, a partnership, it's been a wonderful day for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. You look at the scorecard: Melius 3, Smith 52, 10 to Hodge, Athenaeze 68, 34, Kotoy, Dennis Smith 11, Ryan John 12, Larry Edward, he was out for 1, Demba, he got to 6, and the wonderful partnership at the end: Preston McSween not out on 46, Sherman Lewis not out on 14. There were 20 extras, 277 for 9, a 62-run unbroken partnership. And the bowling for the Guyana Harpy Angels, Harpy Eagles, oh my word. Smith, 12 overs, none for 34. Kimo Paul, 20 overs, 3 for 63. Clinton Pestano, he had 10 overs, none for 30. Versami Pomal, 23 overs, 3 for 75. And Gudakesh Moti, he had 24 overs, 3 for 61. So 277 for 9. I would say a day really and truly at the end, Vidya, a day that belonged to the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Certainly did. When you look at what happened in the other matches, it's the best batting effort. They're the only team of the three to play today that batted out the day. So credit to them, and especially to the last pair of Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, they give them credit. They won the toss. They decided to bat first. They assessed the pitch. They assessed the conditions. They would have been happy at maybe at 190 for 3. And then all of a sudden, things fell apart for them. But this last pair has really put on a wonderful partnership and have dominated the bowling. And at 277 for 9, it gives their bowlers something to bowl at.
Yeah, it certainly does. And given that this Guyana batting lineup is a pretty tough one, it is a morale-boosting performance by this last pair. If they had gotten out for under 200, the psychological impact of that may have carried over into their bowling performance. But all the same, it's going to be an interesting second day.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting second day. And as you rightly said, the Guyana batting is a pretty formidable batting lineup. And 277 is going to be challenging for them. But you also think that with their batting lineup, they can get to 300 and 300 plus. So it really is going to depend on how well the Volcanoes bowl. But a wonderful day here. The first day, it's great to see 4-day cricket, the West Indies Championship back. As you rightly said a little earlier, a lot of places up for grabs. And some of the younger batsmen and some of the younger bowlers, they've got to hold their hands up and said, hey, I want to be involved. And we'll have to wait and see as this tournament progresses, which youngster holds their hand up and says, I need to be picked. I need a place on that West Indies test team. We'll just have to wait and see. So that's the situation here from the Queen's Park Oval after day 1 between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss, Upton to bat. They've closed the day. Day 1 on 277 for 9. Day 2 is tomorrow, and we'll have to wait and see what happens on day 2. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. On behalf of Vidya Ramphal, this is Colin Murray saying, see you tomorrow.